Chapter 1: The Sun Who Fell from the Sky. Midsummer. In front of the towering Tianhuan building, two black Rolls-Royces were parked steadily in front of the building. The black-clad bodyguard opened the back door and a cold and noble man walked out. The man is Mo Yunpei, the third master of the Mo family, one of the top celebrities in Kyoto. The handsome man was serious and his aura was so cold and distant that all the staff present broke into cold sweats. Heavy atmosphere. Mo Yunpei was about to walk in. Suddenly, the father's childish voice cut through the air, and the executives looked towards the source of the voice in astonishment. He was a little boy wearing denim overalls, a yellow sun hat, a cute cartoon water bottle hanging on his chest, and a small school bag on his back. The little boy seemed to be about 4 or 5 years old. He was so cute and adorable that he instantly made one feel overwhelmed with maternal love. "Dad, I finally found you," the little dumpling said as he pounced towards Mo Yunpei, and his chubby little arms hugged his long legs. Mo Yunpei had a look of disgust and a frighteningly cold expression on his face. Where did this little brat come from? The director of the management department was almost frightened. With such a huge mistake in his work, he would probably be fired today. He quickly went to pull the little ball. "Little boy, stop shouting and follow uncle." The little girl glanced at the 40-something director of management, her big eyes blinking. "You are old enough to be my grandfather." The director of the management department looked at the gloomy face of their president and broke out in a cold sweat. "Then follow grandpa, go quickly." The little girl hugged Mo Yunpei's legs tightly, with a sad face. Dad, don't you want me anymore?" All the staff members in front of the building were very curious, but no one dared to discuss the gossip about the president at the risk of their lives, especially after seeing the president's gloomy handsome face. Mo Yunpei's voice was as cold as ice. "Take the man back to my office first." Mo Yunpei's bodyguard Gu Bei quickly picked up the little kid who was howling loudly and hurried into the building. The executives cautiously guessed, "When did the president have a son?" "I haven't heard of it." "I heard that he is not interested in women." It was so quiet. Huaxi village, Yunqing, 200 kilometers away. In a farmhouse with a courtyard, Yan Ran was doing an experiment. The blue liquid in the test tube was bubbling. She reached out and pushed her goggles, and finally saw white smoke coming out of the flask, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In the yard, Yan Ran sent the data to the United States, and finally sent out a voice message. "Don't ask me for help again, this is the last time." Her apprentice Qin stared at her with admiration. "Boss, where is that kid Qiqi?" Yan Ran took off his goggles and said indifferently, "I heard that he went to find his father." The chicken-legged Qin was chewing fell to the ground with a thud. "Dad? Did he know who his dad was?" Yan Ran pressed his neck. "He said he found out. I don't even know who his father is." The little brat said I didn't care about him and wanted to find his father for justice. Qinhua said cautiously, "Boss, you really don't know who Qiqi's father is?" A hint of displeasure appeared in Yan Ran's indifferent eyes. "What? Do you think I would lie?" Qinhua shook his head like a rattle. "I definitely didn't mean that, boss. Where did Qiqi go to find his father?" Chapter 2: She doesn't know who the father of the child is. Said he was going to Kyoto. Going alone? Yes. Yan Ran carefully cleaned the instruments used for the experiment and answered in a somewhat nonchalant manner. He is only 5 years old. Aren't you afraid that he will be abducted? Yan Ran looked up at him. Even though Qinhua had been with his eldest brother for a year, he was almost bewitched by these charming and sparkling peach blossom eyes. He is Yan Mo. I would be lucky if he doesn't kidnap others. Who can kidnap him? Qinhua chuckled. That is true. In the president's office on the 88th floor of Tianhuan Group, little Tuanzi was sitting alone on a large sofa. Behind him was the river view, with a broad field of vision and a first-class location. Little Tuanzi took off his shoes, stood on the sofa, looked out, and sighed. "Dad, you have done such a big business, you are worthy of being my dad." Mo Yunpei's forehead veins were throbbing. "Gu Bei, you have 10 minutes to find out where this child came from?" Yan Mo jumped off the sofa, put on his little buckled sandals, walked up to Mo Yunpei, and tugged at his suit pants. "Dad, don't you know me?" Mo Yunpei reached out and tugged at his tie without saying a word. His handsome face was terribly cold, and it seemed that he had lost all his patience. He was not someone who knew how to coax a little baby. Yan Mo tilted his head and looked at him. "Haven't you been to Huaxi village in Yuncheng?" Mo Yunpei grabbed Yan Mo's collar and pulled him to the sofa. "Sit down obediently." The voice was frighteningly cold. Yan Mo frowned. "Strange, Uncle William compared the DNA information on the internet. There can't be any mistake. Have you really never been to Huaxi village in Yuncheng? Have you found out? Mo Yunpei obviously didn't want to waste time talking to such a strange kid, so he asked in a sinister voice. Gu Bei broke out in a cold sweat. No? I don't know. Mo said in a baby voice, Dad, if you want to know my identity, just ask me. I will tell you, my mother's name is Ran. She lives in Huaxi village, Yuncheng. She is the most beautiful woman in the village. She is beautiful, but she has a bad temper and is very cold. I came here this time just to ask you to do justice for me. Mo Yunpei snorted coldly, his eyes were like cold ponds, making people shudder. Gu Bei almost laughed out loud, this was too ridiculous. That village girl was so bold that she actually came here to commit fraud against Mr. Mo. Mo Yunpei said indifferently, Okay, Gu Bei, you know the address, where this child came from, and where to send him back. If something like this happens again in the future, you all should just stop doing it. Yes, Mr. Mo. Gu Bei coldly picked up the little girl and walked her out, crying anxiously, Dad, don't you want me? Mom is very busy every day, she doesn't care about me. The children in the village say that Mom is a fairy, that I am a fairy's child, that I have no father, that I am a wild child, and that they don't want to play with me. Dad, don't want to leave me. I am very good. Mom also said that I am very smart, I will be a good child. Dad, don't leave me. The little girl was delicate and pretty, with tears rolling down her cheeks, looking so pitiful that even the iron-willed man Gu Bei felt sympathy for her. Mr. Mo, tell me, is there any hidden story behind this? After I finished saying this, my calves were shaking and I felt like I was dancing in a minefield. Mo Yunpei's eyes flashed coldly, What? Do you think I don't even know if I have a son? Chapter 3, The Village Girl Really Dares to Touch Porcelain. Gu Bei trembled with fear, No. That's not what I meant, Mr. Mo, I just think that this kid, his eyebrows and eyes look somewhat similar to yours, is there really some hidden secret? It would be better to find out immediately. Mo Yunpei looked carefully at the sad and crying little dumpling, frowning slightly. Gu Bei pressed the issue and said, It just so happens that our Tianhuan group has a resort development project in Yuncheng recently. Why don't you go and inspect it, and by the way, return this little dumpling to his mother, and find out who that village beauty is. Mo sobbed, Dad. Try calling Daddy again? Mo Yunpei's eyes were filled with depression. The little girl didn't seem to understand his threat and actually called out obediently, Dad. Mo Yunpei pressed his temple, Shut up. The little dumpling pouted, seeming a little aggrieved. Huaxi village. Ran's right eyelid twitched violently. She had a hunch that Mo had caused her trouble, and she felt a little depressed. Xinhua, who was cooking dinner by the earthen stove in the yard, became cannon fodder. When are you leaving? Ran looked at him dissatisfied. She brought Mo with her alone. With such a grown man living with her for a long time, the villagers had already started gossiping about him. The little guy couldn't make friends in the village to begin with, and now with even more gossip, he became even less welcome. Boss, I want to learn more medical skills from you. Ran pressed his temples, the #1 cardiologist in Kyoto, it takes at least 2 months to get an appointment. What else do you want to learn from me? Do you want to go to heaven? Xinhua is the best doctor in Kyoto, but at this moment his expression reveals a bit of simplicity and honesty. Boss, you were so dedicated to your other 5 disciples, why are you so impatient with me? Seeing that he looked aggrieved, Ran waved her hand and said, Forget it. I will teach you everything I should teach you. Leave as soon as you are done learning, so as to avoid gossip from the villagers. Why is it so difficult to retire? She just wanted to live a leisurely life with Xia Chuanzi in this village, but these people always prevented her from doing so. In the evening, 2 black Maybachs drove into the village, causing a sensation among the villagers. They had never seen such luxurious cars, and the 2 cars stopped in front of the goblin's house. When Mo Yunpei got out of the car, he saw the woman in the yard at a glance. The woman was in her early 20s, and although she was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, it was difficult to conceal her stunning beauty. Her elegant and clear temperament was totally out of place in this small village. Mo Yunpei was a little surprised. He thought he would meet a village woman with eccentric ideas and a mentally unstable mind. Ran stood under the grape trellis, holding a palm leaf fan in his hand, and instructed the best doctor in Kyoto, brush another layer of oil on the surface of the roast duck, so that Qiqi can eat it when she comes back in the evening. Suddenly, the sound of mother's milk was heard. Ran looked up and saw a tall man in a handmade custom suit standing outside the yard. He was too tall, making the courtyard porch look low and cramped. The man had handsome features, an elite air, and was cold, aloof, and had an unattainable ascetic temperament. Yen Mo excitedly took Mo Yunpei's hand and pulled him to Yen Ran's side, and said excitedly, "Mom, let me introduce you, this is Dad." Yen Ran was silent for 5 full seconds. She had never thought that Qiqi would really find a father after going out, and that this father would actually come back with him. Are adults so easy to kidnap these days? Moreover, this man looked powerful and noble. How could he be so stupid that he came back with her son so easily? Chapter 4, Little Bun Cries. Yen Ran took Yen Mo's hand and said lightly, "I'm sorry, my son is naughty and may have caused you trouble." "I'm really sorry." Mo Yunpei. The feeling was different from what he had imagined. He thought the mother of this little guy was an insatiable countrywoman who had carefully designed this act just to scam him. He didn't expect that when she saw him, she would be so indifferent. She had no intention of currying favor with him, and there was not even a trace of emotion in her eyes. Gu Bei was also a little confused. The woman in front of him was young and beautiful, with an outstanding temperament. She even had an inexplicable aura of a big boss. Only their Mo Yi could be on equal terms with her. He would have been defeated long ago. Seeing that the woman had no intention of pursuing the matter, Mo Yunpei raised his eyebrows and said, "In that case, take good care of your child in the future." Good. The woman's answer was so straightforward and clear that Mo Yunpei found it inexplicably interesting. When Yen Mo saw that his father was about to fly away, he burst into tears. How could Mom be like this? You didn't go find Dad yourself, I found him for you, and you still don't want Dad. Mama's bad, Mama's bad. The small courtyard was suddenly filled with Yen Mo's wailing. Yen Ran had raised him for 4 years, but the child usually didn't cry so miserably. Even when he was pushed into the river by other children from the same village in the middle of winter, he just came back sobbing, dragging his wet clothes and squeezing out tears of grievance, so she didn't know how to comfort a child. She half squatted down at a loss and rubbed his little face. "Qiqi, don't cry, that's not your dad, don't make things difficult for him, okay? That's Dad. I asked Uncle William to check it. Our DNA information is highly matched. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle William. William is one of Yen Ran's apprentices and the second-ranked hacker in the world." Yen Ran half knelt in front of him, wiped his tears, and said earnestly, "You are already 5 years old and in kindergarten. You can't be like a child anymore, do you understand? Gu Bei. Is this too strict for a 5-year-old? Is this militarized management?" No wonder he still wanted to find his father to seek justice for him. Along the way, the little boy talked a lot about his daily life with his mother, saying that his mother was very busy and very strict with him. But in the end, I still said that I love my mother the most in this world. Gu Bei felt a pang of pain when he saw little Tuanzi crying. Mo Yunpei said indifferently, "Since it is your family affair, we won't disturb you." After he was about to leave, the little girl flew towards him, wiping her tears and snot on his suit pants. "Mom, look, Dad's eyes and eyebrows look a lot like mine. He is really my dad. They all have dads, but I don't have a dad. I also want to have a dad." Gu Bei was in tears, and wanted to persuade his master Mo that no matter whether the child was his or not, he should just be his father, because the child was so pitiful. Yen Ran frowned, walked to Mo Yunpei and picked Yen Mo up. "I'm sorry to trouble you, sir." Mo Yunpei nodded, turned, and left the yard. Gu Bei looked back reluctantly at the little girl who was crying heartbrokenly, and sighed silently. The luxury car left the Yen family residence. Yen Mo sat on a small stool in the corner of the yard, crying and wiping her tears with the back of her little hand. Qinhua ran over to comfort him. "Uncle will take you swimming tomorrow?" Qiqi was still crying. "Fishing?" Still crying. "Catch lobsters? Barbecue? Camp?" Crying even louder. Chapter 5, Met My Mother. Yen Ran walked over with the golden and crispy roast duck and half squatted down. "Qiqi, eat roast duck." Yen Mo turned his face away, not looking at his mother, his mouth pouting so much that a bottle of oil could be hung on it. "Eat duck legs, very delicious, brushed with honey, your favorite taste." Yen Mo stood up angrily and rushed into the house. Yen Ran took a bite of the crispy duck leg. "It seems that I am very angry this time." "Xin Hui, boss, what should we do?" I asked Song Ainen to come over. Song Ainen is Yen Ran's best friend, Yen Mo's godmother, lives in Kyoto, and is the best at coaxing Yen Mo. Song Ainen arrived as soon as she was called. She came over 2 hours later, bringing a big bag of food and toys, and went into the house to coax the child. When they came out, Xinhua couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, you are really awesome. The next morning, Yenmo went to school with his small school bag on his back, looking depressed. When he was almost at school, he saw the bodyguard uncle from yesterday. Gubei touched his head and said with a smile, "Little friend, our Jiu now lives in Yunpei Lake in the east. He has a resort development project there. He will probably stay here for a while. If you have any problems, you can come to him at any time." The little guy, who was originally in a depressed mood, immediately brightened up his eyes. Is it true? How could an adult lie to a child? Yenmo hugged Gubei's waist and said, "Thank you, uncle. Does my father like me very much too?" Gubei smiled and said yes. In fact, Jiu felt that the child's features did resemble him, so he wanted to stay and figure out the matter. And since there happened to be a project here, he decided to move in. Yenmo went to school happily, jumping and skipping. Yenran wanted to discuss something with a feng shui master in Kyoto. Her master's grave had to be moved, so she had to be careful. So she went to Kyoto. It was already evening when we finished discussing the matter. There is a film and television city next to the feng shui master's house. Yenran stood at the bus stop waiting for the bus. After 2 stops, he could take the bus back to Huashi village. Suddenly, a luxury car stopped at the gate of the film and television city. There were many paparazzi with cameras and long guns surrounding the car, taking pictures of it indiscriminately. Yenran leaned lazily against the billboard on the platform, and when he saw the people getting off the train, his eyes suddenly tightened. She knew the middle-aged lady who got off the car and a girl of similar age. When she was still young, her parents divorced. Her father was irresponsible and had already gone to a southern city to live off his wife. Her mother, Zhaoman, was also one step away from marrying into the wealthy Du family in Kyoto. In front of her were her mother and twin sister Yan Ning. Back then, her mother Zhaoman chose the well-behaved and obedient Yan Ning to move into the Du family with her, and abandoned her because she seemed to be not very capable. That year, she was 5 years old. They were so close, but Zhaoman and Yan Ning didn't seem to notice her in front of the bus stop. Yenran looked at the mother and daughter indifferently. Reporters swarmed in, blocking the 2 men's way. "I heard that, Yan Ning, you have a younger sister in the countryside. Is that true?" Yan Ning is a popular young star in the entertainment industry, so naturally there were rival companies that dug up some dirt on her. After digging a lot, they found out that she has a younger sister. And I heard that her mother Zhaoman cruelly abandoned another daughter in order to marry into the Du family, and this daughter is now suffering in the countryside. The elder sister lives in a glamorous and wealthy family, while the younger sister lives in the countryside in a miserable state. What explosive news this is! Yan Ning gritted her teeth and was about to confront the reporter when she was stopped by her mother. "You can't just criticize this kind of reporter randomly, otherwise it might cause trouble." Chapter 6, Afraid of Lies Being Exposed. Zhaoman smiled and said, "My journalist friend, the truth is, I do have 2 daughters. In addition to Yan Ning, I have a younger daughter, and she does live in the countryside, but I definitely did not abandon her, and Yan Ning did not disown her sister. The situation is very complicated. My younger daughter is in poor health, so she needs to live in the countryside to recuperate. We have always had a very close relationship. Ningning and I would go to the countryside to visit her every now and then. It is not like what is written on the internet, so I hope you will not write nonsense and slander others' reputation." Every word she said fell into Yan Ran's ears. The corners of the girl's lips raised into a self-deprecating smile. Not abandonment? Close relationship? Go visit her in the countryside from time to time? It's really ridiculous. The reporter was still asking questions, and Yan Ning was feeling very annoyed. She was originally a popular young actress with a very good reputation in the circle and no black material at all. But because of Yan Ran, many people on the internet were now criticizing her for being so unkind. It's really hard to live in peace in the countryside. So fed up. After all, Zhaoman had been in the wealthy circle for so many years, and her rhetoric was very sophisticated. She finally managed to appease those aggressive reporters. When I turned around and saw the girl standing at the bus stop, my heart began to tremble with shock. That was her little daughter Yan Ran. She recognized her at the first sight. The girl was wearing a black t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. She looked like a gangster. The sharpness in her eyes made her shudder. Putting aside her ordinary clothes, she was really beautiful. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped her, and she had an otherworldly beauty, a beauty that even crushed Ningning. She could tell from a young age that her youngest daughter had the potential to cause trouble. Although Ningning was not as pretty as Yan Ran, she was well behaved and lovely. The Du family only allowed her to bring one daughter in, so she chose Ningning. Facts have also proved that her choice was not wrong. Over the years, Ningning not only never caused her any trouble, but also pleased Du Jiarong very much. Even her current parents-in-law were very satisfied with Ningning. The reporters hadn't left yet, and the girl was still standing next to the bus stop. Zhao Man's heart was hanging. She was afraid that the girl would suddenly come up and expose the lies she had just told. She abandoned the girl when she was 5 years old, and in the past 17 years, she has never visited her in Huaxi village. She is already the mistress of a wealthy family in Kyoto, and she wants to cut off her shameful past, but unfortunately, this matter was recently exposed. It's really annoying. The reporters gradually dispersed and Zhao Man breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, Yan Ning was about to pull her mother into the film and television city when Zhao Man grabbed her hand and said, "Come with me." Yan Ran watched Zhao Man and Yan Ning walk towards her step by step. There was no joy in the eyes of her mother Zhao Man, who was reunited after a long separation. Instead, she was wary and defensive. Yan Ran laughed at herself in her heart. What was she afraid of? Was she afraid that she would expose their lies? Xiao Ran? Zhao Man walked up to her with a fake smile on her face. Yan Ran looked indifferent. What's up? Mrs. Du? A cold light flashed in Zhao Man's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing in Kyoto? Is it to disrupt their peaceful lives?" Although she had not visited her in the countryside over the years, she would give her 5,000 yuan every year. Since there was not much expenditure in the village, 5,000 yuan was a huge sum of money for her. It seems that this girl is quite greedy. Chapter 7 Let the boss be a clerk. Yan Ran said lazily, "Come and do my own thing." As soon as I finished speaking, Zhao Man grabbed my wrist and asked me to get into the car. After saying that, she was dragged into the car by her mother. One on each side, Zhao Man and Yan Ning surrounded her tightly. The car slowly left the film and television city. Neon lights flashed outside the car window, and the high-rise buildings lined up one after another showed the prosperity and bustle of this city. Only then did Yan Ning see clearly the country girl whom she hadn't seen for 17 years. Only when she was so close did she realize that Yan Ran was actually very beautiful. Although she was unkempt, her gorgeous complexion was definitely hard to conceal, and her facial features were even more delicate than hers. However, fortunately, she has always lived in the countryside and has poor taste, so the clothes she wears are completely cheap goods. No matter how beautiful she is, wealthy families always value matching, and this is how Yan Ran's life will be. She was also glad that her mother brought her into the Du family. Zhao Man said coldly, "It was indeed Mom's fault back then, but your sister is facing a public opinion crisis now, and you can't be like her rivals and add insult to injury." Zhao Man thought Yan Ran saw the comments online and took advantage of the situation. Yan Ran sneered, "What does Ms. Zhao mean?" Seeing that this girl had a cold temperament and even a strong aura, Zhao Man immediately realized that she seemed to have misunderstood. However, Ningning's public opinion crisis has already formed, and she has to find a way to resolve it. Yan Ran suddenly knocked on the door, which gave her an idea. It would be better to comfort Yan Ran and let them show their deep sisterly love, then Ningning's crisis will be resolved naturally. I don't mean that. The thing is, Xiao Ran, your mother abandoned you in Huaxi village for your own good. You know about this, right? Zhao Man thought, this girl has been living in the countryside, and it is said that she didn't even finish high school. Besides, she is young and inexperienced, so she can always be fooled by just making up a few words. The smile on Yan Ran's lips became more and more sarcastic. I still think of her as the 5-year-old child she was back then, telling such a lie that was difficult to justify. That's ridiculous. Zhao Man added, at that time, your health was not very good, this is true, so you don't know how deep the water is in a family like the Du family. Your sister followed me into the Du family and was almost killed. Yan Ran smiled sarcastically, do I still have to thank you? Yan Ning gritted her teeth, why are you being so sarcastic? Yan Ran's eyes were deep and cold, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Man added, actually, I have always been thinking that when you grow up, we will visit each other more often. You should come to the Du family more often. Your uncle Du has mentioned you recently and said that he can introduce you to a job as a clerk in his company. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. Clerical work is quite interesting. She was too lazy to do the job of a professor at a world-class university, and now she has to get a clerk job to get by. It's really interesting. Yan Ning saw her disdain and finally couldn't help it. She caught Yan Ran and scolded her, "What's your attitude?" Although Mom didn't bring you into the Du family, she felt guilty. Don't be so arrogant, okay? Don't think that Mom feels guilty about you and is greedy. With your level, Uncle Du made a break and let you join his company. Shouldn't you be grateful? Yan Ran finally couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed Yan Ning's hand. With a click. Then he pushed her away and got out of the car. Yan Ning's shrill cry came from behind, "Mom, my hand hurts." The culprit had already walked away in a swagger. After returning, I briefly explained this matter to Song Anan and Xinhua. Qiqi came back from kindergarten and saw his Uncle Qin and Aunt Song both looked angry, so he asked them what was wrong. Xinhua said, "Someone bullied your mother." I saw that little Qiqi didn't even have time to put down his school bag, he turned around and ran away. Xinhua called him from behind, "Hey, where are you going?" Qiqi ran forward desperately with his short legs. Uncle Gu said that he could go find his father any time. If his mother was bullied, he would ask his father to protect her. Chapter 8. Mr. Mo actually compromised. At the Yunpei Lake Resort Villa, Mo Yunpei was having a meeting with several senior executives when he saw a child lying outside the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at him with his big blinking eyes. Gu Bei stood behind Yan Mo and whispered, "Our Master Mo is in a meeting. Qiqi, can I take you over there to wait for him?" Yan Mo leaned against the door and said in a low voice, "Can I just watch my dad in the meeting here? I promise not to make any noise, I will be a good boy." He likes looking at his dad. His dad is so handsome, the most handsome person he has ever seen. Gu Bei's heart almost melted. Who wouldn't he like such a cute and well-behaved child? Of course, except for his own Master Mo. Mr. Mo is a cold machine without any emotions. When Mo Yunpei finished the meeting, it was already dark outside. Gu Bei took Xia Chuanzi to meet his Master Mo, feeling a little nervous. Yan Mo walked over and pulled his hand, "Dad, can you go with me to see Mom?" There was no emotion on Mo Yunpei's handsome face. "You are not allowed to call me daddy anymore." The light in the little dumpling's eye seemed to disappear suddenly, and Mo Yunpei actually felt a little pity for him. He had never sympathized with anyone before. "Don't call me dad when there are outsiders around." He actually compromised, and he felt a little puzzled. After all, Xia Chuanzi is a child, and he immediately became happy again. "Dad, my mom is being bullied, please come with me, we must protect Mom together." The project was progressing smoothly, and Mo Yunpei seemed to be in a good mood. She was not as taciturn as before. Who bullied her? After just one encounter, he felt that he was not a weak person. "I don't know either. My mother was crying at home." Qiqi felt a little guilty after saying this, because he had lied to his father, but he also felt that if he didn't make the situation more serious, his father would not go with him. Gu Bei suggested cautiously, "I heard that there are some farm banquets over there, and the taste is very good. Why don't we go and try them, Mr. Mo?" Mo Yunpei didn't know what was going on with him. He actually followed the little ball to his house for the second time. Yunpei Lake Resort is not far from Huaxi Village, and can be reached in 20 minutes by car. From a distance, I saw a woman carrying something walking towards me. I couldn't see her face clearly because of the headlights of the car. "Mom," the little dumpling suddenly shouted. The car stopped and Mo Yunpei was pulled out of the car by Xia Chuanzi. I saw little dumpling's mother carrying a deer on her shoulders. The deer was almost as big as her, but she was able to carry it on her shoulders effortlessly. Yan Ran glanced at the noble man and frowned. Why did this guy go to him again? Gu Bei pointed at the deer on her shoulder and said, "Did you buy this?" Yan Ran, "I went hunting in the mountains." Gu Bei, You hunted alone?" Yan Ran looked indifferent. "What's wrong?" Gu Bei's eyes widened. "What happened?" "Deer run very fast. I didn't see her with a hunting rifle, only a Swiss Army knife." "So, she hunted a deer with a knife? And that kid Qiqi said that his mother was bullied and he was crying at home? Who the hell dares to bully this big guy?" Yan Mo became anxious and quickly said to Mo Yunpei, "It must have been hunted by Uncle Qinhua, my mother just carried it back, my mother is very weak." Yan Ran, "What nonsense is this kid talking about?" Gu Bei said with a smile, "Miss Yan, we sent Qiqi back, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? I heard that the venison in Huaxi Village is a specialty, and many Michelin-starred restaurants in Kyoto come to you to purchase goods. Are we lucky enough to eat fresh venison?" Yan Ran glared at Yan Mo. This boy was causing trouble for her again. Then come to my house and have charcoal grilled venison tonight. Chapter 9. Kids these days are really cunning. Gubei reached out to take the deer from her shoulder. Let me do it. Yan Ran didn't bother to be polite with him and let go of his hand, and Gubei almost couldn't catch it. My goodness, it's so heavy. The girl looked pretty and fragile, yet she managed to carry a deer back from the mountains effortlessly. Who would dare to believe it? Huaxi village is backed by Yunshan Mountain, which is lush with vegetation and rich in species. Due to the unique geographical environment, both fruits, vegetables and animals here are more delicious than those outside. After walking for 5 minutes, they arrived at a farmyard. Gubei took the deer off his shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. You know, he is a top master with a black belt in taekwondo and a red belt in judo. He always feels that he can barely fight her to a draw. This girl should not be underestimated. Song Ainen returned to Kyoto again. Qinhua killed the deer, drained the blood, and finally spread the meat on the stone platform under the banyan tree to cut it. Yan Ran glanced at the nobleman. He was wearing a white shirt and black suit trousers. He had a noble aura that was out of place in this small courtyard. He sat on a stone bench with his back straight, his profile looking cool and sexy. Yan Ran recalled very carefully. If she had ever met such a stunning man in her life, there was no reason why she would not remember him. Gubei saw that Qinhua's technique of cutting meat was extremely skillful and meticulous, and asked, "Are you the butcher here?" "My name is Qinhua." The banana in Gubei's hand fell to the ground with a plop. Qinhua? He is a well-known figure in Kyoto and the #1 cardiologist in Kyoto. How could he come to this small village to do these menial tasks? Mo Yunpei looked nonchalantly. "Are you and the little guy's mother in love?" Qiqi jumped up immediately. "Dad, no, don't misunderstand Uncle Qin, he is my mother's apprentice." The banana that Gubei had just picked up fell to the ground again. Apprentice? Qinhua, who is #1 in the Department of Cardiology, is the apprentice of this girl who looks to be in her early 20s? What kind of fantasy is this? What kind of disciple? There was a subtle hint of amusement in Mo Yunpei's voice. Yan Ran said, "He learned hunting from me." The man smiled faintly. "Oh? Learning to hunt?" Yan Ran said seriously, "Yes, practice knife skills, so that you can perform surgery more skillfully when you return to Kyoto." After saying that, he scooped a spoonful of passion fruit honey into the cup, added hot water, threw 2 mint leaves in, and added a few ice cubes. There were only 2 lamps hanging in the yard, which gave it a very ancient flavor. The stars were surging above her head. She prepared some side dishes swiftly, and Qinhua brought up 2 large plates of cleaned venison. The meat was bright red and was placed on the baking tray, making a sizzling sound. Gubei began to drool like crazy. Qiqi came out of the house with a transparent container and placed it next to Mo Yunpei. "Dad, this is the rice wine my mother brewed last fall. It tastes great. You can have some." Yan Ran frowned and glared at the little guy. Why was he still calling him daddy? Qiqi pouted in grievance. Yan Ran poured a glass of wine for Mo Yunpei and raised his glass. "Sorry sir, my son has been causing you trouble." Mo Yunpei pinched the porcelain cup with his long, bony fingers, and said in a low, emotionless voice, "It's okay." After drinking it all in one gulp, the taste is delicate and smooth, refreshing and tempting, making you want to drink a second cup. Qiqi winked at Gubei twice, then sneaked out of the yard while his parents and Uncle Qin were drinking, and Gubei ran out with him. Under the wall, Qiqi took out a handful of money from his pocket. "Uncle Gu, this is all my savings, I give it to you." "Gubei, what are you doing?" "Uncle, please do me a favor and leave now and drive the car away so that my dad will have to stay at my house and sleep." Gubei. Are the tricks of today's kids so sophisticated? Chapter 10. Stay overnight. Gubei looked at him embarrassedly. "If I dare to leave our third master, he will cut me into pieces." The kid had never seen the third master's temper, so he dared to offend him. Qiqi patted her chest and said, "At worst, you can just quit your job. My mom has money. You can come and work for her and she can support you." Gubei sneered in his heart. How much money could a village beauty have who made a living by farming and hunting? Forget it, the kid has no idea about money, so he won't expose him. Can. "Uncle Gu, you look like a good person, can you help me? If my dad blames you, just say I asked you to do it." The little boy's eyes were full of pity, and the words longing for fatherly love were almost engraved on his face. Gubei gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, I'll help you no matter how hard you try." After saying that, he crouched down secretly, and while their third master wasn't paying attention, he slipped to the embankment not far away, and started the car with trembling fingers. In the quiet little village late at night, the engine sound was particularly eye-catching. Gubei made up his mind, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away without caring about anything. In the yard, under the lamp, Yunpei drank 5 or 6 cups of rice wine in a row. When he looked up, he saw that the woman's cheeks were slightly red and her eyes were a little blurred. The strange thing is that this woman has been living in the countryside for many years and seems to do rough work, but her skin is fair and tender, and the blush spreads to her ears and neck. Yunpei, who is used to seeing beautiful women, can't take his eyes away for a moment. Yen saw his uncle go off, went back outside the yard, took out his mother's Swiss Army knife, and cut the rear tire. Then he looked up at the yard. Uncle Qin really had no tact at all. Why did he act like a big light bulb? He quietly walked to the stone platform and wanted to take Uncle Qin away as well, but unfortunately he was discovered by his father. The barbecue tastes good, and the rice wine is good too. It's getting late, Gubei, let us go. At this time, Gubei had already returned to the resort and was sitting anxiously by the lake, his right eyelid twitching wildly. Third Master, I will go to you tomorrow to apologize for my crime. It was my fault that I couldn't resist the cute attack of the little bun. Yunpei looked around, but couldn't see his bodyguards anywhere. Qiqi tugged at his father's trouser leg. Uncle Gu said he was not feeling well and had to go back first. Dad, you can stay at our house and sleep. Yen ran, what nonsense are you talking about? Shinua, take Mr. Mo back to their resort on your electric bike. Qiqi smiled secretly, fortunately he had foresight, hee hee. Yunpei's face was a little gloomy. Electric car? What is that? Shinua picked up the key on the table. Third Master, come on, let me take you to appreciate the night view of the countryside. After going out, Shinua shouted, Boss, the electric bike is out of gas. Yen Ran put one hand in his trouser pocket and glanced at Qiqi. Qiqi looked guilty and did not dare to look at his mother. He whispered, besides, Uncle Qin drank alcohol. Even if it was an electric car, it was considered drunk driving. There are thousands of roads, and safety is the first. If you drive in an irregular manner, your loved ones will shed tears. Yen Ran narrowed her eyes and said, forget it, Mr. Mo, please stay here for one night. Yunpei gave the woman a mysterious look. When Qiqi heard what his mother said, he immediately pulled Yunpei happily and said, Dad, you sleep in that room. It's spacious, ventilated from north to south, very cool, and it won't be hot even without the fan. Before she could finish her words, she was picked up by Yen Ran. She said to Yunpei indifferently, that's my master bedroom. Qiqi and I will sleep in it tonight. Please sleep in the same room with Shinua. The bathroom is over there. Shinua will get you pajamas. Qiqi looked annoyed, she almost succeeded. Chapter 11 No Insomnia. At night, the countryside is quiet, and the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs seem to be right next to your ears. Yen Ran took a shower, put on pajamas, looked at a certain child who was dawdling and refusing to go to bed, and patted the bedboard. You have to go to school tomorrow, do you want to be late? Qiqi pouted, why doesn't mom let dad sleep with you? Xiaopeng's parents all sleep in the same bed, Yingying's parents also sleep in the same bed, and the parents of other children all sleep in the same bed. Yen Ran pressed his temple. Yen Mo, let me emphasize again that he is not your father. That's it. Do you hear me? Qiqi climbed onto the bed holding his teddy bear stuffed animal, feeling aggrieved. He looks a lot like me. Yen Ran lay down and hugged him. If you always do that, it will be very troublesome for others, do you know that? Qiqi pinched her little fingers and said, I heard the ants always say bad things about you behind mama's back. I want a father who can protect mom. Yen Ran touched his head. Mommy can protect herself and Qiqi, go to sleep. In the next room, Shinhua looked at the gentleman with a noble and extraordinary aura with trepidation. Look at how we sleep. Are you used to sleeping inside or outside? I'm used to sleeping alone. Shinhua scratched the back of his head, then. I'll sleep on the floor. I am used to sleeping in a room by myself. Shinhua. This is fucking bullying. Yunpei looked casually. Take your pillow and go out to sleep. Shinhua clenched his fist and said, tell my boss tomorrow. It's too bullying. But this gentleman's aura was too great. Although he was also an important figure in the medical world of Kyoto, he still felt timid and took his pillow to sleep on the tatami outside. Yunpei thought he would not be able to sleep. He had a certain degree of insomnia and sometimes needed hypnosis from a psychologist to fall asleep peacefully. What's more, this was a remote village where he was unfamiliar with the place. As a person who was very careful about choosing his bed, he felt that he might have a sleepless night. But the strange thing was that there was always a faint scent of pine and cypress at the tip of my nose, which was very relaxing and pleasant. After a while, my consciousness gradually became confused, and then I fell into a deep sleep. In the past, even if he was hypnotized by a psychologist, he would not sleep more than 4 hours a day. But now, in this strange little house, he slept from 10:30 in the evening to 6:30 in the morning. A full 8 hours. He was awakened by the noise outside. He opened his eyes suddenly and saw that it was already bright outside. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was already 6:30. Yunpei lowered his eyes, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and then he left the room with a gloomy expression. Yan Ran was standing next to Qinhuo and kicked him lightly. "Why are you sleeping outside?" Qinhuo looked aggrieved. "Boss, I've been feeding mosquitoes all night, I'm so miserable." Yan Ran looked up and saw Mr. Mo standing at the door with a gloomy face. He seemed very unhappy to be alone in the room. "Let's have breakfast." Yan Ran didn't intend to argue with a guest. Qinhuo touched the lumps all over his body and said, "Boss, won't you make the decision for me?" Yan Ran glanced at him. "Who told you to be so cowardly? Did you come out just because he asked you to? Can't you be a little tougher?" So, there was one more aggrieved person in this small courtyard. Qinhuo and Qiqi felt sorry for each other and almost cried. Yan Ran saw the handsome man walking out directly and called out to him, "Aren't you going to finish your breakfast before leaving?" But the man had a gloomy face and a cold expression, as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Chapter 12, Was he drugged? Yunpei made the call, "Show up in front of me within 20 minutes, or you're done." As soon as Gu Bei received the call, he rushed out like an arrow. Yan Ran found this man inexplicable. After all, she had taken him in for one night, so who was he showing his displeasure to so early in the morning? If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. In the morning, Qinhuo fried bacon and cod, and toasted some bread, while Yan Ran took a transparent glass and went to the backyard to squeeze some goat milk. Fresh, hot goat milk, the air is filled with the strong smell of milk and fried meat. Yunpei stood there, his back revealing an air of keeping people at a distance. Qiqi was about to ask him to have breakfast together, but was stopped by Yan Ran. "He seems to be in a bad mood, don't add fuel to the fire." Qiqi still protects his father. "Maybe he is in a bad mood when he wakes up. I heard that rich people all have this problem." Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. Soon, Gu Bei drove over in a hurry and saw that his third uncle had a gloomy face and was very depressed, with his calves shaking with fear. He forgot that the third master suffered from severe insomnia and must have not slept a wink last night. He must have been in a terrible mood. "He's finished." After getting in the car, Yunpei said in a gloomy voice, "Let Shinji come over." Shinji is Yunpei's psychiatrist. Gu Bei said yes with a trembling voice, and dialed Shinji's number. Soon Shinji rushed to the resort. "What's wrong? Have you been suffering from severe insomnia recently?" Yunpei unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt collar irritably. "I slept for 8 hours last night." Shinji and Gu Bei were both stunned. 8 hours? Isn't this a good thing? Check my body and see if someone has drugged me. Gu Bei then realized that his extremely suspicious uncle suspected that Xiao Baozi and his village beauty mother had used drugs on him, which was why he was in such a bad mood. But it's not that the third master is suspicious. He has always suffered from severe insomnia. Suddenly he slept for 8 hours. Anyone would think there is something fishy. Shinji took out a syringe and drew a tube of blood from Yunpei. "Third master, I will send this blood to the hospital in Yuncheng. The result will be out in about an hour. Please wait a moment." Yunpei pressed his temple. "I understand." Shinji asked his assistant to send the blood sample away, made 2 cups of coffee, and brought them to Yunpei. "Who dares to drug you?" "Third master, are you thinking too much?" Yunpei placed his slender fingers on his temple and took a sip of coffee. "Without taking medicine or hypnosis, I wouldn't be able to sleep for so long. Before going to bed, I smelled some strange smell." "What does it taste like?" "The scent of pine and cypress, and then I lost consciousness." Shinji didn't dare to assert anything. Everything still depended on the examination results. An hour later, he received the examination report on his mobile phone. He showed the phone to Yunpei. Everything was normal, no drug was taken. Yunpei frowned suddenly. Was he not drugged? Did he fall asleep normally? Shinji said excitedly, "Third master, this at least shows that your insomnia can be cured. Where did you sleep last night? Gubei, quickly ask the staff here to come out. Is there any incense in this room? In the future, you can light this kind of incense in the third master's room. Gubei hesitated and said only after getting his third uncle's approval. The third uncle did not stay at the resort last night, but he stayed at a villager's home in Huaxi village. Shen Ji. How could San Yi, a person who was extremely picky about his sleeping environment, sleep for 8 hours in a strange villageress home? Chapter 13. Qiqi was thrown into the river. Qiqi was in a bad mood because Mo Yunpei left in a hurry without even having breakfast. This bad mood lasted the whole day. When kindergarten was over in the evening, he carried his small school bag and water bottle and left the school. Huang Xiaoyu at school had always bullied him, saying that he had no father. She also secretly poured water on his pants while he was taking a nap, and then falsely accused him of wetting his pants, making all the kids in the kindergarten laugh at him. Today, Huang Xiaoyu saw Yan Mo looking listless and felt like playing a prank again. He picked up a small stone on the ground and smashed it at Yan Mo's head. The stone was as big as a palm and hit Yan Mo's forehead, causing blood to flow out immediately. Yan Mo had always tolerated his words in the past, but today he was in such a bad mood that he immediately picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at Huang Xiaoyu. Huang Xiaoyu is a little fat boy, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He fell to the ground when he was hit by the stone, and his head was broken. He ran up to Yan Mo viciously and grabbed Yan Mo's clothes. You little bastard, you dare to hit me? Yan Mo hated it most when people called him a bastard. He grabbed Huang Xiaoyu's hair and said, why don't you call me a bastard again? It happened that Huang Xiaoyu's father came to pick him up from school. Huang Xiaoyu's father was a well-known gangster in Huaxi village. When he saw his son being grabbed by Yan Mo's hair, he immediately became furious. He grabbed Yan Mo by the collar and said, you little bastard dared to hit my son. Are you tired of living? Huang Xiaoyu had someone to back him up, and he immediately became arrogant. Dad, beat him, the little bastard threw stones at me and hurt me. Yan Mo was carried high up, his face flushed red. Huang Xiaoyu was the first to hit me with a stone, and he also called me a bastard. Huang Xiaoyu looked shameless. Who saw it? Who saw it? Classmate Ying secretly ran to Yan Mo's house to ask for help. Huang Xiaoyu's father Huang Bin was furious. Aren't you a little bastard? Was my son wrong? Huang Bin's wife was from another place. After giving birth to Huang Xiaoyu, she disliked his idleness and lack of work, so she ran away secretly. Huang Bin once wanted to ask someone to act as a matchmaker so that Yan Ran could marry him, and he even said that he didn't mind that she had a child out of wedlock. Unexpectedly, the woman relied on her beauty to reject him, so he was furious when he saw Yan Mo. He carried Yan Mo to the river and threw him into the river. Yan Mo couldn't swim, and he was so scared that he kept flapping his wings. He was so scared that he wanted to call for his mother, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the river water choked into his mouth and nose. Ying ran all the way to Yan Ran's house, gasping for breath. Sister, Yan Mo was beaten. Because Yan Ran looked so young and beautiful, Ying calls her sister. Yan Ran ran outside immediately after hearing this. When she reached the river outside the kindergarten, she saw Huang Bin pushing her son's head into the water. She was anxious, so she ran over, jumped into the air, and kicked Huang Bin on the back. Huang Bin staggered and fell directly into the river. Yan Ran immediately grabbed Qiqi's hand, pulled him up, laid him flat on the grass beside him, and pressed on his chest. Qiqi suddenly spat out a mouthful of water and coughed violently. Huang Xiaoyu rushed forward and pulled her. You dare to kick my dad, you bad woman. Yan Ran pushed the naughty kid into the river with his backhand. Qinhua pulled Ying and trotted over. Yan Ran waved, hurry up and show it to Qiqi. Qinhua checked and said, it's okay, the water has been spit out, he's just a little frightened, don't worry, boss. Yan Ran turned around and saw Huang Bin pulling his son ashore, cursing, how dare you, a bitch. With a bang, before he could finish his words, he was kicked into the river again by Yan Ran. Huang Xiaoyu, who had just climbed ashore, cried but did not dare to yell at Yan Ran anymore. Huang Bin fell into the river, and just as he was about to raise his head, Yan Ran held his head tightly. The burly man was held down by a weak woman and could not move. Huang Bin's hands flapped wildly. Yan Ran counted the time indifferently, 1, 2, 3, 35, 36. Yan Ran grabbed his hair and made him float to the surface for air. Huang Bin looked at the beautiful woman's delicate face and was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Why did this woman have so much strength? You dare to bully my son? I think you are tired of living. Chapter 14. How dare you bully my son? Yan Ran's furious and sinister voice made Huang Bin immediately cry and beg for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yan Ran pushed his head into the river again, and Huang Bin struggled frantically. 1, 2, 3, 40, 41. The water on the river's surface was splashing. Huang Bin was regretting his decision so much that his intestines turned green. He never expected that Yan Ran was such a ruthless character. Yan Ran grabbed his hair again and made him float to the surface to breathe. Will you bully my son again in the future? The contempt and impatience in her eyes made Huang Bin feel uneasy. He felt that if he hadn't said anything, this woman would really dare to kill him. And if she really wanted to kill him, it would be easy as pie. I don't dare anymore, sister, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Yan Ran dragged Huang Bin to the shore with one hand, and Huang Bin lay on the grass in a miserable state. Yan Ran stepped on his leg, and Huang Bin felt that his shin bones were about to be broken by her. Apologize to my son. Huang Bin begged for mercy with bared teeth. Yan Mo, I'm sorry, uncle was wrong, uncle will apologize to you. After saying that, he grabbed his son by the collar. Come here and apologize to Yan Mo. If you dare to bully Yan Mo again, I will beat you to death when I get home. Huang Xiaoyu cried and said, Yan Mo, I'm sorry. Yan Mo was still in shock, his face pale, and he looked at Yan Ran, who kicked Huang Bin hard. Get out. Huang Bin fled with his son in a hurry. Shinua carried Yan Mo and Yan Ran back home. Yan Ran took her son's pulse and confirmed that he was fine. She was really scared and relieved. This little rascal is really tired of living. If he knew that Yan Ran is the leader of the Seven Star Alliance, the world's #1 organization, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. Go make some ginger juice for him to drink. The weather is not hot today and I'm afraid he might catch a cold. Okay, boss. Yan Ran changed his clothes and carried him to bed. Yan Mo looked a little depressed. Yan Ran was distressed. Does Huang Xiaoyu bully you often? Why didn't you tell mom? Yan Mo's face turned pale. He always bullies me and says I don't have a father. Yan Ran's heart was in a knot. She just didn't show a lot of emotions on her face, but Yan Mo was her child and was the person she cared about the most in this world. How could she not feel sorry for him? If this happens again, tell your mom, okay? Yan Mo took his hand and said weakly, Mom, can you let Dad come to see me? Yan Ran. She was in a dilemma. That Mr. Mo-san seemed out of her reach, and she was in a bad mood when she left this morning. But her son said pitifully that he wanted the man to come and see him, and she couldn't bear to disappoint him. She clapped her hands and went out. There was a large piece of fresh venison in the refrigerator. She thought the man seemed to like venison very much, so she sent some to him. He also liked rice wine very much. Yan Ran packed the venison and a large bottle of rice wine, and rode her electric scooter to the Yunpei Lake Resort. Outside the resort, there was a black Porsche parked. Sitting in the car were Mo Yunpei's cousin Mo Anshua and Mo Anshua's best friend Pei and I. Mo Anshua said excitedly, It is obviously just the development of an ordinary resort. I don't know how it alarmed my third brother, the big Buddha, to come and take charge. Let's find a way to live here, with beautiful mountains and rivers. Maybe my third brother will be in a good mood and let you take him down in one fell swoop. Penny's cheeks flushed. The third master has always been aloof, so I'd better not have such high expectations. Tada, a small motorcycle stopped next to the luxury car. Hello, I'm looking for Mo Yunpei. When the lazy and casual voice came, Penny's eyes were immediately full of vigilance. Chapter 15 Sister Ran was ridiculed. Penny looked in the direction of the sound and was immediately relieved. The woman was wearing a half-face helmet, her long hair was loose, she was wearing a t-shirt, loose jeans, and flip-flops, and she looked unkempt. There was also a large cardboard box on the back of the scooter, probably delivering goods to the resort. Mo Anshua rolled her eyes. How dare you say my brother's name when you come to deliver the goods? Penny looked disdainful. A godlike man suddenly came to the small village, and all the country women wanted to get close to him without considering their own worth. Mo Anshua got out of the car and walked to Yan Ran's scooter. When she saw her face, she was shocked. Although this woman was not dressed well, her face was really beautiful. Even such ordinary clothes could not hide her appearance. It turns out that she was just relying on her good looks to have wild ideas. Ridiculous. What are you looking for Mo Yunpei for? Yan Ran patted the cardboard box behind him. There is a piece of venison and some rice wine for him, and then I want to talk to him about something. Mo Anshua burst out laughing. Yan Ran frowned. Is there anything funny? You still want to talk to my brother? Who do you think you are? Don't you think you are worthy? Have you been in the village for too long and think that big shots have nothing to do? Or have you watched too many idol dramas and thought that a noble son from a famous family would be interested in a good-for-nothing country bumpkin like you? Yen Ran frowned. The man looked like a well-educated nobleman, so how could he have such a snobbish sister? Do you have the final say on this resort? Yen Ran raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. Although Emo Anshue is not the eldest daughter of the Emo family, who in Kyoto would not give her some face. Arriving in the countryside, she suffered such injustice. How could she endure it? She raised her hand to hit Yen Ran, but Yen Ran remained calm and grabbed her wrist with such force that Emo Anshue felt her bones were about to be crushed. I advise you not to mess with me. I am not someone you can easily mess with. The woman had a sinister look on her face and her voice was as cold as ice. Emo Anshue immediately became timid. So is this woman the village bully here? Seeing that Emo Anshue was frightened by the village girl, Pei Ni jumped out of the car immediately and gritted her teeth and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you do this to Anshue? She is a member of the Emo family." After saying that, he picked up the rice wine in the back basket of the scooter with one hand and threw it hard. The glass bottle broke into pieces and the rice wine spilled all over the floor. A waste of food. Yen Ran couldn't stand it the most, so he grabbed Pei Ni's shoulders and gave her a solid shoulder throw. Penny felt dizzy, seeing stars, and lying on the ground in a mess. As a socialite, she had never been insulted like this before. She was angry and annoyed. "You bitch, you are finished, I tell you, you are really finished, just wait for jail time." The security guard notified the inside, and suddenly, the gate of the resort was opened wide. Emo Anshue helped Pei Ni get into the car and pointed at Yen Ran fiercely, "You wait." But she saw her third brother's psychologist Shinji jogging over and greeting the village girl warmly and politely. "Are you Miss Yen?" "Yes." "Please follow me." Emo Anshue and Pei Ni stood there in a daze, then called Shinji. "Dr. Shin, this woman just beat Pei Ni. I have to call the police and have her arrested." Shinji laughed and said, "Third master wants to see her, why don't you tell him later?" Chapter 16, Can her body fragrance cure insomnia? So, Emo Anshue and Pei Ni watched helplessly as the wild country girl rode her little motorcycle and followed Shinji into the resort. Pei Ni was thrown to the ground by the rude and brutal woman and was in pain all over. She was worried and said, "Could it be that the third master really likes this wild country girl?" Emo Anshue stamped her feet in anger. "She looks like a vixen, and this country girl has no moral integrity at all. She must have seduced my third brother without any bottom line. She is so despicable." Penny gritted her teeth. "What should I do then?" Emo Anshue comforted her. "You don't really think my third brother has such low taste that he can fall in love with a country woman, do you? This kind of woman who doesn't know the height of heaven and earth, I will let her know that she is that kind of stuff, not even worthy of carrying your shoes." "What are you going to do?" Emo Anshue said proudly, "Isn't it my third brother's grandfather's 80th birthday next week? My great-grandfather loves me, so I asked him to hold the birthday party in this resort. Just wait and see, I will definitely make that country girl look so embarrassed that she will give up." In front of the huge French window, Yen Ran appeared in front of Mo Yunpei holding a box of venison. The man was dressed casually, but the cold and aloof feeling on his body was still there. "Something?" His style of being frugal with words has not changed. Yen Ran put the paper box on the ground and said, "This is 10 pounds of venison. I saw that Mr. Mo liked it very much, so I brought it here. I also wanted to give you a bottle of rice wine, but it was broken by a girl outside. I will send it to you tomorrow." "Something?" the man repeated, as if he thought she was talking nonsense. Yen Ran frowned. No one dared to speak to her in such a casual tone. This man was a bit arrogant. Seeing as how much the little guy liked him, she didn't want to bother with the man. Qiqi was just thrown into the river. "What?" Gubei suddenly lost his composure. Who was so ignorant of life and death that he dared to bully Qiqi? Mo Yunpei glanced at him and he immediately shut up. The third master hadn't spoken yet, so he had no right to speak. A parent of a child, the incident has passed, but Qiqi was frightened. He likes Mr. Mo very much, so he asked Mr. Mo to go see him. Yen Ran felt that the handsome man looked her up and down with an inquiring look in his eyes. The room was silent, so quiet that it made her feel a little uncomfortable. "I see." She didn't expect that the man who seemed so picky was actually so easy to talk to and agreed just like that. He must really like venison, Yan Ran thought, so I should hunt more venison for him as a reward. Mo Anshue and Pei Ni parked their car in front of the main building. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw her third brother, who was as handsome as a god, following the village woman. Pei Ni's face suddenly darkened, and Mo Anshue held her hand tightly. Let's bear with it for now. Next week we will make her look so embarrassed that she will never dare to bother my third brother again. At the gate of Yan's house, Mo Yunpei, who had arrived by car a long time ago, was standing under an olive tree waiting for Yan Ran. He saw her riding a white scooter from afar. When the scooter got closer, it stopped and she took off her helmet. A faint fragrance of pine and cypress mixed with gardenia filled his nose. This is the smell I smelled before going to bed last night. Mo Yunpei walked into Qiqi's room, and Qiqi, who was eating canned yellow peaches, suddenly brightened up. Dad, you are here. The child's face was a little pale and there was a wound on his forehead. He looked very pitiful. Dad, I know you care about me. Dad is the best. Mo Yunpei was in a complicated mood. He was willing to come here only because he wanted to ask Yan Ran what kind of incense their family used. He just wanted to relieve his insomnia, not for the child. After hearing what he said, I actually felt a little guilty, so I spoke to the child with concern. The child is innocent, with dark and shining eyes, and probably thinks he has the best father in the world. Gubei felt so distressed when he saw this. He certainly knew why his third master came. It was definitely not for the child. Qiqi was such a poor little thing. Mo Yunpei was chatting with Qiqi in the house, while Shinji called Yan Ran out. Miss Yan, I want to ask, do you use incense at home? Or scented candles? Because when he came and looked around, he saw that there were no pine trees or cypress trees around the house. Incense? Scented candles? No need for those. How could she live so exquisitely? Shinji was stunned. No? Then why is there a faint fragrance of pine and cypress mixed with gardenia in your home? Maybe it's because I often go to the mountains and fields, and I bring the scent of home with me. Shinji. So, it's this woman's body odor? This is terrible. I can't tie this woman to Mr. San's bed and use her as a sleeping pill just to make him sleep well. Chapter 17, Being Calculated. After Mo Yunpei came out, Shinji quietly told him about the situation. Mo Yunpei tightened his jaw muscles. You must adjust this flavor within 7 days. Shinji groaned inwardly. This was really terrible. A big shot in the medical field was suddenly sent to mix perfume. The most important thing was that he might not be able to mix that scent. A week passed quickly. Yunpei Lake Resort was bustling with activity because the 80th birthday celebration of Mr. Mo was held here. The grandson that Grandpa Mo values the most is Mo Yunpei. This child is deep, scheming, low-key and introverted, and very much like him in his youth. All the famous families in Kyoto sent people to attend the old man's birthday party. In a short time, the small village was filled with celebrities, and people from all walks of life and politics, business, and entertainment were all present. It was a star-studded and grand occasion. Pei and I pulled Mo Anshue to a secluded place. You said you want to make that country girl look ridiculous. How are you going to do it? Mo Anshue looked at his watch and raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, my people have already gone to invite her. The Yen family's cottage has a very advantageous geographical location. It is backed by a mountain, with a bamboo forest behind it and a small pond in front of it, which is covered with lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Yan Ran was picking lotus roots in the lotus pond. Qiqi was on summer vacation and said she wanted to eat lotus root cakes, so she came down to pick lotus roots herself. The medical giant followed closely behind his boss, and the lotus roots he picked were all broken and looked extremely ugly. Yan Ran said disdainfully, "Stop making trouble and go up." Shinwa said aggrievely, "Boss, I can learn it, give me another chance." She had almost finished picking the lotus roots when a black car stopped in front of her and a man in a suit got out of the car. "Are you Miss Yen?" Yan Ran climbed out of the lotus pond, her trouser legs rolled up high, her hair a little messy, and there were spots of mud on her face. She casually brushed her hair and said yes. "Our third master asked you to send some venison over now for the dinner." Yan Ran felt that he owed Mo Yunpei a favor, so he immediately agreed. "I'll go right away." Without even having time to change her clothes, she wore muddy clothes, rolled up her trouser legs, put on a pair of slippers, and rushed to Yunpei Lake Resort with Xinhua. When we arrived at the resort, we saw a long line of top luxury cars and laughter was heard frequently in the resort. Yan Ran asked the driver, "Is there any event being held here today?" "Yes, Mr. Mo's 80th birthday is being held here, so the third master asked you to send some venison over." Then you can just park your car in the back kitchen and I will take it directly to the kitchen. The resort was very large, and the car circled around inside for a long time before finally stopping. The man instructed Yen Ran, the roads ahead are all small roads, and it's so difficult to drive a car. Just follow me. Xinhua acted as a tool, carrying a large box of venison and following his boss. There were lush plane trees on both sides, and it was cool even in midsummer. The further the three walked, the closer they heard talking and laughing. Finally, Yen Ran was brought to a small lake, where there was a bustling crowd. Dozens of round tables were placed on the exquisite lawn, covered with white tablecloths, and each table was decorated with hydrangeas and chrysanthemums, which were beautiful and exquisite. The male guests were dressed in suits and the female guests were in high-end custom-made gowns, and each of them exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Yen Ran, with his trouser legs rolled up, looked out of place here. Didn't I ask you to take us to the kitchen? Yen Ran turned around and found that the driver who had led the way had disappeared. Chapter 18, People Mock. She raised an eyebrow, realizing that someone seemed to be setting a trap for her to fall into. Well, she would just deal with it as it came. Yen Ran had never been afraid of anything. When Mo Anxue saw Yen Ran, a gleam flashed in her eyes. She pulled Pei Yanai and said, "The show is about to begin. Just wait and see how this country girl embarrasses herself." After saying that, he walked over and grabbed Yen Ran. "Miss Yen, you're here, come here quickly, I'll introduce some people to you." Yen Ran, who had just come out of the lotus pond, suddenly entered this celebrity circle, just like the dusty Cinderella who entered the magnificent palace without any makeup. Too out of place. Those socialites, wealthy ladies, and rich CEOs all looked at her with disdain. Is he a servant here? Even if he is a servant of the Mo family, he shouldn't be so sloppy. Regardless of Yen Ran's wishes, Mo Anxue pulled Yen Ran to the side of the old man of the Mo family. While her third brother was still not out, she introduced him with a smile. "Grandpa, this is Yen Ran, a villager from the neighboring Huaxi village, and she is pursuing my third brother." Yen Ran. Big sister, what are you talking about? Xinhua, I feel like the boss is going to get mad. It's okay. He will be responsible for treating the injured people. Ha ha, the guests burst into laughter as if they had heard some incredible joke from the Arabian Nights. The sound of ridicule came from all directions. Are you crazy? A toad wants to eat swan flesh? Mr. Mo Sani was noble, handsome and elegant, how could she dream of him? The country girl is so shameless. You've watched too many idol dramas, you're stupid. Pei and I looked at Yen Ran happily, she couldn't tell just how pretty she was. The rich were most particular about matching each other, and even if a country girl wanted to become a phoenix, she had to see if she was worthy enough. There were ridicules and insults all around. Xinhua was so angry that he wanted to step forward to seek justice for her, but was held back by Yen Ran. Old Master Mo looked at the girl with a cold gaze. The girl seemed very calm and composed. Even though so many people spit on her, she didn't panic or feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she looked clear-headed and composed. Instead, it makes these people from prominent families appear sarcastic and mean. You want to pursue my grandson? The old man spoke in a light tone, not as harsh as others. Yen Ran raised an eyebrow. No. The old man was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. What do you mean? Don't you think highly of my grandson? Pei Ni's teeth were about to break. This country girl was quite resourceful. She was very good at playing the game of playing the role of offering concessions. She was a very capable vixen. Yen Ran raised his chin slightly. Yes. As soon as Yen Ran said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Is this country girl crazy? She even looks down on Mr. Mo-san? If she even looked at a banished immortal like Mr. Mo-san, she would be considered wasting Mr. Mo's life. Yet, she had the audacity to say that she looked down on Mr. Mo-san. Bah, shameless thing. Mr. Mo was somewhat amused. Oh? Do you know how long the line of suitors for my grandson is in Kyoto? Yen Ran's eyes were indifferent, not interested. Not far away, at the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, Mo Yunpei was holding a glass of champagne, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled. Shinjidao, do you think she is playing hard to get? Or is she playing hard to get? I always feel that this woman is not simple. Mo Yunpei put down the wine glass in his hand. Let us go down. Mo Anxue pulled Yen Ran and said, Grandpa, don't listen to her. She is shy and embarrassed to say these things in front of everyone. Don't ask her. She has specially prepared a piano piece for your birthday today. Country girl, wait for the embarrassment. She probably has never seen a piano before, and she can't wait to see her embarrassing appearance. Chapter 19, The Show. Yen Ran was almost forced by Mo Anxue to sit in front of the piano. Mo Anxue said maliciously, "Okay, play it. You said you would play a song for the old man to celebrate his birthday. Don't spoil his fun. What this means is that you can't escape from the battlefield. If you play, you will make a fool of yourself. If you don't play, you're not giving the old man face and ruining his mood." The socialites were like watching a monkey trainer watching Miss Mo playing with the country girl, and everyone had a gloating smile on their face. The country girl plays the piano, a fine art, can she enjoy it? She doesn't even know where to put her hands. The bad taste of the rich is fully reflected at this moment. Mo Anxue walked up to Pei Ni, and they exchanged glances. Pei Ni whispered, "Xiaoxue, you are really amazing. Since she is such a slut, I will help her and take this opportunity to let her realize that she is an inferior person and there is a huge gap between her and us. This is for her own good, don't you think?" That is. Yen Ran sat in front of the piano that looked very valuable. The piano top was so smooth that you could see your reflection in it. She saw that there were spots of mud on her face and her t-shirt was also dirty. One leg of her trousers was rolled up to her knees and the other leg was hanging down at her feet. She looked like a village woman who had just come out of the fields after finishing her farm work. She ignored the constant sneers, wiped her hands lightly on her trouser legs, and then placed her hands on the piano keys. Mo Yunpei saw that it was a pair of long and slender hands. Unlike those ladies he usually saw with exquisite manicures, her nails were trimmed neatly and cleanly, and there was no sign of doing farm work at all. From his angle, he could also see her slender and graceful swan neck. Apart from the awful clothes and slightly messy hair, her whole body had a calm and distant temperament that overshadowed most of the socialites present. "Then, I will play Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto to wish you a happy birthday." As soon as she finished speaking, the guests at the scene were shocked, because from her tone, she didn't sound panicked at all, but rather calm and composed, as if she had a plan in mind. Those who know piano are even more shocked. Because the piece she was going to play was recognized as the world's most difficult piano piece. Yen Ran's face exuded a confident and calm expression, and her fingers moved flexibly and effortlessly on the keys. From the initial calm and freedom to the continuous expansion later on, it was like pulling open the heavy curtain of the Middle Ages and seeing a richly colored oil painting. The exciting music vibrates in everyone's heart. Magnificent. Unbelievable. Those noble families were all conquered by the piano skills of this village woman. No one expected that this seemingly vulgar woman had such superb piano skills. Xin was sneered. If they knew that Master Xiao, who was currently touring the world, had shamelessly tried to invite Yen Ran to join his orchestra, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Idiot, he actually thought of using such stupid means to embarrass his boss. That's stupid. The last note stopped abruptly, Yen Ran's hand paused in the air, and the stirring music seemed to linger in the air. Everyone seemed to have been paused, and no one came to their senses. A look of appreciation flashed across Mr. Mo's eyes. Mo Yunpei looked at the radiant woman with a complicated expression. Mo Anxue and Pei Ni were stunned on the spot. Mo Anxue had no idea that she was shooting Pei Ni in the foot. She personally created the opportunity for the village girl to steal the show. Lucky. She was just lucky, she just happened to learn some piano. It must be like this. Chapter 20, Because I'm dark, I'm called Yen Mo. Pei Ni saw that Master Mo's eyes were always glued to the village girl, and she was so angry that she almost pinched her palms. I don't know where this dead country girl learned this song from. What is she trying to show off? How could someone like her, who worked in the fields, understand classical music? How could she understand high art? It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. What are you proud of? Those ladies and noble women had the same attitude towards Penny Mo Anxue. She was just a country girl, even though she played the piano pretty well. Is this worthy of their praise? They are not so ignorant. But Mr. Mo smiled and said to Yen Ran, "You play the piano well. Did you learn from a master?" Mo Anxue's expression was distorted. The great-grandfather was giving her too much face. She just sounded so how could she have studied under a master? The master's charity performance in the countryside cannot be performed in those remote and poor places, okay? Yen Ran said calmly, "I just learned it casually, please forgive me for making fun of you. I wish you a long life and happiness as vast as the East Sea." While Yan Ran was looking over, Pei and I deliberately used a small fork to pick up a piece of dessert and put it to Mo Yunpei's mouth. Mo Yunpei didn't even have her in his eyes, his gaze was always on Yan Ran. From Yan Ran's perspective, the handsome and elegant Mr. Mo seemed to be a couple with the famous lady. Otherwise, people wouldn't feed him. She snorted, only her little one thought that the third master was his father. She was used to being free and easy, and was not really suitable for this kind of rich young man. Before Mr. Mo could say anything, Yan Ran said indifferently, "I have delivered the venison. It is very fresh and tastes good. I have something else to do, so I will leave first." With everyone watching, Yan Ran and Qin Huo left this upper-class society. Mo Yunpei then noticed the woman standing next to him and frowned. Gu Bei, who had been watching the show, then reacted and stood in front of his third master. Why did everyone want to get close to the third master? Shenji, Mo Yunpei, and Mo Yunpei's friend Lu Kei returned to the villa nearby. This woman is no ordinary woman. She plays the most difficult piano piece in the world with ease. She doesn't look like a country girl at all. It was really refreshing to see those celebrities staring in amazement just now. The person who was speaking was Lu Kei, a popular star with a romantic and unrestrained look. There was a gleam in his eyes, and he seemed to be very interested in this woman. Mo Yunpei sat lazily on the sofa, his face gloomy and expressionless. Shinji said, "I checked, her son's name is Yan Mo, the Mo in Mo Yunpei's name." Lu Kei was shocked. "What? You even have a son? She looks so young. Damn, who got there first?" Shinji was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Third master, do you think this kid's name means anything?" "Mom, why am I called Yan Mo? Isn't it because my father's last name is Mo?" At the Yan family in Huaxi village, Yan Mo asked his mother unwillingly. Yan Ran was cutting lotus roots and ruthlessly dispelled his fantasy. "Because you were darker when you were born, I couldn't name you Yan He, it doesn't sound good, so I named you Yan Mo." Little dumpling couldn't believe it. "Is that all? What do you think? I thought you knew my father's surname was Mo, so you named me Yan Mo." Yan Ran clicked his tongue and said, "Stop calling him daddy from now on. Mr. Mo should have a girlfriend now. You will cause trouble to others by doing this." The little dumpling's world collapsed in an instant. The father you got has another woman? What should he do then? Chapter 21 The Boss Stays. A week later, Shinji nervously came to the resort with the scented candles he had carefully prepared. "Third master, I think that smell is similar to what I smelled on Yan Ran before. You can try it." The heavy curtains in the villa room were drawn tightly. At night, only a bedside lamp was on with the brightness set to the lowest, creating a very suitable environment for sleeping. Shinji lit the candle he had mixed, and the faint scent of pine and cypress mixed with gardenia slowly drifted out. Mo Yunpei was half lying on the chair, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the faint scent. The room was so quiet that Shinji almost didn't dare to breathe heavily. Suddenly, his third master opened his eyes and said in a low, cold voice, "The taste is wrong." Shinji was anxious. "It's the smell of pine, cypress, and gardenia, and it's not strong, just vague. It smells pretty similar to me." Mo Yunpei was annoyed, like a beast trapped in a cage. "I said the taste is wrong." Shinji was helpless. "Third master, that kind of subtle difference is a matter of millimeters, and it is really difficult to adjust it manually." Mo Yunpei hadn't had a full night's sleep this week. Shinji hypnotized him twice, but he could only sleep for 2 hours. There were dark circles under his eyes and a sense of low pressure hung over his head. No one dares to mess with him. No. The next evening, Yan Ran ordered Qin Hui, "Let's have tomato and fish hot pot tonight. Pick some tomatoes and other vegetables from the field in the back. I'll go to the river to catch a fish." "Okay, boss." Everything was ready. Yan Ran took a brazier, placed it at the gate of the courtyard, and burned some paper money and gold ingots. "Boss, Today is the 3rd anniversary of my master's death." "Oh." The firelight reflected her delicate face. While throwing gold ingots into the brazier, she said lightly, "I was 5 years old at that time. My parents and sister suddenly disappeared. I ran to the street to look for them. That was the first time I spoke. I shouted until my voice was hoarse. They completely disappeared from my life. I walked and walked, barefoot, with blisters on my feet. Then I met my master, who brought me to Huaxi village. My master was very good and taught me everything, but he died young." Mo Yunpei rushed over and stood outside the door, listening to the woman talking about the past in a low voice. For some reason, he felt a little touched. Boss, your parents and sister are such bad people. Yanran smiled calmly, so in my eyes, my only relatives are Master and Qiqi, only these two people. And me, boss, I will work like a slave for you in the future. As long as you give the order, you can make me climb mountains of swords and plunge into the frying pan, and I, Xinhua, will never say no. Yanran frowned. How did you get this bandit vibe? Why did I ask you to go through fire and water? Bring me all the dishes. Let's eat hot pot. Yes, boss. When he stood up, Xinhua was startled to see Mr. Mo-san standing outside the door. Mr. Mo-san, why are you here? Mo Yunpei. What is the more appropriate answer? He came here to sleep. Only in this little house could he sleep. Gubei lied with his eyes open. Our third master was in the villa in the resort. The faucet was not closed properly, the room was flooded, and we couldn't sleep, so we came here to stay for one night. Miss Yan, I don't know if it's convenient or not. Straight man Qinhui, I see there are many villas in Yunpei Lake Resort. It can't be that every one of them is flooded, right? Qiqi rushed out of the house and grabbed Qinhui. Uncle Qin, please help mom put all the dishes on the table, let us eat hot pot together. Uncle Qin, don't try to expose his father's poor excuse. Chapter 22 The third master gets beaten. After dinner, Mo Yunpei returned to the Yin family's guest bedroom. The familiar smell made him relax his guard completely. He really needed to catch up on some sleep. Yen Mo brought a cup of passion fruit honey water to Yen Ran. Dad drank some wine. Mom, please give him some hangover tea. As soon as Yen Ran entered the room with the cup, Yen Mo quietly locked the door and sneaked back to the master bedroom. Yen Ran put the cup of water on the bedside table. Drinking a little will make you feel better. Mo Yunpei responded indifferently with a hum. Yen Ran snorted. He came to her and acted like a boss. Was she, Yen Ran, the type to serve others? Absolutely not. Should Mr. Mo say thank you? A sinister look flashed in Mo Yunpei's eyes. Is this your method? The pressure on Yen Ran gradually dropped. What are you talking about? Mo Yunpei's contemptuous look made Yen Ran furious. I said my son caused you trouble, that was my politeness, but you can't take my politeness as a blessing. You are such a grown-up, and you were deceived by a 4 or 5-year-old child. You should also have some responsibility. Since you are staying in my house, you should behave properly. When has anyone dared to be so presumptuous in front of the third master of the Mo family? Mo Yunpei grabbed the woman's wrist and pressed her against the wall. That handsome face suddenly enlarged in front of him, and Yen Ran actually forgot to struggle. The man's eyes were gloomy and his voice was low and hoarse. You are very clever, but don't dream of things that don't belong to you, otherwise you will die a miserable death. With a bang, Yen Ran punched his handsome chin. Mo Yunpei let out a low cry, his eyes as cold as the deepest pool in the polar region. A woman who doesn't know whether to live or die. Yen Ran didn't even look at him and turned to walk out. I pulled the door and it was locked? She knocked on the door. Qiqi, open the door. In the next room, Xinhua, lying on the wooden floor, shivered. My dear, how about we open the door? Qiqi glared at him. Uncle Qin, why are you so cowardly? What if your mother kicks me out? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Xinhua scratched his hair. Little ancestor, who can you protect? What if your mother gets ruthless and chases you away too? Impossible, just sleep peacefully. Yen Ran knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no movement outside. She kicked the door hard and yelled, Yen Mo, wait for me. The problem is, there is only one bed, how to allocate it? Master Mo-san said condescendingly, you sleep on the ground. But Yen Ran was lying on the not-so-wide bed with his arms and legs spread out. Mr. Mo-san, are you kidding me? This is my home, my territory, and I, Yen Ran, have the final say. It is already a kindness of mine to take you in. I hope you can recognize your identity and perform your duties as a good guest. Mo Yunpei's handsome face was covered with gloom, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing violently. Yen Ran threw a pillow down. Go to sleep, third master. Even in such a harsh environment, Mr. Mo-san, who was high in the clouds, could endure it. There was nothing on the hard wooden floor. When he lay on it, his pillow felt uncomfortable. The terrible thing was that after a while, he felt sleepy again and fell asleep even faster than last time. Because it smells better today. It was a taste that made him crave for it. It was the subtle fragrance emanating from the woman across the bed that seemed to cleanse his soul and make his consciousness gradually fade. With a thud, something fell into his arms and Mo Yunpei woke up suddenly. Chapter 23 Sleeping in each other's arms. Mo Yunpei was a very alert and vigilant person. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in the dim night, he saw that the person who fell into his arms was the woman. There was a sinister flash in his eyes, and his expression was somewhat intriguing. Did this woman do this on purpose? Qiqi said that she was very scheming, and it seemed to be true. Just about to wake her up. But the woman hugged his arms and her voice became soft. Mom, don't go, Dad. Completely different from the cold and casual woman during the day, at this moment she was weak and helpless, her body was very delicate, and her breath was pervasive, making it impossible for him to push her away. She was attached to him, and her voice was full of pity. When I came over, I heard her telling me that her parents and sister had abandoned her. This usually cold-hearted person, after feeling sympathy for the little dumpling, also began to feel sympathy for this woman of unknown origin. Under the quiet moonlight, her palm-sized face was smooth and soft, and her whole person looked pitiful. Mo Yunpei instinctively did not push her away. He originally wanted to wait for her to whisper for a while before carrying her to bed, but with such a strong hypnotic holding him, Mo Yunpei couldn't control himself and fell asleep quickly. And I slept until 6:30 in the morning. Qiqi and Xinhua opened the door nervously, and Xinhua was ready to kneel down and apologize to his boss. As soon as the door opened, he was so shocked by the scene in the room that his jaw almost dropped. He covered Qiqi's eyes with his hands. This is not suitable for children, not suitable for children. The sound woke up the two people lying on the ground. Yan Ran, who was still sleepy, saw the handsome face magnified in front of him and immediately got up. You. Mo Yunpei's expression was also gloomy. How did he fall asleep last night? Why didn't he push this woman away before sleeping? Yan Ran gritted his teeth. Get out. Gu Bei and Xinhua, who came from outside the house, started arguing. Xinhua, you three masters are too shameless, taking advantage of others' misfortune. Gu Bei, it is impossible that it was our third master who took the initiative. Our third master has never been interested in women. Miss Yan has been in the village for a long time. When she suddenly saw such a handsome man, she couldn't control herself for a moment. I can understand that. Xinhua, stop slandering me. Our boss isn't into men, okay? After a whole morning of quarreling, Mo Yunpei left with Gu Bei with a gloomy face. The conclusion is that this woman is indeed not simple. She showed her true colors so quickly and couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. And he, damn it, didn't expose her true identity last night, and just held her in his arms and slept the whole night. When the third master left, the cold and murderous aura around him almost froze Gu Bei to death. Qiqi was overjoyed because his parents finally slept together like other children's parents. He then dragged Xinhua to have fun all over the mountains. Big boss Yan Ran was sitting on the tatami in the yard, with her head propped up. She hadn't come back to her senses yet. She had always been a light sleeper, so how on earth did she end up in that man's arms? Her whole life's reputation was ruined by that kid Qiqi. Brat! A car horn sounded. Yan Ran looked up and saw that the uninvited guest had come again. Before coming this time, Zhao Man gave Yan Ning some advice, asking her to keep a proper attitude. There was a lot of commotion on the internet. If it continued like this, not only would Ning Ning's future be affected, but she would also be criticized by others in the upper circles of Kyoto. After all, it was she and her ex-husband who abandoned Yan Ran. Chapter 24 Fake. Yan Ning had a gentle smile on her face. Xiao Ran, we are here today specifically to invite you to visit Kyoto. My mother and I will not force you to live in Kyoto, but you can go with us first. You can go home once a week, or once a month. It will always be your home, and Uncle Du welcomes you to visit. Okay, I'll go to Kyoto to take a look. Neither Yan Ning nor Zhao Man expected Yan Ran to agree so readily. After exchanging glances, they knew that this girl was playing hard to get and could not resist her yearning for the prosperous life in Kyoto. If I take her to Kyoto for a tour, won't she be dazzled by this colorful world? After all, Yan Ran was just an authentic native who had not even graduated from high school and had lived in Huaxi village for more than 10 years. Yan Ran just felt a little embarrassed about what happened last night and wanted to leave Huaxi village temporarily for a while. Zhao Man and Yan Ning took Yan Ran to the Du family first. After Zhao Man married Du Jiarong, she gave birth to a son who was 15 years old this year and just entered the first year of high school. The Du family's villa halfway up the mountain is magnificent. Yan Ning is sitting in the car, her superiority evident from her hair to her toes. Xiao Ran, since this is your first time here, please speak less, lest you break the rules and make Uncle Du laugh at you and say you are from a small place. Yan Ran. She doesn't like to talk, okay? After entering the Du family's villa, Yan Ran looked around. The Du family was indeed rich, but the decoration style was too luxurious, as if he had come to a European palace. Italian leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, Persian long rabbit fur carpets, and an oil painting worth millions. He has the temperament of a nouveau riche. Don't look around, it makes you look ignorant. Yan Ning couldn't help but speak with a look of contempt. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. When she suddenly saw the luxurious life of the upper-class family, she must be dazzled. If it weren't for her own future, she really didn't want to have anything to do with this bumpkin. So annoying. Zhao Man glared at her. This girl couldn't even act completely. It really made her worry to death. It's okay, you can look at them all you want. But these things are quite expensive, Xiaoran, you can look at them but you can't touch them. If they break, the servants will talk about you behind your back, okay? Yan Ran turned a corner and saw the largest oil painting on the TV wall in the living room. Oil painting of War of the Titans. Yan Ning said proudly, did you see that painting? It was painted by the internationally renowned master Shuangran. It is priceless. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. I think the Du family is just so, buying a fake and hanging it in the living room. Zhao Man's face suddenly turned cold. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? Your uncle Du is a well-known figure in Kyoto, how could he buy a fake? Yan Ning said disdainfully, Yan Ran, why are you pretending to be an expert? What do you know? Yan Ran. How could she not understand? She is Shuangran, okay? This painting was painted by her, and the original has been kept in her home in Huaxi village. Last year it was the rainy season and the firewood was damp and wet, so she used the painting to make a fire. Therefore, all the War of the Titans copies on the market now are fakes. Yan Ran put his hands in his pockets and leaned lazily against the wall. If you don't believe me, forget it. Yan Ning rolled her eyes at her. You'd better stop saying such things, so as not to embarrass yourself. Then my mother and I will be implicated by you. Yan Ran looked gloomy and stopped talking. Chapter 25 I don't have such an illiterate sister. Zhao Man felt a little regretful. This girl was so narrow-minded and had a big temper. Fortunately, Jiarong was not at home today. If he heard this, he would be furious. It turns out that this girl is a hidden mine. Always causing trouble for her. This girl is useless from head to toe. After all, she grew up in the countryside. Compared with her, Ning Ning is like heaven and earth. A boy of about 15 or 16 came down from the second floor. He looked good, but his sense of superiority made Yan Ran feel uncomfortable. The young man was her half-brother Du Yanba. Zhao Man breathed a sigh of relief and waved to Du Yanba. Yanba, come here. The young man walked over and looked at Yan Ran with disdain. The nanny's daughter? His tone was full of contempt. Yan Ning almost laughed out loud with glee. Zhao Man pulled Du Yanba's hand. No, this is your sister, Yan Ran. She used to live in Huaxi village. She will come here often in the future. You can get to know her. Du Yanba was too lazy to pretend. I only have one sister, named Yan Ning, but I don't have any sister who came from the countryside. Well, this family's eyes are on top of their heads. Zhao Man at least had to make the scene as smooth as possible, holding Du Boyan's hand. Don't be like this, kid. Although your sister has always lived in the countryside, she is very kind-hearted. She is also your daughter, and you should care about her more. I don't have an illiterate sister who didn't even finish high school. Du Boyan's words became even more unpleasant. Yan Ran was like a ball. When she was a child, she was kicked around by them. Even when she grew up, she still couldn't escape the fate of being kicked around. She was used to it and didn't feel much of a stir. Yan Ning said hypocritically, Oh, Yanba, don't say that. Xiaoran lives in the countryside and has no conditions to go to school. She is already very pitiful. Although she doesn't have much education, she is still our relative after all. The phone in Yan Ran's trouser pocket vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was a message from one of her apprentices. Boss, Professor Stephen from Harvard asked if you could become an honorary professor. He would warmly welcome you even if you only give a lecture once a semester. Yan Ran replied perfunctorily, I'm retired, please don't disturb me. As soon as he looked up, Du Yanba became more and more excited. I don't care, anyway, I don't have such an illiterate sister, and you don't want to get close to the Du family, first see if you are worthy of it. Yan Ran. Excuse me, I shouldn't have come. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Yan Ning and Zhao Man became anxious and hurriedly chased her out of the villa. Xiaoran, don't take your brother seriously. He is a very careless person. Yan Ning, yes, and what he said was true. You did graduate from high school. I heard that it was because of a fight. Xiaoran, what is wrong with you? Why? Yan Ran glanced at Yan Ning coldly, and Yan Ning shut up in fear. This damn girl's eyes were always as cold as a Shura from hell, and that kind of innate strong aura would always shock her to unconditionally surrender at some point. I've also visited the Du family. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to Huaxi village first. Zhao Man pulled her and said, it's not too late to leave after dinner. Yan Ran, no, I can't eat in this environment. Zhao Man, we will accompany you to a French restaurant, a Michelin 3-star French restaurant. Others have to queue for a month to make a reservation, but your sister is a celebrity and is very familiar with the owner of the restaurant, so she doesn't have to queue. Yan Ran was taken to a French restaurant by Zhao Man and Yan Ning. Chapter 26, A Luxury Car Picks You Up. The fashionable and high-end restaurant was full of well-dressed upper-class people. Yan Ning looked Yan Ran up and down. Do you know how to use a knife and fork? If not, I can teach you. Yan Ran was playing with the knife and fork in his hand, and suddenly he swung it hard, nailing the fork to the wall behind Yan Ning, and the fork flew past her head. Yan Ning was so frightened that her heart almost stopped beating. When she came to her senses, she was so angry that she pulled out the fork nailed to the wall and said, Yan Ran, are you crazy? What if you hurt me? Yan Ran said indifferently, you asked me if I can use a knife and fork, I will show you, I can use it, and I use it quite well. Are you a bandit? I mean, will this work? Shameful, vulgar. Which damn paparazzi dug up the news that she had a country sister? She really didn't want to have anything to do with this village bully, okay? Zhao Man tried to smooth things over, okay, stop making a fuss, eat your meal well, and don't make fun of yourself. Yan Ning calmed down and began to say proudly, the Mo family will hold a dinner party next week. Mom, I have received the invitation. You can go with me then. Zhao Man was surprised, is it true? How could it be false? The Mo family held a dinner party at the resort in Yunpei Lake. Zhao Man shook Yan Ning's hand. Ning, you really make your mother proud. It would be even better if you could defeat Mr. Mo-san. Yan Ran's emotions were somewhat agitated. Third Master Mo? Mo Yunpei? It turns out he's really popular in Kyoto. Mom, don't worry, I have confidence. The mother and daughter chatted happily, from the nobles in Kyoto to the Paris and Milan fashion weeks, completely ignoring Yan Ran. After all, they felt that Yan Ran would not be able to get a word in on such a high-level topic. After dinner, Zhao Man said hypocritically, let me take you home. Yan Ran shook his phone and said, no need, I'll ask someone else to take me back. Yan Ning couldn't help but ask, is there someone from the village coming to Kyoto today? Will they take you back together? Don't let a truck stop in front of this Michelin restaurant by then, she can't afford to lose face. Yan Ran was too lazy to pay attention to her. While waiting for the bus, Yan Ning forced herself to take a photo with Yan Ran and prepared to post it on Weibo. She opened the photo editing software, darkened Yan Ran's skin, made it rougher, made Yan Ran's eyes smaller, and made her own face smaller. Finally, she raised the corners of her mouth and posted a Weibo post. Yan Ning, let me introduce this to you all. This is my sister. Isn't she cute? I hope you all will take good care of her. There were a lot of comments below quickly. Damn, Lady Ning's sister is so ugly. So dark, so rough, like a country boy. She is originally from the countryside, facing the Lus and back to the sky, it is normal for her to be a little rough. If it wasn't tea for Lady Ning saying this, I would have thought this was her mother, she looks so old. That is because our Ning Marin is too beautiful and looks too young. Yan Ning curled the corners of her mouth proudly and put away her phone. After a while, there was a roar from the corner of the street, and a yellow Bugatti Veyron stopped in front of the Michelin restaurant, attracting everyone's attention. Yan Ning's eyes lit up. This was a global limited edition, worth tens of millions. Obviously, this was a truly wealthy person from the upper class. Yan Ran walked towards the sports car and was about to reach out to open the door when Yan Ning pulled him back. Do you know how much this car costs? The car window rolled down, and the man inside said to Yan Ran, Boss, what are you doing? Get in the car quickly. I hope everyone will give 5-star reviews after reading it. It's not easy for the author to write, and I need more motivation. Love you. Chapter 27, Private Life Must Be Improper. Yan Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at Yan Ning. Can I get in the car? Yan Ning was stunned and let go of Yan Ran's hand. Yan Ran opened the car door and calmly sat in the seat of the luxury car. The young man drove the ultra-luxury supercar and left the restaurant entrance. Yan Ning's eyes flashed with disbelief and subtle jealousy. Yes, jealous. Because even she couldn't afford such a high-end luxury sports car. Mom, is Yan Ran's private life not decent? Would Yan Ran sell her body? That's too cheap. Zhao Man hissed, don't say this outside. If she really does this and it gets out, it will be bad for your reputation, okay? Yan Ning said disdainfully, she has no bottom line at all. For a little money, she is greedy and vain. She is a girl at such a young age and has no self-respect at all. Okay, stop talking. Let her do whatever she wants. It's her life anyway. It has nothing to do with us. We just have a superficial relationship with her so that netizens think you two have a good relationship. That's enough. It's so embarrassing. How could I have such a sister? Inside the supercar, Qiqi, the rich young man from the Kyoto Royal Casino, patted the steering wheel. Boss, you finally contacted me. Yan Ran supported his head with one hand. Look at the road carefully, don't steer with one hand. Yes, boss, you are right. Who would believe that young Master Chu, who was so servile to Yan Ran, was the one who walked around in Kyoto with his head held high and was the center of attention? The Chu family is also known as one of the four great families in Kyoto along with the Mahist, Liu and Si families. Just 5 or 6 years ago, Yan Ran accidentally entered his family's royal casino in Macau. At that time, Qiqi saw that she was a girl of 15 or 16 years old and did not take her seriously. In the end, he lost 36 games in a row, and Yan Ran also set a record in the royal casino, winning the largest bet in a single day, which has not been broken to this day. After that, the villain Qiqi pestered her to become his apprentice. Yan Ran was too lazy to pay attention to him, but she really didn't want to be with the mother and daughter tonight, so she had no choice but to call him over. Who asked you to drive this car here? Qiqi, isn't that taking over as my boss? That should be quite impressive, right? Yan Ran pressed his temple, be more low-key next time. The roar of the sports car was so loud that it drove all the way to her doorstep, alarming the entire village. Qiqi followed Yan Ran and walked to the outside of the low courtyard. Yan Ran turned around and looked at him. Why aren't you going back? Boss, it's so late, can't you let me stay for one night? Yan Ran, no, I want to keep him. Qiqi, boss, you are too heartless. With a bang, the wooden door closed mercilessly. Xinhua living here was already enough of a headache for her, and Mr. Mo-san also found an excuse to stay overnight. If Qiqi was allowed to stay here as well. What has she become? Every now and then, a different man would come out of Yan's house, and the gossipy women in the village would talk about her to the skies. Young Master Chu knocked on the door outside. Boss, you are so heartless. It's raining outside, it's dark and the road is slippery. How can you bear to let me go back alone? It was quiet, with only the croaking of frogs in the river. Yan Mo stretched his little head and asked his mother, who is it? Yan Ran slammed the table. Don't worry about who it is, I still have a score to settle with you. You can escape the monk, but you cannot escape the temple. The account that needs to be settled must be settled. Qiqi suddenly became timid. Yan Ran gritted his teeth and said, was it your idea or Qinhua's idea to lock the door last night? Chapter 28 The Responsible Little Dumpling. Qiqi stiffened her neck and said, it was my idea, Mom. I am responsible for my own actions. Don't blame Uncle Qin. Yan Ran patted his head and said, if you dare to do this again, I will not forgive you. You must reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors for a week and are not allowed to go out to play during this week. He pointed at Qinhuo and said, if you dare to help Zhou to do evil again, just get out of here. I don't have a rebellious disciple like you. Qinhuo knelt down in front of his boss. I was wrong. Qiqi knocked on the door for a while, knowing that his boss kept his word, he could only get in the sports car and deal with it for the night. In the room, Song Ainen called and said in an octave higher voice, your green tea sister is slandering you online. She took a photo and edited your face beyond recognition. Go online and check it out. Yan Ran casually checked Weibo and saw that the face was dark and big, and the eyes were small. If Yan Ning hadn't said it was her, she wouldn't have recognized her. Song Ainen gritted her teeth and said, she is so shameless, take a photo and post it online to slap her in the face. I'm too lazy to do it. If she wants to slander me, let her do it. I want to live a peaceful life with Qiqi. If the photos are posted online, I won't have peace anymore. My Ran, netizens are all calling you ugly, can you tolerate this? Let them curse as they please, I won't lose a single piece of meat. After hanging up the phone, Ran slept until dawn. She has never been sensitive to her appearance and has never thought of herself as a beauty. She realized Ning's little tricks late and didn't take them to heart at all. Only Song Anan was indignantly planning how to let netizens know that her Xiao Ran was a beautiful lady with stunning beauty. Ning is truly a complete green tea bitch. One day, the truth she concealed, Ran's beauty, will surely be revealed to the public. In the morning, the bright yellow sports car was too eye-catching in the simple little village. The news that there was a handsome guy sleeping in the car spread quickly. The women in the village usually think Ran is a witch. There were often Bentley cars some time ago, and today there was another luxury car parked there that they didn't recognize. Rumors about Ran's improper private life spread like wildfire, and everyone was talking about Ran after dinner. It can't be sold. Then we have to keep an eye on our men, because that troublemaker has a face of a vixen. That's right, I heard that many men in the village miss her. Don't be shameless. We have to find a time to drive her out of Huaxi village. Ran, who was at the center of the vortex of public opinion, sat on the tatami at the door of the room, eating the sari that Qinhua had grilled himself. The prince of the royal casino was frying lotus root cakes for her. Boss, how done do you want it? Ran held his forehead with his hand. You think it's a grilled steak? How well done do you want it? Eat breakfast and leave quickly. Did you hear me? Call me when you have something to do, and tell me to get out when you don't. Does that mean I, Chu Han, am just a tool? If you don't want to, I won't call you anymore. Chu Han respectfully brought the lotus root cake to the table. I am willing, I am 100% willing. The boss has plenty of people in Kyoto, and he must become the first tool the boss thinks of. Even though he is a tool, he feels proud of it. The news that Ran's family had a new handsome man soon spread to Yunpei Lake Resort. Because some villagers from Huaxi village were working at the resort planting flowers and trees, the two village women worked for a while and then sat under a tree to chat. Chapter 29, Sending Heads. The famous star Lu Ke, who was driving a supercar, happened to pass by and overheard their entire conversation. The door of the lakeside villa was pushed open, and Lu Ke walked with the wind, and said to the young master sitting in front of the French window, "The beautiful Ran I like seems to be a famous person in this area." A gloomy look flashed across Mo Yunpei's eyes, and his slender fingers that were flipping through the documents paused. How? The aunties who were planting trees in your resort were talking about her just now, saying that there was a Bugatti Veyron parked in front of her house. The villagers in this village are quite knowledgeable and they even know about Bugatti Veyron. Mo Yunpei felt even colder. This woman was really a playboy. Lu Ke slammed the table. No, I have to go and take a look. Yan's house, at the door. Huang Bin, who got beaten last time, has been feeling resentful ever since. He hangs out in this area and knows a lot of gangsters. Today, brother Shu Wei from the gang finally agreed to stand up for him. He brought a dozen people and blocked the door of Ran's house. I heard someone is bullying my brother? There is a street in the south and north of the city. Ask who is the father. The man had dyed blonde hair and wore a floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. He had a cigarette in his mouth. After he finished speaking, he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Ran drank a sip of green tea, rubbed his messy hair, and muttered softly, "Qinhua, take Qiqi out through the back door and come back later." Bloody scenes, not suitable for children. Qinhua picked up Qiqi and ran out through the back door. Seeing Ran's slow pace, Huang Mao got angry. "You little bitch, you're the one bullying my brother Huang Bin, right?" Ran finally looked up at him. "It's me, what's wrong?" Brother Shu Wei kicked the small wooden door of Ran's house and broke it. With a loud bang, the small wooden door fell to the ground in the yard, and the sparrows on the fig tree were startled and flew away. "What's wrong?" "Bitch, today I'll let you see what happens when you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with." Chu Han was stretching his muscles. "Boss, you don't need to deal with these minions, so don't dirty your hands. I happen to be here today and can help you deal with them." Ran sat cross-legged and poured himself a cup of green tea. "Okay, you go first." Brother Shu Wei felt that he was insulted, and with a wave of his hand, a dozen of his younger brothers immediately rushed up. Chu Han leaped into the air and kicked the leading thug directly in the chest. The thug fell down, and a group of people were knocked down. Chu Han picked up a wooden stick and looked like he would kill any god who stood in his way, and kill any Buddha who stood in his way. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow and watched the show leisurely. Qiqi Han, the prince of the royal casino, is an expert in kung fu. He can fight 10 people at once. He beat those hooligans to a pulp, and their howls went straight to the sky. One of the hooligans found an opportunity and took advantage of the chaos to get around Yan Ran. Suddenly, he hugged Yan Ran from behind and put his hands around her neck. He shouted excitedly, "Boss, boss, I caught her, I caught her." The others had already been knocked to the ground. Brother Shui, with a bruised face and nose, was lying on the ground and suddenly became excited. "Beat her to death." The gangster gnashed his teeth and said, "You little slut, you dare to hit my brother Shui, wait and see how I deal with you today. They all say that there are often men coming to your house, otherwise, let me have some fun later." Before he could finish his words, suddenly, the person who had taken the initiative was thrown to the ground by an over-the-shoulder throw. She moved so quickly that no one noticed when she made the move. Chapter 30, Carved from the Same Mold. The gangster struggled to get up. Yan Ran punched him in the stomach. The gangster almost vomited his breakfast and fell to his knees with a thud. Yan Ran grabbed his hair and tilted his head. His Azura-like sneer made him tremble with fear to the core. Horrible. Fear. He's never been so scared. It is absolutely true that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Tell me, how are you going to deal with me? The gangster was trembling all over. "Sister, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I was really wrong." Yan Ran's smile faded little by little. "Why do you have the same problem as Huang Bin? You love to hang around me." "I'm 22 years old this year, and I don't think I'm old enough to be your sister." No, you are not my sister, you are our ancestor, we are wrong." Yan Ran grabbed his hair. "Let you feel good? How do you want to feel good?" The gangster's face was covered with bruises, and his eyes were swollen like steamed buns. "My ancestor, I'm a bad mouth, I'm wrong." Yan Ran kicked the gangster, who flew into the air and finally fell next to his eldest brother Shui. A dozen or so hooligans, who were so vigorous and high-spirited just now, are now all out of breath. Brother Shui knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Ancestor, we were blind and did not recognize a great man. From now on, you are the boss in this area. Whoever dares to cause trouble for you is making trouble for me, Shui. We were wrong. After saying that, he stood up and kicked Huang Bin. "You were the one who caused the trouble first and brought trouble to your ancestors, and now you have the nerve to ask me to avenge you." Huang Bin huddled on the ground, trembling. Yan Ran uttered a word indifferently. All the hooligans in the yard rushed out of the Yin family's yard, tumbling and crawling. Lu Kei and Mo Yunpei, who were outside, witnessed Yan Ran's heroic appearance throughout. Lu Kei was even more excited. "Third brother, did you see that? A little fairy, with long legs, a thin waist, and a fierce beating. Damn, isn't the one next to her Qiqi Han, the prince of the royal casino? I've dealt with him before. What's the relationship between them?" Mo Yunpei's eyes fell on the woman like an eagle. Qiqi Han ran over and grabbed his boss's hand. "That bastard actually dared to touch you. I should cut off one of his hands." Yan Ran waved his hands. "It's too bloody, forget it." Mo Yunpei's expression was mysterious and unpredictable, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. On the other side, Xinhua took Qiqi for a stroll, and Qiqi said excitedly, "Let's go to Yunpei Lake to see my father." Xinhua patted his head. "The boss seems to have put you in solitary confinement for a week, so we can't go far. The boss forgave him for what happened last night, and he didn't dare to trouble him again. If he made the boss unhappy again, he would really have to pack up and leave." "Uncle Qin, if you don't tell me, how would my mother know?" Xinhua. "Why do I feel like my IQ was crushed by a 5-year-old kid?" There is a rural bus that goes directly to Yunpei Lake Resort in 2 stops. When Xinhua and Qiqi got off the bus, they happened to see an old man sitting under a tree outside the resort to enjoy the cool air. When Qiqi came over, the aunt selling peaches gave him 2 peaches. He ran over and gave the peaches to the old man. "Grandpa, I'll treat you to some peaches." Qiqi is a kind-hearted child. When she saw the old man enjoying the cool air alone, she thought he was an elderly widower and felt particularly sorry for him. The old man was Mo Yunpei's grandfather. When he saw Qiqi, he was stunned. Because this child looks exactly like Yunpei when he was a child. Chapter 31, My son's mother. "Little boy, who are you?" Mr. Mo suppressed his excitement and asked calmly. Yan Mo said in a baby voice, "My name is Yan Mo, and my mother's name is Yan Ran." Mr. Mo asked again, "What about your father?" What's your father's name? Yen Mo hesitated for a moment. My mother doesn't allow me to say it. What does it mean? I found my father, but my mother didn't acknowledge that he was my father and said that he was not my father. But I think my father and I look a lot like him. The child looked so adorable with a distressed look on his face. What's the name of the father you found? My name is Mo Yunpei. The old man was so shocked that the peach in his hand fell to the ground. The bastard third brother has never been interested in women and is cold and heartless. He has always been worried about this boy's marriage. His family has arranged many blind dates for him, all of whom are famous ladies from prominent families in Kyoto. That boy is unruly and never listens to him. He was worried at first, but he didn't expect that this boy even had a son. Good. Very good. The child is cute, smart, and kind-hearted. That's great. At the Yen family, Mo Yunpei turned away indifferently. Lu Kei didn't even have time to say hello to Yen Ran. Seeing his third brother's gloomy face, he could only turn around and chase after him. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Mo Yunpei said coldly, a brutal and violent woman. Lu Kei, I like this kind of true-natured woman. Third brother, I want to pursue her. Mo Yunpei seemed to be covered with cold air. Gu Bei knew his third master best and said quickly, Second Master Lu, that Miss Yen is the mother of our third master's son. Lu Kei felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there for a long time. Only after his third brother got into the car did he react. What? Third brother? Damn, it turns out you were the one who got there before me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? 3 days later, Yunpei Lake held a charity dinner, which was again attended by many celebrities. The village chief came specifically to ask Yen Ran to be responsible for the security of Yunpei Lake. The village chief and Master Yen Ran are good friends, so Yen Ran still listens to the village chief. After Yen Ran rode away on her scooter, Qiqi took Qin's phone and said to Mr. Mo on the other end, Grandpa, my mother is going to Yunpei Lake as planned. You are such a clever little fellow. At Yunpei Lake Resort, Pei and I was extremely anxious. She had been staying in the resort for a week under the pretext of being Mo Anshua's friend, but Mr. Mo-san was a recluse and rarely went out. Every time he came out, he was surrounded by a large group of people and bodyguards. There were 3 layers of bodyguards surrounding his residence, and she couldn't get close to the godlike third master at all. Not to mention making the third master feel good about her. Mo Anshua comforted her, Don't worry, I will secretly send you to my third brother's room tonight, and everything depends on you. The two came out of the villa and saw Yen Ran at first sight. Yen Ran was wearing a black t-shirt and tight jeans. He had a pair of long and straight legs, a cold face, and was full of coolness. Pei and I gritted her teeth. Why is that bitch here again? I think she just wants to seduce the third master. She deliberately tried to show off last time. What is she trying to do today? Mo Anshua, that's right, she is too scheming, we can't let her go. Mo Anshua raised her hand and several bodyguards stopped Yen Ran. Yen Ran was puzzled when she saw Mr. Mo-san's girlfriend looking at her angrily. Pei and I gave a wink, and the bodyguards immediately held Yen Ran's shoulders. Yen Ran did not resist, but looked at Pei and I with a smile. Is there something wrong? Chapter 32 The Third Master is in charge. Pei and I felt that Yen Ran was subdued by 2 strong bodyguards, so she became arrogant and slapped Yen Ran in the face. Yen Ran didn't expect this woman to be so reckless. Even if she was Mo Yunpei's girlfriend, she couldn't be spared. Pei and I was still pushing the issue further, sneering, I have advised you before, your lowly status does not even qualify you to be by the third master's side, if you dare to have such wild ideas again. Yen Ran's eyes gradually became colder. What can you do to me? Pei and I snatched the bottle of mineral water from Mo Anshua's hand, unscrewed the cap, and poured it over Yen Ran's head. What will happen to you? You won't even know how you died. Yen Ran grabbed the woman's wrist and punched her in the face. Pei and I, who was powerless, didn't even see how the woman broke free from the 2 big men and how they hit her. With a click, Penny's miserable scream resounded through the sky. My hands, my hands. Yen Ran raised his eyebrows. You are the first one who dares to slap me, so I will teach you a lesson. If you dare to be reckless again, I will break more than just one hand. Do you hear me? Mo Anshua grabbed Yen Ran's shoulders and said, You bitch, you beat someone up and still want to leave, come with me to see my third brother. This is a good opportunity for Pei and I to play the victim in front of the third brother, and then take the opportunity to punish Yen Ran, the violent and barbaric bitch. Yen Ran was forcibly dragged by Miss Mo to Mo Yunpei's residence. The decoration in cold colors and the overall gray, black, and white style make people feel that the person living here is definitely a cold-blooded superior. Pei and I kept crying out in pain all the way, but Yen Ran remained calm. "You're dead, bitch," Mo Anshua warned her viciously. Yen Ran just raised an eyebrow. A man's painful cry came from inside the house. "Third Master, I was wrong, ah." Turning the corridor, Yen Ran saw the godlike man sitting on a black leather sofa. In front of him, a man covered in blood was kneeling, and a bodyguard beside him kicked him in the head. Brutal. Violent. The expression of the arrogant man did not change at all, and his voice was even colder than ice. "You know, I hate traitors the most. Gubei, take him out and don't dirty my land." "Yes, mister." Yen Ran lazily leaned against the wall and looked at the gloomy man. She felt that he was like two different people at her home and here. Pei and I and Mo Anshue on the side had already turned pale with fright, as if they had seen something very secret and important about the third master. Gubei asked two bodyguards to drag the bloody man out. When they passed by Yen Ran and the others, they didn't react at all. Gubei said coldly, "Who is outside?" Mo Anshue trembled as she pulled Pei and I into the inner room. "Third brother, you have to make the decision for Pei and I." Mo Yunpei leaned on the sofa with his arms outstretched and his long legs crossed. The handmade tailor-made suit made him look noble and inviolable. "Who is she?" Mo Yunpei looked at her coldly, and Pei Ni's heart sank. This was not the first time she appeared next to the third master, so how come the third master didn't even know who she was? Yen Ran put one hand in his trouser pocket and said coolly, "Isn't she your girlfriend?" Mo Yunpei's eyes were cold and he glanced at Pei and I. "Oh? You call yourself my girlfriend outside?" Pei and I was so scared that her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. "Third master, I didn't she wronged me." Chapter 33, Do you love fighting so much? Mo Anshue was filled with righteous indignation. "Third brother, this woman was rude and injured Pei Ni's hand, and now she is biting back. How can Pei and I call herself your girlfriend?" Mo Yunpei looked at the lazy-looking woman and said indifferently, "So what is the matter with you?" Mo Anshue said angrily, "Third brother, you have to make the decision for Pei and I." Mo Yunpei's eyes were cold. "Make the decision for her? Why?" Pei and I dragged her injured hand, tears in her eyes. "Third master, our Pei family and the Mo family have a good relationship. This country woman beat me at your resort, which means she doesn't take you seriously. You must punish her severely." Mo Yunpei's eyes were cold, and Gubei immediately understood what his third master meant. "I'm sorry, Miss Pei, Miss Mo, our third master is very busy and has no time to worry about such trivial matters. Since you are injured, go to the hospital immediately." Pei Ni's tears were still hanging on her eyelashes. She couldn't believe how the third master had no mercy on her. She was beaten like this by that bitch. Mo Anshue knew her third brother, and immediately helped Pei and I walk out. Yen Ran also followed them and prepared to leave. "Miss Yen, please stay for a moment." Yen Ran stopped and Gubei considerately left, leaving them alone in their own world. Pei and I still doesn't give up. Is the third master going to punish her anyway? Gubei hee, I don't know. The air conditioning in the huge room was turned on very high. Yen Ran put his hands in the pockets of his jeans and looked at the man sitting on the sofa, motionless. "Come over." Yen Ran raised her eyebrows but remained motionless. If he asked her to go over, she would go over. She, Master Ran, was not someone who could be manipulated by others. Mo Yunpei narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly stood up. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a standard inverted triangle figure, and walked slowly towards him. If she didn't come over, he would go over. Yen Ran was forced to retreat to the corner. The man's tall body loomed over her. She raised her eyebrows, her expression calm. "What's going on?" Mo Yunpei's voice was like a cold pond, without any ups and downs. There was an unclear emotion in his narrow eyes, which made people dare not move for a moment. Of course, Yen Ran is not included. She is not afraid of Mr. Mo-san. Yen Ran raised an eyebrow. "She deserves a beating, so I beat her." "What else do you want to ask, third master?" Her eyes were unruly and her tone was arrogant. She was different from any woman Mo Yunpei had met before. Mo Yunpei noticed that her hair and shirt were wet. Was it she who did it? Yen Ran looked unruly. "Third master, aren't you asking this even though you already know the answer?" Her skin was fair, and the slap mark on her face was very obvious. Mo Yunpei's eyes flickered. It was really glaring to have a slap mark on such delicate skin. Was it Pei and I who hit her? He stood in front of her, although not very close, but the strong smell of hormones came from all directions. Yan Ran felt that this man was very dangerous. What is the relationship with Chu Sihan? The third master of the Mo family and the prince of the Chu family have always had a bad relationship, so he has to ask clearly what needs to be asked. What does it have to do with you? Does Mr. Mo live by the sea? You are being too nosy. After saying that, he pushed Mo Yunpei away, left Mo Yunpei's mansion with a cold face. Pei and I had just broken her wrist and had it casted when she returned to the resort, but was told by the security guard at the door, "Sorry, the third master said you are not allowed to come in." Penny. What? Do you know who I am? I am Pei and I, the eldest daughter of the Pei family. Why won't you let me in? Yes. An order from the third master? Yes. Chapter 34 Paternity Test. Pei and I gritted her teeth. "And Shui, is this justice? I was injured, but third master punished me instead." That vixen must have said something in front of third master. Mo Anshue comforted her, "You go back to Kyoto to recover first. I will not let that bitch go." At night, the charity dinner was going on, and many luxury cars gathered, including limited edition Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, LaFerrari, and others. The resort is bustling with celebrities, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Yan Ran was guarding a side door. The village chief asked her to do security work. She had to at least finish today's work so as not to embarrass the village chief. "Yan Ran, why are you here too?" Suddenly, a female voice was heard. Yan Ran looked up and saw that it was her big star sister. Yan Ran crossed his hands in front of his chest and leaned lazily against the doorframe. What's wrong with being a security guard? Yan Ning felt contemptuous in her heart. It was so embarrassing. She was wearing a Milan haute couture dress to attend a star-studded charity dinner, while her sister was working as a security guard here in a shabby state. If other people knew that she had such a sister, it would be a disgrace to her. Does the village give you subsidies to allow you to come here and work as security guards? Yan Ran was too lazy to talk to her. "I guess so." Yan Ning covered her nose with her hand. "Are you so short of money? For my sake, I advise you to leave quickly. I will give you the money if you need it." Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. "I want tea leave until the event is over." Yan Ning took out a card from her handbag and said disdainfully, "There are 200,000 in it, enough for you to use for a long time. Don't do such shabby things for a little money in the future. It's embarrassing." Yan Ran didn't reach out to take the card, and sneered, "I'm sorry, I don't need this little money. The village chief asked me to come here, and I have to ensure the safety of the event." Yan Ning gritted her teeth. "What are you doing here? Are you still dreaming of running into Mr. Mo?" Yan Ran found her completely incomprehensible. Why is this lady making such a fuss here? Mr. Mo suddenly appeared. Yan Ning didn't recognize the reclusive Mr. Mo, seeing that he was dressed simply. She thought he was a worker at the resort. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Mr. Mo frowned and said with a smile, "She has made it very clear that she wants to do security work here, so don't bother her anymore." Yan Ning glared at him. "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Mr. Mo's eyes narrowed. "What if I insist on meddling in other people's business?" Yan Ning was suddenly intimidated by the old man's aura. She didn't dare to act rashly and ran away in shame. Yan Ran nodded indifferently to the old man. "Thank you for helping me." Mr. Mo glanced at Yan Ran with interest and said, "You're welcome. Are you from Huashi village?" "Yes." Yan Ran was concise and to the point, neither negligent nor overly enthusiastic. Mr. Mo's eyes were full of admiration. This child had an extraordinary temperament and he did not fawn on him, neither praising him nor putting him down. "She is very beautiful, not bad, really not bad." Yan Ran had seen Mr. Mo celebrate his birthday last time, so she naturally knew that this old man was Mo Yunpei's grandfather, but she would not curry favor with such a powerful person. At the same time, in Mo Yunpei's mansion, Gu Bei put down a stack of information. "Third master, the results of the examination you asked someone to do are out, please take a look." Mo Yunpei's tall figure was reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window, and he said in a deep voice, "I got it, leave it there, and get out." "Yes." A hospital's white envelope was placed on the black glass table. The light from the crystal chandelier was refracted down. Mo Yunpei reached out and picked up the envelope, flipping through the examination report inside page by page. That was the paternity test report of his and Yin Mo's child. Turning to the last page, the slender fingers paused. Chapter 35, brother San's woman can't be touched.
According to genetic conditions, the probability of parentage is calculated to be 99.99%. Mo Yunpei tightened his fingers slightly, and the paternity test report was wrinkled by him. The probability of paternity is 99.99%, which means that the little guy is indeed his son.
Then how did Yan Ran, that woman, get pregnant with his child?
He has never been interested in women and has never touched any woman, let alone this person he has never met.
Lu Kei walked in with a depressed look on his face. Third brother, what is going on between you and that beauty?
Mo Yunpei poured a glass of whiskey and held it in his hand, then sat on the leather sofa with a gloomy expression.
Seeing that his third brother had a sinister look on his face and seemed to be in a bad mood, Lu Kei said under the influence of alcohol, "Third brother, if you don't like her, then I will pursue her, Bang!
The cup in Mo Yunpei's hand fell and shattered on the smooth marble floor.
Lu Kei sobered up a little and immediately put on a romantic and uninhibited smile. Third brother, so you like that woman too? I thought that woman schemed against you to get pregnant.
There was a hint of coldness in Mo Yunpei's nonchalant gaze, and he didn't say a word.
Lu Kei admitted his mistake. I misunderstood my sister-in-law.
It turns out that my third brother and sister-in-law are in love and that's why they have a child.
Why didn't you tell me earlier, third brother?
Mo Yunpei still didn't say a word and was extremely taciturn, but instinctively, he didn't want Lu Kei to chase that woman.
Lu Kei was annoyed. A friend's wife should not be bullied. She will be my sister-in-law from now on. The charity dinner is about to begin. Third brother, let's go together. The grass by the lake was star-studded.
Not only were important figures from the political and business circles present tonight, but many big stars were also there.
For example, the popular young actress Yan Ning. Yan Ning is very popular now.
She dressed very thoughtfully tonight, wearing a white ruffled one-shoulder dress. Her long straight black hair was draped over her smooth white shoulders. She looked pure and lovely, and made people feel pity for her. She was holding a glass of champagne, standing under a banyan tree, looking elegant, because she knew that Mr. Mo San would be there tonight. She is currently filming a TV series in which Mr. Mo San is a major investor.
She thinks that Mr. San at least appreciates her, otherwise, with so many female stars in the circle, why would he only invest in her TV series? Perhaps she was chosen by the third master as the heroine.
That's why she told her mother that she was confident that she could make the third master fall in love with her.
Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. It was Mr. Mo San coming.
The socialites and female celebrities present were all looking forward to it, quietly fixing their makeup, hoping that Mr. Mo San would look at them more. Yan Ning looked confidently at the man who was the center of attention. When that dignified, calm, handsome and unparalleled man appeared, all the other men were instantly eclipsed. Not only is he handsome, he is also a top celebrity in Kyoto, with outstanding abilities and decisiveness. Even without the strong financial support of the Mahist school, he alone is enough to compete with the four major families.
How can a man like this not drive women crazy?
Yan Ning stood at the end of the crowd, looking at Mo Yunpei shyly.
But he saw Yan Ran outside the crowd. Yan Ran herself was also puzzled. Just now, the security captain went to the side door to bring her in and asked her to be responsible for the security work on the scene.
Come on, she was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, with a security armband on her arm, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, looking heroic.
Chapter 36, the third master must like a little white flower like her.
Yan Ning gritted her teeth.
Damn Yan Ran.
He was indeed a flatterer and was willing to sell his body for fame and fortune. What's funny is that she is so fanciful that she actually covets Mr. Mo San. I don't know how she managed to get to this activity center from a remote side door.
Yan Ning was too lazy to step forward. After all, there were many eyes staring at her here. If others knew that her sister worked as a security guard here, where would she put her face? Tonight, let Yan Ran give up as soon as possible, knowing that Mr. Mo San is a man above the clouds and not someone a village woman like her can dream of. She had a delicate posture, and her beautiful eyes looked at Master Mo San, who was getting closer and closer. The third master must be here to see her. She knew that the other female guests would wear heavy makeup tonight, so she dressed herself in a simple and pure way. A big shot like San Yi, who was fat or thin, has seen all kinds of gorgeous beauties, so he must be tired of them. He only likes pure and innocent girls like her. Yan Ran lazily watched the excitement, but saw Mo Yunpei walking straight towards her and finally stopped in front of her. Ladies. What's going on? Why did Mr. San's taste plummet? Did he fall for the security guard? Yan Ning was anxious. Didn't Mr. Mo come here just for her? How is this possible? Yan Ran looked old-fashioned and shabby.
Standing among a group of women in high-end luxury clothes, she was simply an ugly duckling among a group of white swans. Yan Ran became the subject of heated discussion among all the female guests present, but Yan Ran, the person involved, still looked nonchalant. It seems that being favored by Mr. Mo-san is nothing special.
Something? Third master?
She raised her eyebrows slightly. The dim light was cast on her face. Although she was bare-faced, she looked much better than those women with heavy makeup. She has a beautiful face, a pure temperament, a pair of peach blossom eyes that are sparkling and affectionate, but her gaze is clear and detached.
Come with me, I have something to talk to you about. What's up? Let us go to my mansion first.
Yan Ran said, I'm sorry, I still have work to do, and I won't go anywhere until the dinner is over. The celebrities secretly complained in their hearts, damn, it turns out that Mr. Mo likes this kind of playing hard to get.
This woman is of high rank.
Yan Ning gritted her teeth and grabbed the handbag, almost crushing it with broken diamonds.
Why was Yan Ran pretending? Yunpei grabbed Yan Ran's wrist. The celebrities gasped, all envious of the seemingly ordinary woman.
Yan Ning almost bit her teeth to pieces, her face twisted. She adjusted her expression, walked over gracefully, and whispered softly, Xiao Ran, the third master wants to talk to you about something, you should go with him quickly and don't waste his time.
Yunpei looked indifferent, who are you?
Yan Ning's smile froze on her face, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Third.
Master San, don't you recognize me?
Yunpei looked stern, and Gubei explained, she is the heroine of your new TV series, her name is Yan Ning.
Yunpei was not interested and held Yan Ran's wrist tightly, let's go. Yan Ning clenched her fists.
San Yi didn't know her.
San Yi actually didn't know her.
It wasn't because of her that he invested in her, but it just happened that she acted in the TV series invested by San Yi. Seeing that more and more people were looking over, Yan Ran had no choice but to give up and was dragged by Yunpei towards his residence. Behind a big tree not far away, Mr. Mo and Qiqi high-fived.
Grandpa, the plan has been approved again. Aren't my parents a perfect match? Chapter 37 The Third Master is suppressed. Yes, they are a perfect match. The quiet path was dimly lit by the floor lamps. Yan Ran said coldly, Third Master, can you let go now? Yunpei then let go of his hand.
In his hand was the residual warmth of her body temperature and smooth skin. His rough fingertips were stained with her scent, which made him addicted again.
But Yunpei is a hypocritical person who is unwilling to look directly into his own heart.
When we entered his mansion, the bodyguards were standing guard outside. Gubei looked up and saw Mr. Mo, and quickly bowed respectfully.
Lock the door. Gubei. Coming again?
Sir, this.
What? You are the bodyguard of Lao San, so my words are useless?
Gubei's forehead was covered with sweat. No, it's just that Miss Yin is still in there, she will come out soon.
I asked you to lock it, so just lock it. If there are any problems, I will take responsibility.
Gubei thought to himself that this routine seemed a little familiar, and the third master would be furious again tomorrow. The old man and the young are indeed related by blood, their styles are so damn similar, it's really difficult for him to be the sandwich.
In the huge house, Yunpei said in a deep voice, So, Qiqi, how did you get pregnant? How did you get pregnant with my child?
Yan Ran was stunned for a few seconds, so Qiqi is really this man's child?
Boss Missouri, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't notice how the woman pounced on him. The next second, he was pressed down on the sofa by the woman.
Her face was rushing towards him, magnified in front of his eyes, and the faint scent of gardenia on her body penetrated his nose. Yunpei's hand was on her waist, and for a moment, she even forgot to resist. Next to the swimming pool outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Qiqi and Mr. Mo both opened their mouths wide. The old man covered Qiqi's eyes with one hand, then held him with one hand and quickly ran away.
Inside the house, Yan Ran didn't realize that she was sitting on the man's waist, and said viciously, I plotted against you? Why don't you say that you plotted against me? Yunpei didn't expect the woman to react like this. This woman is indeed different from other women.
She dared to sit on him, strangle him, and viciously accuse him of plotting against her. He laughed in anger and lay lazily on the sofa, too lazy to struggle.
I plotted against you? Why would I, Yunpei, plot against you? Yan Ran raised an eyebrow, who knows? Tell me, how did you get pregnant with this child? Yen Ran looked gloomy. I don't know.
Suddenly one day, I took my pulse and found out that I was pregnant. At that time, Yen Ran was stunned after taking her pulse.
She was stunned for a whole day and couldn't figure it out.
She even suspected that the river in front of her house was the Zimu River and that she could get pregnant by drinking the water. Mo Yunpei's eyes wandered over her face, as if trying to see through her heart to see if she was lying.
I got pregnant suddenly, which is really inexplicable. Tell me, how did you scheme against me?
Yen Ran knew that she had never schemed against the man in front of her, so it must be this third master Mo who schemed against her.
Mo Yunpei's face was as cold as frost. I didn't plot against you.
Before Qiqi came to me, I didn't know about the existence of this child.
Yen Ran chuckled and curled the corners of his lips. Could it be that Mr. Mo is a homosexual, so he wants to find a woman to bear children for you?
With a bang, Mo Yunpei turned over and the two of them rolled to the ground.
Mr. Mo took the initiative and pressed Yen Ran. Yen Ran glared at him and said, "Get out of here." Chapter 38A exploded. Mo Yunpei's eyes flashed with coldness.
This woman was the first one who dared to tell him to get out.
Homosexual? Do you think I am a homosexual?
Mo Yunpei's eyes were filled with anger, and his voice was cold.
Damn woman, you don't know how to live or die. Yen Ran said lazily, "It's just my guess, and I think my guess is reasonable.
Then I'll show you whether I'm gay or not."
After saying this, the furious Mo San bowed his head.
This woman was adding fuel to the fire and was really hateful. He was going to punish her severely.
Pa! A slap landed on the handsome face of the third master. Mo Yunpei's face turned gloomy and he grabbed her hand. "You are the first one who dares to hit me."
Yen Ran used all his strength and kicked him in the chest. "Not only do I dare to slap you, I also dare to beat you."
Very intense.
The untamable wild cat. She was showing her fangs and claws, and she looked even more beautiful than when she was indifferent.
Like oil boiling over a raging fire, even the usually heartless person could not help but indulge in this intense pleasure.
Yen Ran stood up and clapped his hands. "I won't waste time talking to you anymore, I'm leaving." Mo Yunpei sat on the sofa with a grim face, looking at the woman's resolute back without saying a word.
Yen Ran walked to the door and reached out to hold the door handle.
He tried to turn it, but found that it would not open.
Why does this situation seem familiar?
Her 7 cubs are not here. She knocked on the door and shouted, "Gubei, open the door." Gubei was trembling outside the door, not saying a word.
How long will he be the sandwich?
Old man, third master, Miss Yen, and Xiao Qiqi, when will you all be of one mind?
Don't make it difficult for the loyal ministers.
Yen Ran knocked for a long time, but no one answered. She took out her cell phone and called Xinhua, but no one answered after a long time. She was so angry that she kicked the door, and Gubei outside the door was frightened.
He would have to take the blame again tomorrow.
Ever since he met Miss Yen and Xiao Qiqi, he has been either apologizing or on his way to apologizing.
Life is so hard. Yen Ran leaned on the glass of the French window and looked out.
It was quiet outside with only the sounds of frogs and insects. The noise of the dinner party was too far away to be heard clearly.
Yen Ran patted the glass. The glass was extremely strong, and seemed to be tempered glass. Even she couldn't break it by kicking it. I can only give up.
Yen Ran returned to the living room, and Boss Missouri was sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, and he saw that woman like a society lady.
What tricks are you playing now? Yen Ran raised an eyebrow and asked.
A cold light flashed in Mo Yunpei's eyes.
Shouldn't this line belong to him? What did you say? You asked your men to lock the door, so what do you want to do?
Mo Yunpei snorted lightly. You are good at turning the tables. After saying that, he dialed Gubei's number, but no one answered.
Mo Yunpei's face was gloomy. What were these people doing?
Now that things have come to this, I can only stay in the same room with this woman and spend the night. He pointed to the room upstairs. You sleep in that room.
After saying that, he went upstairs.
Yen Ran paced around the living room downstairs for a long time like a trapped beast, then resigned himself to his fate and headed upstairs. Mo Yunpei's mansion was so huge that Yen Ran had forgotten which room Mr. Mo had asked her to live in as she walked up the spiral staircase next to the indoor swimming pool.
There are many rooms on the second floor, and the doors of each room are similar.
She was a carefree person by nature, so she picked a room at random and planned to stay there for the night. As soon as the door opened, I saw a godly man, with only a bath towel wrapped around his lower body, walking out of the bathroom. Water droplets dripped down the ends of his short black hair onto his tan skin, revealing his 8-pack abs that were clearly visible.
The smell of male hormones hits me instantly, it's so hot. Chapter 39 Wildcat. Yunpei held a bath towel in his hand and wiped his wet hair lazily. He thought he would see the woman's shy expression, and then she would cover her face and scream. Unexpectedly, the woman just lazily leaned against the wall with her arms folded across her chest, raised her eyebrows and said, "You are dressed like this late at night, and you want to seduce me? Mr. M.O. Why does this damn woman always play by her own rules? You came to my room late at night, don't you want to seduce me?"
Yunpei approached, his tall body looming over Yanran, and Yanran felt oppressed again. This man was the first person who made her feel oppressed.
She didn't like this feeling. "Your room?" "Yes."
The man leaned his hands on the wall and looked down at her with an amusement in his expression. The water drops on his strong chest muscles were such a vivid picture that Yanran even felt a little distracted.
"Sorry, I took the wrong path. I'll leave now."
Just as she was about to leave, the man grabbed her wrist and pinned her above her head. The man's handsome face enlarged in front of her. "There's no need to play hard to get like this." Looking down, I saw a woman's small face, the size of a palm. She was white, and her black clothes made her look even whiter.
The faintly visible blue veins on her slender swan neck were clearly visible.
Although he grew up in the village, he always has a cool and inviolable temperament.
Yanran narrowed his eyes. "What?" Yunpei chuckled. "You are indeed more familiar with the routine than other women, but it is useless in front of me, do you know?"
Yanran raised her leg hard, trying to kick him in the vitals, but the man grabbed her leg. Then he used his other hand to clamp her waist tightly.
When had Yanran ever been suppressed and insulted like this?
She struggled hard, tripped, and fell into the king-size bed with the man. For a moment, the handsome face enlarged before her eyes and she forgot to struggle.
The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Yunpei looked at the woman in his arms. Because of anger, a blush appeared on her fair skin.
Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky, clear and clean. He had never seen such clear eyes. I remember Lu Kei's description of her, long legs and thin waist. Yunpei lowered his eyes and looked at the softness pressing against his chest, thinking that Lu Kei was missing a word to describe it.
Yanran kicked him away and looked at him with disgust. "What are you looking at?" Yunpei suddenly came to his senses.
He was actually indulging in her beauty again.
Was he crazy?
She is a wildcat, a wild fox.
Hard to train. What is pitiful? It's all an illusion. Get out of my room.
Yanran snorted. "You make it sound like I want to stay here." With a bang, the door closed and Yanran returned to his room angrily. Yunpei looked down at the bath towel, then resigned himself to going back to the bathroom and taking another shower. When he returned to his bed, the faint fragrance left by the woman made him feel inexplicably calm. In a family as complicated as the Mahist one, the struggles among the 4 major families have always been treacherous and unpredictable. For him to successfully become the leader, intrigue and scheming were inevitable. For example, the commercial spy and traitor caught by him this afternoon naturally did not have a good ending. He has experienced many betrayers like that, so you can say that he is extremely suspicious or cautious.
In short, people like him don't have too many emotions.
That woman and that little ball were like aliens who suddenly broke into his uneventful and ordinary life.
For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with them. Chapter 40 Genius Girl with IQ 240. Let it be.
In the next room, Yanran put his hands behind his head and looked at the bright moon outside the window. Gurgle, her stomach started to growl. She had been busy working as a security guard that night and hadn't had dinner yet. Originally, the village chief had meant to invite them to dinner after the banquet. But suddenly, he was invited into this room by Mr. Mo-san and was trapped here. No, she couldn't sleep on an empty stomach. Yanran walked down the wooden stairs barefoot and found the kitchen. This Mr. San is really a rich but inhumane man. His refrigerator is a walk-in refrigerator, which is simply a cold storage. There are all kinds of dishes in it, mostly Western ingredients.
She picked up a few items and went into the open kitchen.
Yunpei, who was originally drowsy, suddenly smelled a strong fragrance, which made him hungry. He put on his black nightgown, went downstairs, and saw the woman sitting contentedly at the large long dining table. She was wearing a pure white nightgown with her black hair loose, like a fairy who was not of this world. When he walked over to the dining table, he saw that the dishes were so delicious and exquisite that they could rival those of his 3-star Michelin private chef.
What are these dishes?
Yan Ran gracefully cut a piece of meat and put it into his mouth: chanterelle French puff pastry, grilled tripe, and steak Wellington. She's a woman who knows how to enjoy herself. Mo Yunpei took out a set of tableware, and Yan Ran put his hand on his chin. Sorry, there is no portion for you, third master.
Mo Yunpei narrowed his eyes. I live in my house, I eat my food, and you say there is no share for me?
Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. If you have the guts, throw me out.
Very good, this woman has repeatedly touched his bottom line.
Mo Yunpei cut a piece of Wellington steak with a knife and put it into his mouth in the blink of an eye.
Yan Ran. Nothing to say.
Third master, he is the third master who knows how to snatch food to eat.
There was a flash of surprise in Mo Yunpei's eyes. He thought it just looked good and tasted average.
Unexpectedly, the delicious taste went straight to the tip of his tongue and satisfied his taste buds greatly. It was even better than the cooking skills of his 3-star private chef. This woman is really good at fighting, cooking, and she is both rough and delicate.
Make another beef Wellington and I can promise you one thing. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. Any conditions?
Any conditions. Yan Ran tapped the table lightly. Deal, but I don't have any conditions right now.
When I think it over, I'll ask third master to fulfill the contract.
After saying that, she went to the refrigerator and got out some ingredients.
When she cooked, her technique was so neat and efficient that people couldn't help but follow her movements. Soon, a Wellington steak was cooked.
Yan Ran carried the plate and placed it in front of Mo Yunpei. It was drizzling outside the window and the room was quiet. Mo Yunpei held the knife and fork in his hands, and his posture of cutting steak was much more elegant than that of ordinary people. A well-educated nobleman exudes nobility in every word and action.
Where did you learn to cook? Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. Self-study.
She is just a girl with an IQ of 240, self-taught, mediocre, and who can do anything easily.
Mo Yunpei's eyes were full of meaning.
This girl was too mysterious.
Even if she didn't know anything, with such cooking skills, which Michelin 3-star restaurant in Kyoto wouldn't fight for her? Why did she choose to stay in an unknown village? I will open a French restaurant for you, I will invest in it and all the profits will belong to you, how about it?
Mo Yunpei is really picky about taste, and the dishes cooked by the Michelin 3-star private chef at home have become less and less to his taste recently.
If he could recruit Yan Ran, he could become his personal chef. Chapter 41, Famous Paintings Used as Table Corner Pads. Yan Ran didn't even raise his eyelids, not interested. Mo Yunpei looked at her deeply.
The two of them had dinner together peacefully and then went back to their rooms.
With the scent of Yan Ran, Boss Missouri slept well that night. After daybreak, the two went downstairs together and saw Gu Bei kneeling in the living room. Mo Yunpei had no expression on his face and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing kneeling here for no reason?"
Gu Bei, third master, I was wrong.
I accidentally locked the door last night.
Please punish me.
Careless?
Yes. Yan Ran made a gun gesture with her hand and lip synced a sound, causing Gu Bei to flinch.
If you are so careless again, don't do it.
He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Gu Bei always felt that his third master wasn't that angry. He inexplicably thought to himself, I'll dare to do it again next time.
He replied, yes, third master, I want to do it again next time.
Yan Ran snorted, left the mansion, and rode her scooter back home. At home, Qiqi and Xinhua were sitting obediently in the yard, and there was nothing fishy to be seen. Yan Ran took off his helmet and asked Xinhua, I called you last night, why didn't you answer?
Xinhua, I was asleep at that time. Boss, I'm sorry I didn't answer your call. Is there anything wrong?
Yan Ran pinched Qiqi's face. Brat, the confinement time is extended to half a month.
Qiqi's face fell. Mom, why? You know what's going on. Qiqi didn't dare to speak.
Anyway, Grandpa said last night that the relationship between Mom and Dad is progressing well, so he feels relieved. At breakfast, Xinhua carried the bowls and plates to the table in an orderly manner. One of the legs of the wooden table was missing a piece, so it was always uneven and wobbly.
Yan Ran picked up a scroll of painting and stuffed it under the table leg. Xinhua widened his eyes. Boss, that is a famous painting you painted. Do you know how much it cost?
This world-famous painting, worth tens of millions, was just taken by his eldest brother to be used as a table leg.
This is such a waste of resources. Yan Ran said indifferently, isn't it just a painting?
During the rainy season last year, the painting of the War of the Gods was used as firewood.
This painting is used as a table leg, which can be regarded as its good fortune. Xinhua was as if struck by lightning. What? The War of the Gods, you used it as firewood? Yan Ran touched his neck. What? Any opinions? Xinhua wanted to cry but had no tears. How dare I have any opinions? My heart is bleeding. Okay, why are you crying? It's time to have breakfast. After breakfast, Yan Ning came. Last night, Mr. Mo-san took Yan Ran away in the spotlight. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. After thinking about it, she felt that she should introduce a boyfriend to Yan Ran. People like Yan Ran just want to cling to the powerful. Let her know that if she finds a wealthy second-generation man to get rid of her first, she will probably be obedient. Xiaoran, come with me to Kyoto and I will introduce someone to you. Yan Ning forced herself to speak to Yan Ran in a friendly manner. Yan Ran said indifferently, Who? You will know when you go there, and you will definitely be satisfied. Yan Ran had never been on a blind date in his life, and had no idea what Yan Ning was up to, so he followed her to Kyoto. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Yan Ning said with a smile, People will be here soon, don't be nervous, it's just a normal meal. Having said that, Yan Ning went out first. After a while, Yan Ran heard voices talking outside the private room. Chapter 42 Come and clean up the mess. You are so awesome. Please introduce this village girl to me. Is Fang Hechuan the kind of person that a country woman can get close to? Yan Ning's voice, Hush, keep your voice down, she is quite good looking. Fang Hechuan lowered his voice and chuckled, He's good looking, how good can he be? You will know once you go in and take a look. The door opened, Yan Ran leaned lazily on the chair, and saw Yan Ning come in with a man with greasy hair and powdered face and a flamboyant expression. The man was wearing a black Hermes t-shirt, all designer brands, and a watch on his wrist worth $1 million. He was obviously a flamboyant second-generation rich man. His appearance was okay, but his expression was too greasy, which made Yan Ran feel physically uncomfortable. When Fang Hechuan saw Yan Ran, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Beauty, stunning beauty, not only the face is beautiful, but also the cold temperament of the flower on the mountain makes men inexplicably develop a strong possessive desire. But this excitement only lasted for a few seconds. No matter how beautiful she was, she had no taste at all. It was simply shameful to bring such a woman out. Yan Ning said enthusiastically, Xiaoran, let me introduce you, this is Fang Hechuan, Mr. Fang, the vice president of the Kyoto Supercar Club. He has a distinguished family background and outstanding looks. Let me introduce myself. Yan Ran had an indifferent expression. Chu Sihan, is he the president of the Supercar Club? Fang Hechuan burst out laughing, Wow, you are quite knowledgeable. You actually know our prince, Chu Sihan? You dare to call him by his name? You are really brave. Yan Ran smiled, Why? Isn't a name meant to be called by others? Who do you think you are? How dare you call our prince by his name? Yan Ning, I was going to give you face. Your sister is too ignorant. After all, she came from the village and knows some secrets of wealthy families. Look how arrogant she is. I'm sorry, but I, Fang Hechuan, don't like this kind of stuff. Yan Ning's face turned cold, she glared at Yan Ran, and whispered, Xiaoran, what's wrong with you? I finally picked an excellent rich second generation for you, why are you talking so bluntly? Where did you hear Chu Sihan's name? Stop showing off, okay? A plate of lobster was served. Yan Ran slowly removed the lobster legs and elegantly picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it into his mouth. Fang Hechuan sneered, You have never eaten such good food, have you? Seize the opportunity to eat 2 good bites. Yan Ning, what kind of stuff are you introducing to me? Yan Ran picked up a cup of green tea from the table and splashed it on Fang Hechuan's face. Speak nicely and keep your mouth shut. Fang Hechuan slammed the table, Bitch, you dare to splash water on me? I gave you a little bit of good face for your sister's sake, but you are still taking advantage of me, right? Who do you think you are? You dare to ignore me just because you are pretty. Yan Ning looked extremely unhappy, staring at Yan Ran, quickly apologized to Mr. Fang, Why are you so ungrateful? If you are like this, who would dare to introduce you to a boyfriend? Yan Ran. Only then did she realize that Yan Ning actually wanted to introduce her to a boyfriend. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in this Mr. Fang, and there's no need to introduce me to any boyfriend in the future. I don't want to find a stepfather for my son. Fang Hechuan? Yan Ning? Yan Ning really didn't know that Yan Ran even had a child.
The few times she went to her house, it happened to be when Qiqi was not at home. Fang Hechuan was so angry that he almost overturned the whole table. She is from the countryside again, and she is a mother of a child, Yan Ning, and she is so vulgar.
Yan Ning, is this the good person you are introducing to me?
Yan Ning felt a little proud in her heart. With a woman like Yan Ran, no matter how stunning she was, she could never expect to marry someone better than her in this life.
But at this moment, she still scolded Yan Ran with a stern face. I asked you to apologize to Mr. Fang, did you hear me? Yan Ran just found it funny.
Yan Ning took herself too seriously and even dared to speak to her in an imperative tone. She stood up, without a trace of expression on her cold face, and walked out.
How could Fang Hechuan let her go? He held her shoulders and said, You splashed water on my face, and you want to leave like this? No way.
You must kneel down and apologize to me today. Yan Ran lazily took out his cell phone and said in a clear and elegant voice, Come here, there is a mess that needs you to clean up.
Chapter 43. The prince is also her younger brother. Yan Ran's attitude irritated Fang Hechuan. He is a celebrity in Kyoto, the famous Mr. Fang, who hasn't heard of his name.
But this damn woman ignored him and even called him. After Yan Ran hung up the phone, she saw Mr. Fang raising his hand as if he wanted to hit someone. She reached out and caught Mr. Fang's violent slap.
What is this for?
After saying this, Fang Hechuan fell over his shoulder and smashed a chair.
Yan Ning exclaimed, covering her mouth, Yan Ran, are you crazy?
Yan Ran raised his eyebrows. He wanted to hit someone, so it was self-defense.
Why didn't you ask him if Master Fang was crazy? Yan Ning was really angry. How can you be so ignorant? How can you be so rude?
You should apologize to Mr. Fang immediately. Fang Hechuan struggled to get up. There's no point in apologizing. Come with me to the police station. I'll make her spend the rest of her life in jail. Who the hell is she? How dare she dare to challenge God? I think she's tired of living. She actually dared to hit me.
Yan Ning quickly tried to reconcile them. Mr. Fang, don't bother with her. She just came from the countryside and is really ignorant.
For the sake of her being my sister, don't call the police. Yan Ran crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall indifferently. You can also call the police.
Fang Hechuan jumped up. Did you see that? Yan Ning, did you see that? How arrogant she is. Yan Ning was extremely anxious.
She never expected that an ordinary blind date party would be turned into such a situation by Yan Ran.
She scolded Yan Ran coldly, shut up. Fang Hechuan gnashed his teeth. It's no use kneeling down to me. I must make her go to jail today, bitch.
The door was suddenly pushed open and a familiar voice was heard.
What's up?
Yan Ning was still scolding Yan Ran when she saw Fang Hechuan, who had been furious just now, switch to a flattering expression in a second. Mr. Chu, why are you here?
Chu Sihan looked at Fang Hechuan with a gloomy face. Who were you scolding just now? It was so loud that I could hear your voice from a distance. Fang Hechuan pointed at Yan Ran. You are just a stupid little girl.
Master Chu, please sit aside and wait until I have dealt with this stupid girl.
I will treat you. Yan Ning even felt a little bloating.
The prince of the Chu family had arrived and was about to slap Yan Ran in the face. Yan Ran didn't know where she had heard of Chu Sihan and wanted to brag about him, but she never expected that the prince would come. This blind date was doomed to fail, so it would be a good idea to let this girl learn a lesson.
Oh? How did this girl offend you?
Fang Hechuan snorted. You are so ignorant that you dare to offend you, splash water on my face, and throw me over your shoulder.
Clap, clap, clap.
Chu Sihan suddenly clapped his hands.
Fang Hechuan and Yan Ning were both stunned. Chu Sihan walked up to Yan Ran and said, Little beauty, tell me, what happened between you two? Yan Ran looked at him with a dangerous look. Like leather?
Chu Sihan, hee, it feels pretty good to dance on top of the boss head. Mr. Fang said that I was a country girl and not worthy of him, and he used rude words.
I splashed water on his face.
Mr. Fang asked me to kneel down and apologize, and intended to hit me. I acted in self-defense and gave him an over-the-shoulder throw.
What do you think, should he hit me? Fang Hechuan looked proud. Wasn't this girl asking too many questions?
Mr. Chu would definitely stand on his side.
Yan Ning couldn't hide her laughter. Did Yan Ran really think that the prince would slap his own people for an insignificant person like her? Do you really think that her face is invincible?
Chapter 44. Waiting to see her dream of marrying into a wealthy family shattered.
Should be beaten.
Turning around, Chu Sihan raised his hand, and 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed in from outside the door. Two of them held Fang Hutyuan's shoulders, and the other one punched him in the face.
Fang Hutyuan snorted, Master Chu, what are you doing? Chu Sihan gave Yan Ning a cold look, get out.
Yan Ning was panicked.
Who would dare to offend young Master Chu?
She didn't care about Yan Ran anymore and fled in a hurry, puzzled. In the private room, Fang Hutyuan received a severe beating and lay on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face.
He no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Mr. Chu, please let me know what I did wrong.
Chu Sihan grabbed his hair and pointed at Yan Ran, that girl, I treat her like my ancestor, how dare you bully her?
I think you are really tired of living.
Fang Hutyuan, with a bruised face and nose, was almost frightened to death. It turns out that this girl mentioned Mr. Chu's name not to show off, but she really knew Mr. Chu.
No, not only did she know Mr. Chu, but from Mr. Chu's tone, he was also this girl's henchman.
He kicked the hard steel plate.
He quickly crawled to Yan Ran and hugged Yan Ran's legs. Ancestor, I was wrong, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Chu Sihan picked him up and said, who are you recognizing as your ancestor? Don't you even consider whether you are worthy of me? Do you think my ancestor will recognize any grandson of his?
Yan Ran put her hands in her trouser pockets and raised her eyebrows.
Chu Sihan was very eloquent and said what she was thinking. Fang Hutyuan knelt there and slapped himself. Miss Yan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Chu Sihan looked at Yan Ran. Boss, you have the final say on how to deal with this.
Yan Ran said lazily, you decide for yourself, just don't let me see him in the future.
Okay, Fang Hutyuan, get out of the supercar club. Next time in Kyoto, if you see my boss, take a detour immediately and don't dirty my boss's eyes. Do you hear me? Fang Hutyuan wanted to plead for himself, Master Chu, I have no contribution to the supercar club, nor. Seeing Chu Sihan's gloomy eyes, he stopped immediately. Okay, I'll get out of here now, and I will never appear in front of Miss Yan and you again. Yan Ran added, don't tell anyone about what happened today.
If the news leaks out, not only will you not be able to survive in the supercar club, no one in Kyoto will dare to tolerate you.
Do you hear me?
The girl had a gloomy look on her face, which made people shudder.
So, who is she? He didn't dare ask any more questions. Why don't you get out of here?
Chu Sihan kicked him, but he didn't care about the injuries and ran faster than a rabbit. Yan Ning, who was guarding outside, was very puzzled, but he figured it out after a while. Last time, a Bugatti Veyron went to the restaurant entrance to pick up Yan Ran, and today this Mr. Chu stood up for her again. Therefore, the big shot that Yan Ran hooked up with was most likely Chu Sihan. Jealousy flashed in her eyes.
Whether it was Mo Yunpei or Chu Sihan, they were both worthy of her admiration. Why does Yan Ran do that? While she was teasing Chu Sihan, she was also flirting with Mo Yunpei.
All these big shots were actually played around by her.
Are they all blind?
Soon, she curled the corners of her mouth again.
Mr. Mo probably didn't know that Yan Ran already had a child. Oh, if Mr. Mo-san knew that this seemingly innocent woman even had a child, would he still look at her differently? Chapter 45, Mr. Mo knows she is on a blind date. She couldn't wait to see Yan Ran's dream of marrying into a wealthy family shattered. When Yan Ran and Chu Sihan came out of the private room, there was no one outside. Her sister had already left. After they left the restaurant, Chu Sihan diligently opened the car door for her and said, Boss, I'll take you home. The car window was half open, and passing by Chu Sihan's Porsche was a Rolls-Royce. Mo Yunpei, who was sitting in the back seat, glanced over and saw the familiar woman sitting in the passenger seat of the car that had just passed by. The person in the driver's seat seemed to be Chu Sihan. His face was immediately filled with gloom. Was the car that just passed by Chu Sihan's? He asked again. Gu Bei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked back. It really seems to be Mr. Chu's car. Third Master, what's wrong? Do you have something to talk to Mr. Chu about? Fine. The sound is hard. On the way back to the village, Chu Sihan said excitedly, Boss, very good, keep it up. What? If you have any problems, just come to me. That's great. I feel honored to be your tool. Yan Ran looked around, and Chu Sihan said, This is a Porsche, it is already the most low-key car in my garage. Boss, you don't think it's too expensive, do you? The cheapest one? How much is it? Just 1,200,000. Yan Ran, haha. Still expensive? Yan Ran didn't say anything. Xu Sihan made a phone call, order a car for me, around 200,000 yuan, is there any? His bodyguard yelled, Master Chu, why do you need such a cheap car? Your nanny doesn't even take such a cheap car when she goes out to buy groceries, okay? Don't ask too many questions, just buy what you are told to buy. After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at Yan Ran. Boss, a car worth 200,000 is about enough. Yan Ran nodded, yes. When they arrived at the small village, the toolman Xu Sihan still had no place to sleep. There are only 2 rooms in my house, one for me and one for Qinhua and Qiqi. I can squeeze in with Qinhua Qiqi. You are so wronged. Boss, I don't feel wronged, not at all. Even if you let me sleep on the stone platform in the yard, I don't feel wronged. Yan Ran was not heartless after all. Xu Sihan had helped her after all, so she kept him. The next day, when Mo Yunpei came over, the yard was really lively. Xu Sihan was holding a plate of potato pancakes. Boss, I made these. This is the first time in my life that I, Xu Sihan, have been in the kitchen. This precious first time is given to you, boss. Gu Bei. Do you know how to use words? Isn't this a poke in our Master Mo's lungs? Look at how pale our Master Mo's face has turned. Xinhua was not willing to be outdone. Boss, fresh soy milk. I got up at 5 o'clock to grind it. It's handmade, absolutely fresh and absolutely delicious. Yan Ran said lazily, just leave them all alone. Xu Sihan said while eating breakfast, Boss, what are you thinking, going on a blind date, and with someone like Fang Hechuan? This sentence shocked everyone. The first to react was Mo Yunpei. Gu Bei could feel the chill emanating from his third master's body. Fear. Mo Yunpei's face was gloomy. Blind date? So she went on a blind date last night? Very good, his son's mother actually went on a blind date. The next person to react was Qiqi. She slammed the children's chopsticks in her hand, her little face full of anger. Mom, are you really going on a blind date? Yan Ran glanced at him calmly. What? Do you have any objections? Qiqi was originally full of vigor and confidence, but when his mother glared at him, he immediately stopped and said aggrievedly, You already have a father, how can you still go on a blind date? Chapter 46 The Fury of the Two Bosses. Yan Ran sighed, Don't meddle in other people's business, kid. Xin Hui, boss, are you really going on a blind date? No, with your stunning looks, why would you need a blind date? The girls chasing after you are lining up for miles, okay? It's hard to explain in a few words. Qiqi muttered to himself, feeling a little angry, but he didn't dare to say anything to his mother. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, and everyone felt that the temperature in the yard had dropped by several degrees. Yan Ran looked up and saw Mr. Mo-san, but she didn't react. However, Mr. Mo-san looked as if he was being cheated on. Yan Ran. You wouldn't do that, would you? Although we have a son together, I, Yan Ran, am still a free man. Xu Sihan almost dropped his chopsticks in shock. Mr. Mo-san? Mo Yunpei nodded slightly, giving face to Xu Sihan. Qiqi pulled Qin Hu and said, Uncle Qin, didn't you say you wanted to go fishing with me in the pond? Qin Hui, I have it? You do. Qin Hui could only follow the little ancestor out, and by the way, dragged Xu Sihan out as well. Xu Sihan touched the back of his head and asked Qin Hui, My boss has accepted the younger brother, Mr. Mo-san? Our family has become stronger, the boss is awesome. Qiqi glanced at him, That's not my mother's younger brother, that's my mother's husband. Xu Sihan. In the yard, Yan Ran put down his chopsticks and saw a message on his phone. Boss, I found out that Q is currently studying at a university in Kyoto. What are your plans? The message came from her apprentice William. She had been looking for Q and finally made some progress. Yan Ran put the phone down and thought about it. Are you planning to find a stepfather for Qiqi? A man's cold voice came. Yan Ran asked casually, Why? What do you think, Mr. Mo? Miss Yan is going on a blind date, should she ask the child's father for his opinion? The man sat on the stone bench in a bossy manner. Mo Yunpei felt a little upset when he learned that the woman in front of him was on a blind date with another man. But he didn't understand why he felt this way, and he never showed his emotions, so naturally he wouldn't show his inner emotions. That's why I asked so casually. Yan Ran's smile froze, I'm just a father who contributed a tadpole. It seems that you have no right to dictate my life. Gu Bei saw that his third master had a gloomy face and his heart was beating fast. Miss Yan, please don't say anything. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire?
Mr. Mo-san, who had always been calm and rational, was provoked by this boss Yen and lost his mind, and carried the man back to the car. Yen Ran was also caught off guard and was taken advantage of by Mr. Mo-san.
Gu Bei returns to Yunpei Lake.
Yen Ran was furious. You want to kidnap me in my territory, Mo Yunpei? I think you don't want to live anymore. Mo Yunpei exuded a stagnant aura as if a storm was about to come, and his eyes were filled with surging emotions. You are the first one who dares to speak to me like this.
Both bosses were furious and added fuel to the fire.
The driver Gu Bei suddenly became a poor little thing, trembling with fear.
Yen Ran snorted coldly, really? I'll let you see it today.
Yen Ran raised her hand to slap Master Mo-san in the face, but Mo Yunpei suppressed her with a backhand. Because of anger, Yen Ran's already beautiful diamond-shaped lips seemed to be stained with a layer of crimson, tender and tempting.
The extremely angry Mo Yunpei pressed her down on the leather seat of the luxury car. Chapter 47 Lip Bitten.
The carriage was narrow and Yen Ran was unable to move at all.
You are dead. There is no such word as giving up or surrendering in Yen Ran's dictionary.
She would only add fuel to the fire, making Master Mo's rage burn to the top of his head. He could no longer bear it and just wanted to punish her severely.
Bending his head, he bit her lip.
The carriage immediately became quiet.
Mo Yunpei didn't know why he wanted to kiss this woman.
He had always been calm and rational, but this woman made him lose all his rationality. She not only smelled of gardenia, but also had a faint milky scent. Her lips were soft, making him want to explore more and taste more of her fragrance. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain on his lips and Mo Yunpei groaned.
Then, a bloody smell filled his mouth. The damn woman was so hot-tempered that she actually bit his lip.
Gu Bei was so frightened when he saw blood on his uncle's thin lips that he slammed on the brakes.
Keep driving. Gu Bei could only keep driving forward after hearing the cold voice.
Yen Ran's hair was messy, her clothes were disheveled, and she was lying on the chair. Her face was flushed, and she looked really.
Mo Yunpei's eyes were deep and he gritted his teeth.
Yen Ran struggled to get up, and her movements were so fast that Mo Yunpei was pressed back onto the seat.
Gu Bei. No, Mr. San, Miss Yen, you too. He puts you down and you put him down, and I, a single dog, am just eating dog food, so please don't change positions, okay?
Compared to Yen Ran's frantic struggle, Mo Yunpei seemed to be asking for whatever he wanted. Yen Ran's eyes were dark and shiny, and his ferocious look made Mo Yunpei's male hormones explode. He wanted to possess her and make her lie under him willingly.
You're looking for death. Gu Bei was also totally surprised by what Yen Ran said. Has this beauty never been in love? Why didn't she show any shyness when she was kissed by her uncle?
Yen Ran had never been in love before. He had lived with his master for more than 10 years, but he had no experience in love. He had Qiqi for no apparent reason, but he had absolutely no experience in love.
Yen Ran didn't know how ambiguous her posture was.
She only knew that the bastard was taking advantage of her and she raised her hand to beat him up.
Gu Bei drifted and Yen Ran almost fell off her seat.
Mo Yunpei hugged her with his big hands and she fell into his arms again.
Gu Bei saw the look in his third uncle's eyes. Well, this is a sure thing.
The third master 1T let him go at every turn. He seemed to have accomplished something. The car drifted all the way back to the mansion in Yunpei Lake and stopped steadily. When the car door opened, the servants saw that their godlike third master was kicked out of the car.
The kick was fierce and violent.
All the servants looked at their noses and their hearts, not daring to look at the third master.
Gu Bei, I should be under the car, not inside the car. Yen Ran underestimated the enemy and was carried back to the mansion by Mo Yunpei. Bang! Yen Ran was thrown onto the big bed. Who did you go on a blind date with? The man was furious.
He tore off his tie and threw it aside. He then reached out and unbuttoned 2 buttons.
Veins bulged on his forehead. It was obvious that he was furious. Is Yen Ran afraid of him? There is no one in this world that Yen Ran is afraid of.
She raised her eyebrows, chose a comfortable posture, half lying down leisurely, supporting her head. What's it got to do with you? Mo Yunpei grabbed her ankle, and Yen Ran was not paying attention and was dragged over by him. The man approached her and put his hands on her side. You'd better tell me obediently, otherwise I'll bite you in the mouth too. There was a break in the corner of his mouth, and he looked charming and seductive.
Seeing that she didn't speak, Mo Yunpei asked coldly, Are you going on a blind date with Chu Sihan? Chapter 48 Treatment.
As he spoke, a warm breath slowly fell on her neck, and Yanran felt a little itchy in her heart.
It wasn't Chu Sihan.
She looked lazy and calm.
Who is that? Mo Yunpei asked more aggressively.
Yanran raised her eyebrows, her eyes unruly. Fong Huchuan.
Mo Yunpei's eyes were gloomy. Who the hell was Fong Huchuan? He was actually worthy of being asked to go on a blind date. No more blind dates in the future. Yanran's eyes were filled with more banditry. Oh? Why do you care about me?
Mo Yunpei was about to punish this woman when there was a hurried knock on the door. Third master, third master.
Gu Bei's voice. A cold light flashed in Mo Yunpei's eyes. What's the matter?
Gu Bei said cautiously, the old man suddenly fell ill, you should go and see him. Mo Yunpei immediately rushed to the mansion where the old man lived. The old man was leaning on the sofa, holding his chest, unconscious. The two doctors in their 50s were helpless. Third master, we have to send the old man to the hospital immediately. He has a sudden cerebral infarction.
Yanran stepped forward. Do you have a needle? Give me one. Mo Anchue was there too, gritting her teeth. You still think it's not chaotic enough? What's your business?
Yanran said indifferently, the old man suddenly had a cerebral infarction, I have to bleed him.
This resort is far from the hospital.
Whether we call an ambulance or you drive him to the hospital, it will be delayed.
The two doctors were Mo's family doctors, both well-known doctors in Kyoto.
When they saw a girl in her early 20s speaking so brazenly, they both sneered. Don't cause trouble for us.
Mo Anchua rolled her eyes and said, can you get out of the way? If something happens to Grandpa, you can't afford to pay for it even if you have 100 lives, okay?
Yanran wanted to step forward, but Mo Anchua pushed her away. I told you to get out of here.
Yanran was pushed into Mo Yunpei's arms, his expression cold. If anything happens, don't look for me.
The two family doctors couldn't stand it anymore. How shameless of you, little girl.
How can you solve a problem that we can't solve?
The old man's life is precious.
If something bad happens to him, do you think you can compensate for it with your own life?
Yanran raised her eyebrows and looked at Mo Yunpei.
Mo Yunpei said in a deep voice, let her try. Mo Anchue was anxious. Third brother, why do you let her do whatever she wants? If anything goes wrong, something bad will happen. How come you have the final say in the Mo family? Mo Yunpei looked gloomy, and Mo Anchue didn't dare to speak. The two doctors quickly stopped Yanran and said anxiously, Third master, don't do anything rash. What does a little girl like her know?
Send her to the hospital quickly to save the old man. Yanran crossed his arms across his chest. If we delay any longer, I won't be able to save the old man. Third master, please come up with a decision quickly.
Mo Yunpei said in a deep voice, have you got the needle? The servant quickly handed over the sewing box. There are a lot of needles here. Lighter. Gu Bei immediately handed over the lighter.
Yanran's movements were skillful and calm as he disinfected the silver needle first.
Mo Anchue chuckled lightly.
Let's see how she tries to show off. If she fails in the end, let's see how third brother will protect this woman. The leading doctor, Du Hushing, grabbed Yanran's wrist and said, I advise you to think twice and don't discredit us doctors.
The little girl is simply courting death.
If she really kills old man Mo, her life will be over with her. A flash of determination appeared in Yanran's dark eyes. If I can't cure the old man, I will give him his life as compensation.
Du Hushing chuckled. Everyone here heard it, she said it herself. Chapter 49, Quit the Medical Field. Yanran said indifferently, if I cure the old man, doctor, what will you do?
Du Hushing snorted coldly, a young girl like you dare to mention medical skills in front of me.
If you can cure the old man, I will retire from the medical profession.
Yanran smiled slightly, you said it yourself.
She sat on the sofa, took the old man's pulse first, and then inserted silver needles into the Baihui, Qiqi, and Zusanli points.
He gave the old man another injection on his fingertip, and soon blood started dripping.
Mo Anchue was anxious. Third brother, look at her. If this continues, Grandpa's life will really be in danger. Mo Yunpei looked at Mo Anchue with a sinister look. Shut up.
Blood dripped onto the floor. Yanran gave another finger a needle and then pinched it to let the blood flow.
2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes.
The room was silent and the atmosphere was solemn, with everyone's eyes glued to Yanran.
Du Hushing exchanged glances with the doctor beside him.
The little girl was so arrogant that she wanted to bring the old man back to life with acupuncture.
Just dreaming. There's something exciting to watch today. The ignorant little girl has profound medical skills. If she insists on showing off, then let her pay the price. Idiot.
Suddenly, the old man started coughing and opened his eyes. It was simply a medical miracle, and the two famous doctors were so shocked that their eyes widened.
How is it possible? Mo Anshue's face turned pale. Was this bitch Yen Ran really capable, or was it just a case of lucky luck?
Yen Ran felt the old man's pulse again and whispered, "Okay, it's okay now, just rest for a week." The old man's eyes were full of surprise. "It was you who saved me?"
Yen Ran pulled out the silver needles from the 3 acupuncture points and shrugged, "Yes."
The old man grabbed her hand and said, "Then you are my savior, I must thank you very much, and I will give you my grandson."
Yen Ran. Mo Yunpei? Yen Ran raised an eyebrow. "That's not necessary." Mo Yunpei?
Mo Anshue gave Yen Ran a white look, playing hard to get, a true green tea character. Grandpa Mo was still passionately promoting his grandson. "Our Yunpei is a handsome man, and everyone says he is the most handsome nobleman in Kyoto. He is tall, has a good figure, and has outstanding abilities."
"Don't you really want to consider him?"
Mr. Mo's face turned cold. "Grandpa."
Mr. Mo glared at him.
He worked so hard to sell the product but couldn't, yet he still had the nerve to call him.
Yen Ran turned around and looked at the doctor. "I cured the old man, it's time for you to fulfill your promise."
Du Hushing gritted his teeth. He never expected that this girl was so capable. I am just worried about the old man's health. Obviously, he wants to default on his debt." Yen Ran looked at Mr. Mo, and the old man's butler explained to him what had just happened.
The old man snorted, "Dr. Du, Dr. Zhao, you two don't need to show up in the Mo family anymore.
I think you two are old, so just retire." The two doctors were too embarrassed to say anything more as they were outshined by a young girl. Furthermore, Dr. Du had said himself that if this girl could cure the old man, he would retire from the medical profession.
Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken away.
The two doctors left the mansion in disgrace. Chapter 50. The old man can't sell his products. Mo Anshue also ran out in shame, fearing that her third brother would settle accounts with her later. Through the French window, she glanced at Yen Ran, feeling extremely angry.
She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The Mo family is divided into many branches. Mo Yunpei's branch is the direct line and is extremely noble.
Although she also has the surname Mo, in Kyoto, everyone gives their family some face for the sake of her great-grandfather. She was unwilling to accept this. She saw how wealthy her third brother's family was, so how could she not be envious? If the third brother helps her parents' company, then their family will definitely be able to join the top celebrity circle in Kyoto. Therefore, she always wanted to introduce Pei Ni to her third brother. If her best friend became the third master's wife, she would be able to rise to a higher position.
Yen Ran is currently the biggest stumbling block. Dr. Du and Dr. Zhao were sighing, and Mo Anshue stopped them and whispered, "Dr. Du, I want to ask, do you want to return to the Mo family?" Du Hushing said in annoyance, "How could I not think about it? I have a way, but you have to give me a medicine." In the villa, the old man looked regretful. "Xiao Ran, don't you really consider my grandson?" Mo Yunpei still had an expression as if someone owed him 5 million.
Yen Ran shrugged, not considering it. "Then please stay here for dinner."
"You must stay so that I can thank you properly."
Yen Ran was not good at rejecting the elderly and children, and since the old man sincerely wanted to thank her, she agreed. After dinner, it started to rain heavily and there seemed no sign of the rain stopping. Yen Ran spoke first. "There are many villas here, let me live in one, I don't want to live with Mr. Mo-san."
Mo Yunpei's face turned pale. "It's up to you."
Then he turned away angrily. The old man winked at the housekeeper. "Take Xiao Ran to rest."
The housekeeper held an umbrella for Yen Ran.
There were too many villas in this resort, and they all looked almost the same. After walking around, he stopped in front of one of the villas, swiped his card, and let her in.
Yen Ran had no doubts.
The butler raised his eyebrows and locked the door. Yen Ran walked through the entrance and the corridor, and when he saw the tall figure in front of the French window, his eyebrows suddenly jumped. She fell into the old man's trap. She trusted him so much. Mo Yunpei held a glass of water in his hand, drank it in one gulp, glanced at her and said coldly, "I thought you were so strong-willed, why are you here again?"
Yen Ran was too lazy to pay attention to her and went upstairs.
With a bang, the sound of glass breaking was heard. "Mr. Mo has a really bad temper." Mo Yunpei's face turned pale as he took out a bottle of whiskey, sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and drank one glass after another, watching the heavy rain outside. In the car outside, Mo Anxue said proudly, "I asked Dr. Du for some of that medicine and have put it in my brother's water. I will take you in later and you can go directly to my brother's room. My great-grandfather is a very traditional man. Once the matter is settled, my third brother will have to marry you." Pei and I held Mo Anxue's hand. "Anxue, thank you so much for helping me. If I really can become the third master's wife, I will never forget you." Mo Anxue opened the car door, held up a big umbrella, and pulled Pei and I to the gate, where there was no one guarding it. With her identity as Miss Mo, she had already obtained the universal room card. She swiped it and found that it could not be opened. "What's going on?" Penny was a little anxious. "Why can't it be opened?" Mo Anxue was also anxious. "I don't know, logically speaking, the universal room card can be used to enter every villa." As he said that, he swiped a few more times, but still no response. Mo Anxue and Pei and I were almost going crazy with anxiety, but they were afraid that the patrolling bodyguards would see them, so they had to rush back to the car. Inside the villa, on the second floor, Yan Ran took a leisurely hot bath, changed into a pure white nightgown, and just opened the bathroom door. The road was blocked by a tall figure. Chapter 51. That's the medical fee. Yan Ran wiped his wet hair with a bath towel and said indifferently, "Third master, please let me pass." But the man not only refused to let her go, but instead put his hands on the wall. His tall body enveloped her, and she was trapped between the wall and his arms. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Third master wants to fight with her late at night?" Well, he did want to fight, but Mr. San wanted to fight with her on the bed. The man's breathing was disordered, and his hot breath sprinkled on Yan Ran's ear. "Don't move." Yan Ran raised his eyes. The dim light in the bathroom shone into his deep pupils, which were as dark as a deep pool. His nose was high and his thin lips were covered with a layer of crimson. "He is a man with excellent appearance." Mr. Mo praised him as the most handsome young man in Kyoto, and it was true. This man did have a face that could make people's hearts flutter. But Yan Ran is not the kind of girl who is obsessed with flowers. Although she appreciates it, she will not indulge in it. "Get out of the way." Her voice became colder. A fire was burning in Mo Yunpei's heart. He could only see the woman's seductive lips opening and closing. The fragrance he had tasted was engraved in his consciousness like a brand. At this moment, he was very thirsty and just wanted to quench his thirst. And he knew that the woman in front of him could quench her thirst. The man's handsome face got closer and closer. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. "Man, you are playing with fire." With one punch, Mr. Mo Sani, a famous figure in Kyoto who had been drunk and drugged, was knocked unconscious. Outside the house, in the luxury car, Pei's eyes were full of anxiety. "And Shua, what should I do? I can't get in. Isn't that a waste of a good opportunity?" Mo Anxue wiped the sweat from his forehead and held her hand. "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. My brother is the only one in the room anyway. If it doesn't work, just wait until tomorrow morning. Someone will definitely come to open the door, and then I will let you in. Then you can say that you were slept with by third brother. Third brother probably won't remember it anyway. Is this okay?" This is the only solution. The bedroom was quiet except for the sound of rain. Yan Ran brought Mr. Mo San to the bed. The man was unconscious, with his shirt collar slightly open, and he looked ready to take whatever he wanted. It was so vivid. Yan Ran took his pulse and found that there was a large amount of aphrodisiac in his body. Powerful and handsome men are really dangerous. They may be drugged at any time. Yan Ran felt that since he had knocked the man unconscious, he had to take some responsibility, so he stayed by his side all night. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sky was just getting light, she hesitated and took out a handful of money from her trouser pocket. After all, someone was injured, so it can be considered as medical expenses. So, when Mo Yunpei woke up, he opened his eyes and saw the change on the bedside table, both small and large amounts, a total of 138 yuan. He was so angry that his face turned blue. He pinched his brows. Everything about last night was like a blur. He was so angry at that woman that he lost his mind and drank a few more sips. After that, he only remembered that he blocked Yan Ran at the bathroom door and seemed to want to kiss her. After that, he had no memory. The woman left over 100 yuan, meaning, as payment for prostitution? Bang! The people downstairs heard a loud shattering sound coming from upstairs. Mr. Mo-san was in a very bad mood when he woke up and he got furious early in the morning. When I opened the door, I saw a woman crying downstairs. Penny was wearing pajamas, covering her face, crying pitifully. Mo Anchue on the side comforted her softly. "It's okay, my third brother will definitely be responsible for you." When she raised her eyes and saw her third brother wearing a black bathrobe with a sinister expression, Mo Anchue still felt a little guilty. "I just hope that third brother doesn't remember what happened last night, and that Penny can get away with it." The door of the villa was suddenly pushed open, and a stern-looking lady came in. Her hair was neatly tied up, and she was wearing a haute couture suit. She was carrying an Hermes crocodile leather bag and 3-centimeter gray high heels. The sound of the heels hitting the marble floor made people feel that her demeanor suddenly became serious. The person who came was Mo Yunpei's mother, Song Jinyun. Mo Anchue's eyes lit up. It would be easier if her aunt came. The Pei family and the Mo family have a good relationship, and Pei and I is familiar to her aunt. Moreover, the third brother also respects Mrs. Mo. Song Jinyun frowned and looked over. Pei and I was crying intermittently, looking very aggrieved. Mo Yunpei took out a bottle of Evian mineral water from the refrigerator, his brows furrowed. "Why is she here?" "Gu Bei?" Gu Bei kept scratching his head. He didn't know why Miss Mo brought Miss Pei in. "Damn it! All the good work I did yesterday is going to be cancelled out today." Song Jinyun walked up to Pei and I, put down the bag in her hand, and asked, "What happened?" Mo Anchue's eyes flickered, and she said, "Yesterday, third brother, he." Seeing that Penny's clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, and there were ambiguous red marks on her neck, Mo Tai knew what had happened without her having to explain too clearly. Has her son finally come to his senses? Although the Pei family's family background is not as good as the Mo family's, it is still acceptable and not embarrassing. Yunpei has long passed the marriageable age. He is 27 years old this year and it is time for him to start a family. I also saw 2 empty whiskey bottles lying next to the open wine cabinet. The evidence is conclusive. Having sex after drinking. Song Jinyun looked at her handsome son. "If that's the case, you have to be responsible for him." Mo Yunpei drank a sip of mineral water and said with a serious look in his eyes, "Nothing happened between her and me, so why should I be responsible?" Penny was panicked and scared, and immediately burst into tears. Could it be that the third master remembered? But no matter whether he remembered or not, with Mo Tai here, she would definitely blame the third master today, and the third master had no evidence anyway. Song Jinyun slammed the table. Which girl would do such a thing to ruin her reputation? "You, kid, can't do such a thing and then not be responsible for it. It's too irresponsible and it damages the reputation of our Mahist school." Mo Yunpei walked up to Pei and I and looked down at her. "I advise you not to seek death. The sound is like an Arctic cold pond, which makes people shudder." After saying that, he turned and went upstairs. Pei and I felt extremely aggrieved and threw herself into Mo Anchue's arms, crying while watching Mo Tai's reaction. Song Jinyun patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'm here, I will definitely take care of it for you." Pei and I finally felt relieved. With Mo Tai's words, she felt completely relieved. Soon, Mo Yunpei changed into a white shirt and trousers and hurried downstairs. Song Jinyun wanted to stop him, but she saw her son's face full of anger and he hurried out. She felt that at this time, even if she tried to stop him, she couldn't stop him. After a moment's hesitation, her son had already gone out and got into a Rolls-Royce. Pei and I was still crying, and Song Jinyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have chosen you as my daughter-in-law, and our Yunpei always listens to me." Outside, Gu Bei said cautiously, "Third master, how do we deal with Pei and I?" "You." His third master has a sinister look in his eyes. What does he want to say? "Third master, did you sleep with her last night?" The man in the back seat turned pale instantly, and words popped out one by one. "Who did I sleep with? Don't I know it?" Gu Bei. Fear. Wrong words. The car drove all the way to Huaxi village, and Gu Bei kept apologizing to his third uncle. "I'm sorry." Chapter 52. The boss was humiliated. Mo Yunpei pulled open the collar of his shirt, his finger joints turned slightly white, and his eyes seemed to contain a knife. "Don't do it tomorrow." Gu Bei, a poor bodyguard who was facing the risk of being laid off at any time. "Third master, I didn't know, I was wrong." "Shut up." "Yes." The car sped all the way and stopped in front of Yan's house. At noon, the midsummer sun was very strong. There was a silver sycamore tree in front of the door, and the sound of cicadas was endless.
Mo Yunpei got out of the car and walked to the door. He saw a lock on the wooden door. No one is at home? In order to gain praise in front of his third master, Gubei slammed the wooden door. Miss Yen, Qiqi, are you home? No one answered, except for the chirping of cicadas at the door. Mo Yunpei still had a handful of money in his hand, and the money seemed to be mocking him silently. It's not that he slept with someone else, but that he, Mr. Mo-san, was slept with by someone else. Not only was he slept with, but the other party also humiliated him by offering him money, and it was only a little over 100 yuan. And she ran away gracefully. Yen ran. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors, I didn't sleep with Mr. Mo. Gubei knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. He was sweating and his mouth was dry. He saw a handful of banknotes in his uncle's hand and asked, "Uncle, what is this money? This is really walking into a gun's mouth. You don't have to wait until tomorrow, you don't have to do it now." Mo Yunpei got into the car full of anger, leaving Gubei feeling aggrieved. So what? Is he having a bad luck this year? Why is he making mistakes everywhere? 200 kilometers away in Kyoto, in front of an old courtyard, Chu Sihan stopped the car and got out with 2 suitcases. "Boss, you said you don't like living in an apartment, so this courtyard is for you. It's spacious and a bit like the small courtyard you lived in Huaxi village. You will live here from now on." Yen Ran looked around. It was an old house with blue bricks and red tiles, and it looked quite old. The alley was long and narrow, and it was full of life. "Isn't this expensive?" Chu Sihan waved his hand and said, "It's not expensive, just over 80 million. Xin Hua? Is this the happiness that belongs to the top rich people?" Yen Ran nodded. "Well, that's indeed not expensive." Xin Hua. No way, I'm not the only poor person here, am I? As a leading figure in the medical field of Kyoto, Xinhua is actually very wealthy, but he is not greedy for money and devotes himself to medical skills, so his family background is certainly not as good as that of the prince of the royal casino. Qiqi sat on the suitcase with a look of grief and anger on her face. Yen Ran was about to leave with the suitcase, but he howled, I want tea leave. Yen Ran put one hand on his waist. Why? Why did mom suddenly run away from Huaxi village? I came here to deal with something, not to escape, and I will go back after I am done. Qiqi raised her little chin and said, I don't believe it, Mom, are you avoiding Dad? Xu Sihan and Xinhua hurriedly carried their luggage into the yard, leaving the battlefield to them. Yen Ran scratched the back of his head. Why should I avoid him? Xiao Qiqi analyzed the situation with his mother with a serious face. I think Dad seems to have a good impression of you. Mom, do you dislike Dad and don't like him pestering you, so you suddenly ran away from Huaxi village without saying goodbye? Then will I have no father in the future? The father who was in hand really flew away again. Woo woo. When the little girl was moved, she looked like she was about to cry. Yen Ran knocked on his head. Who did you learn this from? You learned this from Xinhua, but you didn't learn anything good. Do you want to apply to the acting department of the film academy? I told you that you came to Kyoto to do something important. Do you want to come in? The little girl turned her head away and said, I want to go in, I want to stand with my dad. Yen Ran rolled her eyes at him. It's up to you. After saying that, he carried his backpack into the yard. As the sun sets, the prince of the Chu family and the medical master are doing a thorough cleaning. The house is fully furnished with furniture and appliances, so after a little cleaning, one can move in with their luggage. The prince is a loyal husky, looking for praise. Boss, the environment is not bad, right? You did a good job on this. Xu Sihan's face was filled with joy. Why didn't Qiqi come in? He wants to stand together with Mo Yunpei, so let him go. In the evening, the aroma of barbecue wafted in. Qiqi sat on the suitcase with a hungry stomach, staring at his mother and Uncle Qin and Uncle Chu eating the delicious barbecue, drooling wildly. Finally, Dad was no match for the barbecue. Qiqi admitted defeat and surrendered, then ran into the yard to eat barbecue. Xinhua teased him, your dad is not worth 2 pieces of roasted pork belly. Your dad will be so sad if he knows. Qiqi ate a piece of fragrant roasted pork belly. Food is the most important thing for people, Dad can understand me. Xinhua said, Boss, Mr. Mo-san, please check the surveillance cameras along the way. I think he will find you soon. Yen Ran didn't even bat an eyelid. He can't find me, I have already changed the surveillance along the way. At night, at Yunshui Lake, Mo Yunpei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a burning cigarette between his slender fingers.
Gubei said nervously, "Third Master, we have checked all the surveillance cameras in the surrounding area, and there is no trace of Miss Yen, nor any trace of Chusihan's car."
Mo Yunpei put out the cigarette but in his hand, no trace? Yes. Chusihan's Porsche Cayenne disappeared out of thin air?
Gubei said with sweat dripping down his face, yes, Third Master.
What use is there for you? Get out.
Under the dim light of the crystal chandelier, the $138 seemed to be mocking him mercilessly. The powerful and influential people in Kyoto, the feared Mo-san.
Only worth 138.
In Kyoto, Yen Ran had a good night's sleep. After having breakfast in the morning, he wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt and long pants, and black marten boots. He looked so cool that the neighbors in the alley looked at him sideways. At the back door of Imperial Capital University, she said indifferently, "I am here for an interview." When she was 16, she founded the Seven Star Alliance, the most feared organization in the world.
It did everything, from killing people to stealing intelligence and being a spy.
As long as the price was high enough, there was nothing the Seven Star Alliance could not accomplish. 3 years ago, the master died suddenly, and the fingerprints of Q, her most capable subordinate in the Seven Star Alliance, were left at the scene. Therefore, she had to confront Q face to face about how her master died. And now, Q disguised herself and got into the Imperial Capital University, so she suddenly came to Kyoto for the interview at the Imperial Capital University.
The guard looked Yen Ran up and down.
This girl was as delicate as a doll, but she looked young, about 20 years old.
What did she think of this place? Imperial Capital University, the top-ranked university in the country.
In our Imperial Capital University, even the cleaners and janitors have a bachelor's degree or above.
What are you here for an interview? Disdain was written all over his face.
Yen Ran put his hands in his trouser pockets, with a lazy expression. "I'm here to interview for the position of librarian." Suddenly, a bright red sports car stopped beside her and a fashionably dressed young girl got out of the car. The security guards, who looked at Yen Ran with contempt, immediately came forward. "Miss. This person is Yuan Qiqi, the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Imperial Capital University."
Yuan Qiqi sneered, "Librarian? Show me your resume." Yen Ran took out the resume Qinhua had prepared for her. Yuan Qiqi couldn't help laughing out loud. "Dropped out of high school? You didn't even finish high school, and you came to our Imperial Capital University to interview for a librarian position? Even a toilet cleaner in our school has a higher education than you." Then he threw the resume in her face and said arrogantly, "Go back to where you came from and don't humiliate yourself." After saying that, he stepped on the resume that fell on the ground and was about to get back into the sports car. But I saw a dozen people in suits and leather shoes jogging along the path inside the school gate. Chapter 53, Slap in the Face. Yuan Qiqi smiled proudly. "I advise you to be more self-conscious and walk on your own. Don't make things too embarrassing and overestimate your abilities." Yen Ran raised an eyebrow. Yuan Qiqi saw that the leader among the dozen people was her father, Yuan Shiliang, the chairman of the board of directors of Imperial Capital University. The school gate slowly opened, and Yuan Shiliang, led by a dozen senior members of the board of directors, surrounded the people at the door. Yen Ran didn't even lift his eyelids. She just bent down and picked up the resume on the ground that was covered with shoe prints. After all, it was carefully prepared for her by Qinhua and should not be ruined like this. Yuan Qiqi walked over and said coquettishly, "Dad, why are you here? Did you know I was coming?" Yuan Shiliang walked up to Yen Ran. Before he opened his mouth to speak, Yuan Qiqi said, "Dad couldn't be so well informed that he knew that there was a junior high school student who wanted to come to our university for an interview? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. He hasn't even finished high school, and he wants to interview for the position of librarian. Now, anyone can dare to come to our Imperial Capital University for an interview." Slap. A slap landed on Yuan Qiqi's face. Yuan Qiqi looked at her father in shock. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Yuan Shiliang gnashed his teeth and said, "You ignorant bastard, how dare you be so rude to Miss Yen?" Yuan Qiqi looked at her father in disbelief, then looked at the young girl. What is she capable of? It was amazing that the chairman of the board of directors of Kyoto's most prestigious university could respectfully address her as Miss Yen. The security guards who had just mocked Yen Ran were frightened when they saw this. Yuan Shiliang walked up to Yen Ran respectfully and bowed, followed by more than a dozen board executives who bowed with her. The grand scale of the event shocked everyone present. Yen Ran scratched the back of her head. It must be Qinhua who leaked the news in advance.
She didn't want to alert the school's top management, so she interviewed for the position of librarian.
Go back to him at night to settle the score. Miss Yen, my daughter is blind and does not recognize a great man.
I hope you will not take it to heart with her.
Yen Ran glanced at Yuan Cece indifferently.
Yuan Cece felt that the girl's eyes were like a cold light, and her aura was strong and sharp, which made her feel scared instantly. I hope Mr. Yuan can discipline his daughter well and restrain the school staff. Yen Ran put one hand in his pocket, tightened the backpack on his shoulder with the other hand, and walked straight into the school. The dozen or so senior executives followed behind respectfully. Yuan Shiliang patted Yuan Cece on the head. You really bring trouble to me.
Dad, who is she? Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, he is a big shot who cannot be offended.
After saying that, he pointed at the security guards who had just made things difficult for Yen Ran and said, Go collect your wages immediately.
You don't need to come tomorrow.
After saying that, he turned away. Those security guards were regretting their decision so much. Who would have known that the girl, at such a young age, had such a prominent background?
In the spacious and bright office, Yen Ran sat lazily on the chair. Yuan Shiliang asked respectfully, What position do you want to interview for? Librarian? Am I qualified? Yen Ran asked seriously.
Yuan Shiliang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Qualified, of course qualified, you really are a joker.
Or you can be our visiting professor. The librarian is underestimating you.
Yen Ran picked up the porcelain cup beside him with his slender white hands and took a sip. Forget about the professor, let's go to the library. It's quiet there and she meets many people every day, which makes it convenient for her to do things.
Okay, I'll arrange it for you.
Director Yuan was extremely efficient and quickly handed her a work badge. Come whenever you want. Yen Ran smiled slightly. I will abide by the rules and regulations of your school.
Yuan Shiliang almost fell to his knees.
When the boss smiles, life and death are unpredictable.
So scary. Don't pay too much attention to me. I want to keep a low profile at school, Mr. Yuan, is that okay?
Yes, of course. Yuan Shiliang watched Yen Ran leave with a heavy heart.
Yuan Cece said angrily, Dad, who is she?
Why are you so servile to her?
Suddenly, Yuan Shiliang's secretary said, Mr. Gu is here.
Yuan Cece was shocked, because Mr. Gu was the largest investor in their school and a well-known investment tycoon in the Kyoto financial circle. He usually doesn't come to school, but what brought him here today? Soon, a tall, long-legged, handsome man with a stern face and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses entered Yuan Shiliang's office. Mr. Gu, according to your instructions, we have let Miss Yen stay in the library.
She said she wanted to be an ordinary administrator.
Gu Jinghe lit a cigarette, smoked it slowly, and glanced at Yuan Cece coldly. I heard that someone made things difficult for her?
Yuan Cece was still frightened and felt a little scared. Yuan Shiliang quickly defended him. Cece is ignorant, I have already scolded her.
Yuan Cece felt a murderous look flash in the man's eyes and was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. If anyone in this school offends her again, Director Yuan will have to step down and let others take over.
Yuan Shiliang said tremblingly, Yes, I dare to ask, I wonder who Miss Yen is, to you, Mr. Gu? Could it be the person Mr. Gu likes? Look at that girl's stunning appearance, she will definitely catch the eye of such a picky person like Mr. Gu. Gu Jinghe said calmly, She is my master. Yuan Shiliang and Yuan Cece stood there in a daze. Master? What's the meaning?
Outside the library, Gu Jinghe sat in a luxury car, looking at the girl through the glass door.
The Gu family is a fierce family struggle.
If Yen Ran had not saved him 6 years ago and injected huge funds into him, how could he have won the final victory in that struggle? At that time, she was just a 16-year-old girl. Just like these ignorant people, he thought the little girl was playing a prank and looked down on her, then turned around and got slapped in the face. Unfortunately, she said she was going to retire. If it wasn't for investigating her master's death, she probably would never have appeared in that small village in her life.
Yen Ran followed the library staff around and became familiar with the terrain inside.
There are still more than 10 days before school starts, so the library is quite deserted, with only a few staff members around. No one looked suspicious, so it seemed there was no rush. Kyoto, Jiujiang Garden, in a villa halfway up the mountain. Mo Yunpei returned from Yunpei Lake Resort and waited for 2 days. He confirmed that the woman had actually escaped and there was no news of her since.
What's the point of him staying there? Has the surveillance been checked? Gubei, third master, I checked again, very carefully, all the entrances and exits of Huaxi village, the town, and the city, but there is no trace of Miss Yan and the others. Mo Yunpei pressed his temple with his slender fingers. Could it be that she can fly? Gubei spread his hands. I really don't know where she went. Chapter 54. Let the Pei family go bankrupt. Mo Yunpei was in a depressed mood, but there were people who added fuel to the fire. He is so diligent in being a cannon fodder. His mother Song Jinyun brought Pei Yanai here. Pei Yanai didn't dare to delay for fear that the night would be too long and dreams would arise, so she ran to Amotai and started crying again. Song Jinyun was also worried about her son's marriage, so she brought Pei Yanai here. Since you can't control your lower body, just marry her quickly, so that I won't have a good life outside. Then people will say that I, the Maist, am bullying others by taking advantage of my power. Mo Yunpei had a cigar between his slender fingers. After hearing what his mother said, he put out the burning cigar and gave Penny a sinister look. What did you leave on my nightstand that morning? Penny panicked. What does this mean? She couldn't even get into the bedroom, so how could she leave something on his bedside table? Is there another woman? That morning, I seemed to see that bitch Yanran running out of the villa before dawn. Could it be that Yanran got there first? Her mind was racing with thoughts, wondering what might be left behind after a woman was slept with by Mr. Mo-san. It must be something that can prove your identity. She seemed to see a thin ring on Yanran's right little finger. Yes, it must be that ring. That woman is playing hard to get and wants to seduce the third master, so she will definitely keep something that can prove her identity. A pinky ring, she said cautiously. Gubei rolled his eyes and said, Miss Pei, your good days are over. You are courting death. Do you think you can touch the third master? Mo Yunpei chuckled. A pinky ring? Are you sure? Penny said firmly, yes, it is a pinky ring. Mo Yunpei looked at his mother. The person that night was not her. Miss Pei blamed me for tarnishing her innocence and slandering my reputation in the celebrity circle of Kyoto. It was reasonable for me to deal with the Pei family in any way I wanted. Penny's face was pale and ashen. Song Jinyun was puzzled. What, not her? Mo Yunpei said coldly, you don't have to worry about what happens next, Gubei, send the madam out. Song Jinyun frowned and looked at Pei Yanai. Are you sure it's not her? Mo Yunpei felt a chill all over his body. He was sure it wasn't her. The thing left on the bedside was not a pinky ring. Song Jinyun was furious. Pei Yanai, since nothing happened between us Yunpei and you, why do you say such things? Now many people in the celebrity circle of Kyoto think that there is something between us Yunpei and you. What's wrong with you? Penny was terrified. She had planned everything, but she never expected that the person who stayed in Mr. Mo-san's room that night would leave something behind. What she could never have imagined was that Yanran left behind money, and it was 138 yuan. Mo Yunpei said coldly, Gubei, send the madam out. The only people left in the mansion were Mo Yunpei, his personal assistant Zhang Huai, and the frightened Pei Yanai. Zhang Huai poured Mo Yunpei a glass of whiskey. Mo Yunpei took a sip of wine. Zhang Huai said coldly, Miss Pei even dared to deceive our third master. You don't take our third master seriously. Penny trembled. I didn't lie to the third master. Bang! The glass full of whiskey fell heavily on the table, and Penny shook. Since Miss Pei doesn't take me seriously, Zhang Huai, let's make the Pei family go bankrupt. Yes. Pei and I was so scared that she could only beg for mercy. Third master, please let my family go. Mo Yunpei was too lazy to listen to her explanation. He raised his hand and Zhang Huai called 2 bodyguards to drag out the suicidal Miss Pei. The house was quiet again. Mo Yunpei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window holding a wineglass, looking at the dark night outside with a cold look in his eyes. Yanran, I wonder where you can escape to. Yanran came back from school and received invitations from her mother and sister. She said that her uncle Du had returned from abroad and asked her to go for dinner. Yanran stood in the night for a while, then walked out, his back looking a little lonely. Qiqi was a little depressed and asked Qinhui, my mother doesn't tea like them, why do you still want to go? The boss has her own considerations when doing things, so don't ask too many questions. At the gate of the Du family's villa, Yanran got out of the car. Zhao Menian came out and saw her daughter wearing all black. She couldn't help but show disgust on her face. Why does this kid always wear such neutral style clothes? If he didn't have long hair, I would have thought he was a teenage boy. Yanran followed Zhao Man indifferently and went to the Du family mansion.
Zhao Man reminded her in a condescending tone, "Your Uncle Du is at home, he is always serious and has the final say in this family, no one dares to disobey him."
Like last time, you must never say things like the painting is fake again, otherwise even if you want to come to Kyoto in the future, you won't be able to make it, do you understand? Yen ran. As long as you are happy. Yen Ran's disciples. Don't stop me. If anyone dares to insult my boss, I will fight her. Zhao Man added, "Today, the Chinese painting master Yen Yangxing is coming to visit the Du family.
He is your sister's Chinese painting teacher.
When you meet the master, don't say anything, otherwise you will be laughed at and lose face for your Uncle Du, okay?" Yen Ran, Yen Yangxing? Zhao Man's disgust was almost overflowing. What? Have you heard of it? Even if you have heard of it, don't show off. The things you saw on the internet are not worthy of being published, you know?
Yen Ran glanced at her mother, her thin lips tightly pursed, her dark eyes calm and peaceful. In the huge living room, Yen Yangxing, Du Jiarong, and Yen Ning were meeting friends through literature and discussing matters related to Chinese painting.
Master Yen has gray hair and is in his 60s. He looks a little arrogant.
After all, he is a well-known master of Chinese painting and he has the capital to be arrogant.
Zhao Man introduced Du Jiarong. "Jiarong, this is Xiao Ran whom I often mention to you."
Du Jiarong glanced at Yen Ran indifferently, and found that her appearance was extremely outstanding. But with that status, as a country boy, he was used to being wild and could not be accepted by the upper class.
"I'm 22 years old and haven't even graduated from high school.
I'm never going to achieve anything in my life." If Zhao Man had not given him a son and had not had a certain status in the family, Du Jiarong would never have let this wild child set foot in the Du family in his life.
It's really embarrassing.
Yen Ning looked at her Uncle Du's disdainful eyes and felt proud in her heart. People like Yen Ran were only worthy of looking up to her and envying her in this life. She, Yen Ning, was a popular star and a socialite in Kyoto.
Why should she bother with Yen Ran?
Master Yen didn't even look at Yen Ran and said to Yen Ning, "Ning, I heard that you painted a picture of the Yangtze River.
Let me see it."
Yen Ning took out the scroll that she had prepared long ago and spread it flat on the coffee table.
Zhao Man's eyes were full of pride.
Her eldest daughter really made her proud.
She was beautiful, smart, and talented.
In addition to giving birth to a son, Ningning's excellence is also the reason why she can gain a foothold in the Du family. Yen Yangxing touched his chin and praised, "You have only studied painting with me for 3 years, and you have achieved such success."
"Ningning, I am really proud of you."
Yen Ran chuckled.
Yen Ning chuckled, "Xiao Ran, what are you laughing at? Do you understand?"
Yen Ning was provoking her. She hoped that she would say the same things as last time in front of the master, saying that the War of the Titans was a fake painting or something like that. Then she would make a fool of herself in front of the expert.
Yen Ran said coldly, "That's all."
Yen Yangxing was furious and glared at Yen Ran, "How shameless." Yen Ran raised an eyebrow but did not comment. Yen Ning gloated and said, "Why don't you tell me why it is just like this?" She couldn't wait to see Yen Ran embarrass herself in front of the real master.
She asked for it. Chapter 55, Not Knowing the Real Boss.
Yen Ran glanced at Zhao Man and raised her eyebrows. Ms. Zhao had warned her many times before she came, asking her not to show her timidity.
She had no intention of giving instructions in front of everyone. Besides, is Yen Ning worthy of her guidance? A low-level contestant who has only studied painting for 3 years. Seeing that this girl was really arrogant, Zhao Man also wanted to dampen her enthusiasm, so she smiled and said, "Then Xiao Ran, just tell me." He then said to Yen Yangxing, "The child is still young and has little knowledge. If he said something wrong, please don't laugh at me, Master Yen." Du Jiarong had a gloomy face, which was embarrassing. He had finally invited Master Yen to come, so was he going to let this girl mess things up? Then people outside would say that the Du family had no vision. Yen Ran said calmly, "The Yangtze River, the first thing on the scroll is the iron chain bridge of Dujianjian, then the Yangtze River rushes down, passes through the 3 gorges, passes Jiangling, takes in hundreds of rivers, and finally falls into the embrace of the sea, recreating the magnificence of the mountains and rivers of the motherland. Yen Ning's painting has the form but not the spirit, the wrist is weak, and the brushwork is lacking. It's just..." After a pause, he said, "It's just that the attempt to draw a tiger fails and ends up drawing a dog." Everyone was shocked. As soon as she opened her mouth, Yen Ning was stunned. This was not the effect she wanted. She wanted Yen Ran to be embarrassed in front of the master, not to let her be in the limelight again. What she said was well reasoned and meaningful,
and she even saw Yan Yongxing nodding slightly, as if he agreed with her statement.
The string of jealousy in Yan Ning's heart broke instantly. Then I felt that I was a little ridiculous. Why should Yan Ran be jealous?
It must be because he knew that she was learning Chinese painting, and he deliberately wanted to show off in front of her, so he memorized some seemingly professional terms from the internet. Yan Yongxing looked at the young girl and began to re-examine her. The girl was pretty and delicate. Although her dress was not as outstanding as Yan Ning's, her pupils were as delicate as glass, and her eyes were distant and indifferent, as if she didn't take anyone seriously. Her aura revealed that she had the absolute capital to ignore everyone. This kind of aura appeared on a girl in her 20s, and it surprisingly didn't feel out of place.
Yan Yongxing was very interested. What you said seems to make sense. Why? Have you also learned painting? Yan Ran, I have learned some. Yan Yongxing said, how about you draw a picture on the spot? Yan Ning's expression was a little distorted.
Zhao Man finally couldn't bear it anymore, so she grabbed Yan Ran's hand and forced a smile, saying, I'm sorry, Master Yan, I'm sorry to make you laugh.
This child has never learned to paint. She just saw some on the internet.
Please don't be offended if I show off my skills in front of an expert. After saying that, he took Yan Ran's hand and hurried out of the villa.
In the small garden under the moonlight, Zhao Man finally couldn't help but get angry at Yan Ran. What were you showing off just now? You saw something on the internet, and you dare to show off in front of such a master? Don't you see that your sister is embarrassed and embarrassed? Didn't you come here just to embarrass your sister? Don't you know how hard she worked to paint this picture?
She stayed up all night for a week and happily gave it to Master Yan for comments.
The master said that her painting was good. Why are you here to make trouble? After a storm of lectures, Yan Ran looked a little self-deprecating.
Yan Ning worked really hard, staying up all night to paint, and yet her mother felt so sorry for her. It is not worth mentioning that she had not had the love of her parents for more than 10 years. Maybe she doesn't deserve love.
Zhao Man said coldly again, I kindly asked you to come over to meet your Uncle Du today, but you have ruined the good impression you made on yourself. Your Uncle Du hates people like you the most, who are half-baked and have no real talents or knowledge, but love to show off and are very frivolous. Do you know that? Yan Ran raised her eyebrows. There were so many things to complain about that she didn't know what to say. Suffered from being taciturn. Zhao Man said disdainfully, okay, I'll ask the driver to take you home, and you don't have to eat dinner. If you eat any more, who knows what kind of trouble will come. Go back and reflect on yourself. You must know what you can and cannot say in the future. Otherwise, people will always think that you are from the countryside and are uneducated. Do you understand? It wasn't until Yan Ran took a taxi back to her courtyard that she came to her senses. I seem to be looked down upon in the painting world. The reflex arc is long enough. Qinhua didn't agree when he heard it. What? Boss, you are despised in the painting world? Have you told others that you are Shuangran? Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. No. It seems like I didn't have the chance to say it, but actually I wanted to say it.
Ms. Zhao kept talking nonsense, but it seemed like she couldn't win the argument with them, so she never found a chance to talk about this. Qinhua gritted his teeth, a bunch of ignorant people, they can't recognize the real boss. The real boss is standing in front of them, but they don't even recognize him. How dare you look down on you? Yan Ran is a person who doesn't take things to heart. Although Ms. Zhao, Yan Ning and Uncle Du are all very arrogant, and Master Yan looked down on her at first, she didn't get angry. She took her pajamas and said, I'm going to take a shower. Qiqi sat on the sofa, feeling angry. My mother is a rare painting genius in a century. She is proficient in oil painting, Chinese painting, and watercolor painting. The minimum auction price of any of her paintings can be tens of millions. Yet, she is despised by others. Uncle Qin, I am so angry. Qin Hui, angry +1. Qiqi turned on the computer, and Qinhua was worried. Qiqi, what are you going to do? There will be a large-scale art exhibition in Kyoto in a few days. Many big names in the circle will participate. Please sign up for my mom. Qinhua scratched his head. The boss never attends such events, so she definitely doesn't want to go. I have a way to trick my mom, so don't worry. Little clever ghost. After Yan Ran finished taking a shower, she saw two people, one big and one small, sitting in the living room, looking at her with guilty expressions. What did you do? The two shook their heads together. No, we did nothing. Yan Ran looked at the computer and checked the browsing history, but there was nothing. Then he wiped his hair and went into the bedroom.
Qiqi chuckled and said, "Fortunately, Uncle William taught me how to clear the records."
Yan Ran had just returned to the bedroom when her best friend Song Ainen came running over. The Pei family went bankrupt.
Yan Ran, which Pei family?
Originally they were a well-known family in Kyoto, but 2 days ago they heard that Pei and I, the eldest daughter of the Pei family, had slept with Mr. Mo-san, and today they went bankrupt. They all said that Mr. Mo-san did not want to acknowledge Pei-ni's status and position, so he used a thundering method to make the Pei family bankrupt.
Yan Ran was stunned. Mr. Mo is so ruthless? Sleeping for nothing?
Not only did he not recognize her status, he also bankrupted her. Miss Pei suffered a huge loss.
That's right.
People say handsome guys are ruthless.
This time, Mr. Mo is extremely ruthless. It's really scary. Mr. Mo-san?
Don't believe in rumors or spread them.
I didn't say that. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 56. The vest can no longer cover. Song Ainen held her hand. You have a child with him. Will the third master be more cruel to you?
You have to be careful.
Yan Ran raised his eyebrows. He can't do anything to me, don't worry. Better safe than sorry. Don't meet him again in the future. Not see. Achoo.
In the villa halfway up the mountain, Mr. Mo-san, who was wearing a black bathrobe, sneezed with a cold expression on his face.
The next morning, at the entrance of the Tianhuan Group building, 2 black Rolls Royces were parked on the shiny marble floor, and the huge revolving door reflected a tall and handsome figure.
The senior executives greeted him at the door and said respectfully, "Good morning, President Mo."
Suddenly, Dad. The same scene, the same recipe, happened again.
The first time Mo Yunpei had a gloomy face, but this time he suddenly turned around. Qiqi was wearing yellow overalls, a little yellow hat, and a blue one-piece water bottle today. The sunlight was glaring, and the little guy squinted his eyes slightly, looking at Mo Yunpei stubbornly.
This time the senior executives didn't dare to chase him away.
Mo Yunpei personally walked up to Qiqi, half squatted down, and was about to reach out to hug the little guy.
Qiqi took a step back. Dad, I am so disappointed in you. Senior executives. Bold. Mo Yunpei's usually stern face showed a hint of smile. Oh? Why are you disappointed in me?
Qiqi picked her fingers and said, Dad must have made Mom angry, so Mom ran away from Huaxi village in a rage.
Mo Yunpei stretched out his long arm and picked up the little guy. Let us talk in my office, okay? President Mo personally carried a child back to the office and was particularly kind to the child. The child even called him Dad. This news soon spread throughout the Tianhuan Group.
The huge office has floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, providing excellent lighting, and the decoration exudes a high-end feel everywhere.
Qiqi was still sitting on the same sofa as last time, and Mo Yunpei asked his secretary to pour her a glass of juice. Why do you say I made your mother angry? Qiqi pouted. Why else would my mother suddenly leave Huaxi village?
She has lived there for more than 10 years. She must have done it to escape from my father. For the first time in his life, Master Mo-san felt that he was right but couldn't explain himself.
So where is she now?
Qiqi raised her chin and said, I am not a traitor and I will not betray my mother.
Mo Yunpei chuckled. You do have some backbone.
After saying that, he sat next to the little guy, crossed his long legs, and reached out to pull his tie. But I really don't know what I did to offend your mother, otherwise you can ask her to come over in person, okay?
Qiqi snorted. Mom 1T listen to me. Mo Yunpei touched his head. Then what should I do to make your mother not angry? Qiqi sighed. Dad, you are so old now, why do you still need me to teach you this kind of thing? Mr. Mo. I was taught a lesson by a 5-year-old again.
Qiqi added, my mother definitely likes someone who is gentler, so Dad, you have to be gentler.
Mo Yunpei. Gentle? Gentle doesn't exist in his dictionary. Mo Yunpei actually talked about these things with Retribution in a pious manner.
At noon, Qiqi stayed in his father's luxurious office to have lunch.
After lunch, Mo Yunpei gave him a small toy. Since your mother doesn't like it, don't tell her that it was given to her by me, okay? Qiqi nodded. Yeah. Should I send someone to take you back?
Qiqi's little head shook like a rattle. No, I can go back by myself.
If I take you back, Mom will be angry.
After Qiqi left, Gubei said to the phone, Third Master, we have located them.
Qiqi and the others live in Yunchi Hadong. Qiqi? I treat you as my father, and you actually try to trick me? The city is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside. Third master, do you want to go now?
Mo Yunpei raised his hand, no, so as not to make her angry again, just wait and see what happens.
Gubei sighed. It was a wonder that the third master would actually have a day when he was worried about gains and losses. Yunqi Hadong.
From time to time, uncles and aunts from the alley would look in front of Yan Ran's house. They were very curious about the new neighbors and their eyes were wary. Because this new neighbor is so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, she is also very young. She is so young that her child is already several years old.
It is inevitable that people will speculate. Xenophobia is a common human nature.
The neighbors in Yunqi Hadong don't like Yan Ran very much. Today someone poured a basin of water at her doorstep, and tomorrow someone will make indirect accusations at her doorstep. Chino slammed the table and kicked the bench. This is too much. Qiqi came in from the alley with her small school bag on her back, and saw several middle-aged women holding melon seeds in their hands, standing in the shade, discussing how to deal with the new woman.
Auntie, here are the peaches for you to eat.
A childish voice sounded behind them, startling the aunties who were cracking melon seeds. When I turned around and saw the little boy who was as cute as a glutinous rice dumpling, I was stunned for a moment. It was also the first time for them to see this little ball at such a close distance.
It's so cute.
She looks like a doll, with big, round eyes like grapes, and thick, long, white and tender eyelashes, which make people feel love for her at first sight.
For us to eat?
Qiqi nodded. Okay, I'll give them all to you. Those aunties who originally said they wanted to embarrass Yan Ran were instantly bought off by a few peaches. With her cuteness, Qiqi easily became the darling of everyone in Yunqi Hadong. From then on, not only did no one make things difficult for Yan Ran, but the aunties were also very enthusiastic about sending all kinds of seasonal fruits and vegetables to her family.
Yan Ran. Is this cute kid diplomacy? Soon it was the day of the art exhibition.
Qiqi pulled Yan Ran aside early in the morning and said, Mom, our kindergarten teacher has assigned us a task, asking us to see at least one art exhibition and listen to a concert during the summer vacation.
We are all in Kyoto, so will you go with me? Yan Ran thought about it for a moment.
Since no one knew her real identity, no one would recognize her if she took her son to the art exhibition.
Kyoto's largest art exhibition center is already star-studded. Those who came to participate in the exhibition today are all the top masters in the industry.
The top masters of Chinese painting, oil painting, ink painting, and other types of painting gathered together. Yan Yangqing was naturally also invited to attend. Accompanying him to this grand art exhibition was Yan Ning. Yan Ning is Yan Yangqing's last disciple and is highly respected. Yan Yangqing is also accompanied by two masters of Chinese painting.
I heard that Master Shuangran will also be attending the exhibition today. Yan Yangqing suddenly became excited. Are you telling the truth? That's what I heard. But Master Shuangran has never attended any event, so why would he make an exception today? Not sure.
As she was speaking, Yan Ning saw someone walking in through the door. That was Yan Ran, and she was holding a child in her hand. Yan Ning rolled her eyes and snorted. Some people are determined to bring shame upon themselves, and it is impossible to stop them.
Chapter 57, Public Ridicule.
The exhibition was crowded with people.
Qiqi brought her here. She originally thought it was an exhibition similar to children's exhibitions. But as soon as she came in, she knew that this was the highest level art exhibition in the country, and all the people who came were big names in the painting world. Moreover, she also saw Yan Yangqing and Yan Ning beside Yan Yangqing.
She turned her head and glanced at the little one beside her. Qiqi felt a little guilty and pulled her hand. Mom, look, there are so many beautiful paintings.
Yan Ran pinched his little hand. Don't make decisions on your own in the future, do you hear me? Oh. Qiqi pursed her lips and didn't dare to say anything more. Yan Ran had no intention of meeting those experts.
He just wanted to take a quick look at a couple of paintings from the sidelines and take a photo so that he could report to Qiqi after school started.
But if she doesn't provoke them, will Yan Ning let her go? Definitely not. Last time at the Du family, Yan Ning was filled with rage.
She had thought that she could make a splash by showing off her painting of the Yangtze River. But after being criticized by a half-baked loser like Yan Ran, teacher Yan never praised her again.
It must have been influenced by Yan Ran. A grudge must be taken. Today let's see how she humiliates Yan Ran, who has only a half understanding.
Yan Ran took a few photos of a painting of the goddess of Luo River and shook his head.
Is it okay to use such a high-level painting as the summer homework of kindergarten children? After taking the photos, Yan Ran prepared to leave. Yan Ran, someone called her from behind. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow.
It turned out that there was no peace today. She turned around and saw 6 people standing in front of her, 5 of whom were masters of Chinese painting, and the other one was Yan Ning.
Anything wrong? Yan Ran looked indifferent.
Yan Ning smiled slightly. Let me introduce them to you.
I believe you already know my master, Master Yan.
The others are oil painting master Sun Yunqing, ink painting master Gan Yongning, traditional Chinese painting master Yi Changde, and oil painting master Zhao Yichun.
Yan Ran curled her lips.
4 years ago, Zhao Yichun and Yi Changde sent her an email, asking her for a painting, and their attitude was extremely humble. It turns out that these 2 people can also be called masters.
Nice to meet you. She didn't want to get entangled with them and just wanted to take Qiqi away quickly.
Yan Ning saw Yan Ran's intention to escape and sneered in her heart.
There are times when you, Yan Ran, are cowardly. Are you here today to see the art exhibition? Yan Ning asked gloatingly. Yan Ran, what else?
Yan Ning covered her lips and chuckled. Last time I saw that you seemed to be very knowledgeable about painting, so how about you comment on the paintings of these masters?
Except for Yan Yongxing, the other 4 masters all looked disdainful.
This girl looks to be around 20 years old, probably still a college student.
What inner qualities could she have? Wouldn't it be an insult to them to ask her to comment on their paintings? Coincidentally, Zhao Yichun and Yi Changde's booths were right next to them.
Yan Ning ignored Yan Ran's refusal and forcibly pulled him to the booth. You come and comment on this painting of autumn mountains and rivers.
Painted by Yi Changde. Yan Ran frowned.
Since Yan Ning had to ask her for comments, and Yi Changde had also begged her for advice by sending her various emails, then she should be kind enough to give a few suggestions today. The sunset is not painted with enough ink, the mountains are not painted with enough brushstrokes, the colors are too bright, and the atmosphere of dusk is missing. She wanted to make another comment.
Yi Changde was furious. Shut up. This is anger out of shame.
Yan Ning was proud and smiled.
Yi Changde and Yan Yongxing were not the same kind of people.
Yan Yongxing was relatively humble, but Yi Changde was very conceited.
How could he tolerate a young girl criticizing his paintings in public? Let them fight.
She sat on the mountain and watched the fight between tigers.
Yan Ran shut up, and Yi Changde gritted his teeth and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of us? Yan Ran's eyes darkened.
Mr. He, this was not the attitude you had when you shamelessly asked me to give you a review a few years ago.
Okay, out. Don't expect me to teach you anything in this life. Yan Ran said lazily. Oh? Aren't paintings made for people to appreciate and comment on? Even the great poet Du Fu would ask an old woman to comment on his poems. Why is Master He so high and mighty? As a spectator, I don't even have the qualifications to comment? There was admiration in Yan Yongxing's eyes. This girl doesn't seem like a fool.
What she says is always so reasonable and well-founded that one cannot help but admire her.
Comment? It depends on whether you are qualified. Who do you think you are? Do you know how to paint? How old are you? Have you graduated from college? Don't you look at where you stand?
You are just a little girl, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is.
You should go back to where you came from. Don't make a fool of yourself. Oil painting master Zhao Yichun also echoed, Yes, little girl, do you know how to paint? Don't embarrass yourself here, there are so many masters.
When the security guard at the side saw the situation, he immediately came up and grabbed Yan Ran's shoulders.
Get out quickly, or we won't have to use force. You're young, and it would be embarrassing.
A smug smile appeared on Yan Ning's lips.
This is the correct plot development. People like Yan Ran deserve to be struck by lightning for pretending to be cool.
Qiqi was anxious and shouted.
My mother is frosted.
The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. It was quiet for a long time.
1 second. 2 seconds.
There was complete silence for a full half minute, and then suddenly, there was a burst of laughter, and then the laughter came like a tide. Everyone was laughing, with undisguised mockery, disdain, and contempt. Even Yan Yongxing was laughing. It was true that he admired this girl to some extent, because she was able to speak meaningfully and seemed to have some level of ability. But now she brazenly says that she is Shuangran, which is too much. It seems that this girl is indeed a vain person.
Is she trying to lie and claim that she is Shuangran in order to gain some benefits? She is so stupid.
If it were somewhere else, maybe someone would actually believe her nonsense. But here, the most powerful and top masters in the country gathered, and her lies were exposed at the first touch.
Why bother? Yan Ninka was very proud.
She originally just wanted to give Yan Ran a light punishment and a stern warning, but Yan Ran was asking for trouble by daring to impersonate Master Shuangran. So she was done for today.
Because among the masters present, at least 90% of them, if not all of them, admired Master Shuangran very much.
Oh, Yan Ran really shot himself in the foot.
It is your own fault.
When Yan Ran heard Qiqi shout this, she was also stunned.
Boy, who allowed you to expose your mother's pseudonym?
How many times have I told you that I want to retire and leave the world, but you think my words are just wind in your ears, right?
Are you Frost?
He Changda laughed until his face turned red. He pointed at Yan Ran and laughed at her mercilessly.
Yan Ran! He Changda said loudly, ha, I'm dying of laughter. Master Shuangran is famous all over the world and has written many books. If he knew that he was impersonated by a 20-year-old girl, would he show up immediately?
Yes, everyone thinks that Master Shuangran is at least in his 60s or 70s. After all, his painting skills are very profound. Without many years of foundation, he would definitely not be at that level.
Chapter 58 The First Vest, Explosion. This girl in front of me is so shameless. All of Master Frost's admirers were angry. This girl is so hateful that she actually insulted their Master Shuangran.
They were all ferocious and looked like they wanted to eat Yan Ran alive.
Yan Ran!
You guys defend Shuangran so much, yet you're so mean to me, I don't fucking know whether I should thank you or resent you. The admiration in Yan Yongxing's eyes disappeared completely, and he raised his hand. Okay, little girl, you should be down to earth and do your duty in your dealings with others.
Don't make such jokes in the future. Get out.
Everyone almost wanted to spit at her. Each of them spitted at her and drowned her.
Yan Ning was secretly proud of herself.
Suddenly, Qiqi took something out of his small backpack. Look, what this is. Before Yan Ran could stop her, her exclusive seal appeared in front of everyone. It was a mutton fat jade ring with the word Frost stained engraved on it. She would use the seal to print her unique mark at the end of each of her paintings. The security guard had already lifted Yan Ran up and was about to walk out.
Wait.
Yan Yongxing opened his mouth, half squatted down, and took the thumb ring seal from Qiqi's hand. Yan Ran held his forehead with his hand and said, "Seventh child, you are quite well prepared."
You came here well prepared, right?
All of a sudden, all the masters came over. This.
Yan Yongxing stood up and said, "Let me verify it."
After saying that, he walked to the booth, dipped the ring seal in a little red ink, and then printed it on a piece of white paper. Everyone widened their eyes. Almost everyone here is a die-hard fan of Shuangran, and they know the font of Shuangran's seal by heart. Because this is a font created by Shuangran, many people on the market want to imitate it, but they cannot imitate the essence of it at all.
This. Everyone was shocked. Yan Ning's expression was a little distorted. How could there be such a reversal? Is this seal fake? Is it carved in imitation of Master Shuangran's seal? Definitely. Is this seal fake? She asked. Everyone came to their senses. Yes, it must be fake. Yan Yongxing did not dare to neglect her. This girl was too calm and composed.
She did not have the kind of strong aura that an ordinary girl should have.
Yan Ran was really annoyed this time.
When they didn't know her identity, they could do whatever they wanted, but she couldn't tolerate them saying that her things were fake.
This is true, she said indifferently. Everyone sneered, saying that he was just being stubborn. Yan Ran gave him a sharp look. It was He Changda again.
Okay, 3 generations of ancestors are out, and anyone related to He Changda will never be able to become her disciple in this life.
So, how can I prove that I am Shuangran?
Yan Ran's attitude was as good as her mother's, but He Changda felt trembling with fear. Then write a piece of calligraphy using the Frosty style. There are experts on site to identify the fakes, and they will know it's a fake with just one test. Then we will have the confidence to slap her in the face.
Yan Ran raised his eyebrows. Pen and ink are ready.
Yan Ning snorted softly. Even when death was imminent, he still pretended to be calm. He would not turn back until he hit the wall and would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. Rice paper was spread on the table, and the best inkstone and wolf hairbrush were placed beside them.
Yan Yongxing ground them for her personally. Yan Ning's expression was a little distorted, and she deserved it.
Yan Ran took Qiqi's hand, walked to the booth, and picked up the brush. Yan Ning chuckled, "You'd better think about it carefully.
If so many big shots really take action, no one can save you. You will lose face in the industry. But for people like you, it doesn't matter even if you lose face. It's just a scam. Anyway, you don't have much reputation to lose." Yan Ran didn't even look at her.
"Shut up," and yelled. Yan Ning gritted her teeth.
"You're too noisy, don't you know?"
Yan Ran had an indifferent expression and a stern aura, and Yan Ning gnashed her teeth in hatred. As she spoke, she began to write a poem called Lanting Preface in the frost-stained style she created herself. The frosted style is majestic and powerful, yet elegant and unrestrained.
Yan Ran wrote as if possessed by God, with a flowing and agile brushstroke. Soon, a poem, Lanting Preface, was completed. Yan Ning was a little uneasy at this time.
She had also studied Master Shuangran's paintings and calligraphy, and the one written by Yan Ran seemed really similar. She comforted herself, it was impossible, Yan Ran couldn't be Master Shuangran's, he was just imitating her. Yan Ran was the one who tried to draw a tiger but ended up drawing a dog instead.
How did she fall into her trap so absurdly?
Yan Ran put down the brush in his hand. "There are many experts here, you can come and appreciate it." After saying that, he pulled Qiqi to sit on a chair beside him, crossing his long legs, sitting like a real boss. Yan Yongxing and a group of masters came forward and carefully looked at the Lanting Preface written by Yan Ran. Everyone was mocking it at first, but when they looked at the words carefully, the masters' expressions began to change slightly.
"No way? They are all experts in studying the frost-dyed body." When the frost-dyed body emerged, these masters were shocked by Master Frost-dyed's talent. In fact, they can tell whether it is authentic or fake at a glance.
Yan Yongxing waved his hand and called a professional counterfeit identification expert, who took a magnifying glass and carefully studied the calligraphy. The whole audience was silent.
The atmosphere is solemn.
Yan Ning's heart was in her throat.
Why did things develop to this point?
Half an hour later, the expert wiped the sweat from his forehead and said seriously and rigorously, "This calligraphy is confirmed to be authentic without a doubt."
For a moment, the venue was so quiet that you could make out the fallen leaves. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Almost everyone had just laughed at the young girl. And almost all of them are admirers of Master Shuangran.
The girl is the master of frost dyeing.
Whose face is this a slap on?
Yan Ning's expression was distorted, and her fingernails were about to break her palms.
Unbelievable.
But the cruel reality was right in front of her.
She had to believe.
Yan Ran turned out to be Shuangran, which was simply a ruthless humiliation of her by pinning her to the ground.
Everyone surrounded Yan Ran. Yan Ran took out a folding fan and opened it. Everyone could see clearly that the folding fan was also a token that could prove Shuangran's identity. It was unique to Master Shuangran. How about that? Now you can believe that I am Shuangran, right? The masters finally reacted. For a moment, everyone was filled with shame. Those who had just humiliated Shuangran the most severe began to feel that they were blind and were very scared. Suddenly, in front of everyone, Yan Yongxing bowed deeply to Yan Ran. A bow full of true emotion and respect caused all the masters present to bow to Yan Ran. "Master Shuangran, please forgive us for not recognizing your talent. We are sorry. Sorry." Apologies came one after another, shaking the entire venue.
Yan Ran stood up and gently waved the folding fan in his hand. "I didn't intend to reveal my identity, but you guys have pushed me to the forefront, so I have to prove my innocence."
Yan Yongxing, we are so ashamed. We didn't even recognize Master Shuangran when he came. We are so ashamed.
Yan Ran walked leisurely to Yichangde and Zhao Yichun, who had been shouting the loudest just now. The two men stopped and trembled with fear, wishing they could kneel down and kowtow to her.
"You two, and Miss Yan Ning, seem to have a lot of opinions about me just now," Yan Ran said casually.
"Although she is a Buddhist boss, it doesn't mean that anyone can climb over her head."
Chapter 59 Punishing Yan Ning Severely.
Zhao Yichun and Yichangde regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Who could have imagined that the Master Shin Shuangran in their hearts was actually a young girl in her 20s? They have done some research and they all say that Master Shuangran is at least in his 60s.
They are definitely fans of Master Shuangran. Both of them have sent countless emails to Master Shuangran, asking her to teach them and answer their questions.
I also spent a high price to buy Master Shuangran's paintings at auction and put them at home to admire, hoping to learn a little bit from him. But now, the true God stood before them, and they humiliated Master Shuangran in that way.
Sin. A great sin. Both of them wished they could commit suicide in front of Master Shuangran. As for Yan Ning, she would not regret it.
She just felt that she was blind before and actually liked Shuangran's paintings and calligraphy. Now that she knew that those paintings were painted by Yan Ran, she felt uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly.
Shuangran is just pretending to be mysterious.
There must be a team behind her that is driving up her value. Looking at her paintings now, they are nothing special. Of course, this was just what she thought. Everyone else was convinced.
Yan Ran snorted coldly.
Yan Yongxing knew that he had offended this big guy, and if he didn't give some explanation, he would definitely not get through the day. He cleared his throat and said, Master Shuangran, He Changda and Zhao Yichun will be expelled from the Painting Association and will no longer be allowed to participate in 5-star art exhibitions.
What do you think?
Yan Yongxing is the president of the Painting Association. He had invited Shuangran to be the president that year, but was rejected by Shuangran.
Those two were truly half-baked people who actually humiliated Master Shuangran in public.
Such punishment was reasonable. Yan Ran curled his lips. That is your internal matter and has nothing to do with me.
President Yan can handle it on his own. Yan Yongxing asked, do you two accept this punishment or not?
The two were too embarrassed to face anyone and wished they could just lie on the ground. It's embarrassing to offend your idol. We obey the organization's arrangements. He Changda said shamelessly, I have always admired Master Shuangran. I wonder if there will be a chance for my son to learn something from the master?
Yan Ran, no. He Changda was stunned.
Yan Ran smiled slightly, there is no such opportunity.
When you humiliated me just now, 3 generations of your family were eliminated. As long as you are He Changda's descendant, you will never have that opportunity again. Buddhism is Buddhism, but the reputation it deserves must be maintained. Otherwise it will be difficult to survive in the future. He Changda lowered his head in shame, and Zhao Yichun didn't dare to fight for himself anymore. The two were driven out of the exhibition hall in a miserable state. Yan Ran turned and looked at Yan Ning. Yan Ning's face suddenly turned pale. Even though she hated Yan Ran for being treated like a star and hated so many big shots for bowing down to her, at this moment, she had to put on a smile and walk forward. Xiaoran, I really didn't expect that you were Shuangran. I am so proud of you. The gentler her smile was, the more a sharp blade stabbed and stimulated her inside. Yan Ran pulled his hand away and chuckled, are you proud of me? You didn't seem to have this attitude just now? It seems that your attitude is even worse than He Changda and Zhao Yichun. Yan Ning gritted her teeth, we didn't know you were Shuangran at first. As your sister, I was afraid that you would lie and ruin your life. Yan Ran smiled, I can probably tell whether it's concern or ridicule. Yan Ran did not ask Yan Ning to settle the score, but Yan Yongxing also had to be responsible for her words and actions. After all, Yan Ning was his last disciple. He should also bear part of the responsibility for the rude and offensive remarks made by the last disciple to the top boss in the industry. I'm sorry, Master Shuangran, Yan Ning's words were disrespectful and it was my fault for not teaching her well. From today on, she will be expelled from the Painting Association and will no longer be my, Yan Yongxing's, last disciple. Master Yan Ning shouted hysterically. How could Master deny everything about Yan Ran just because of a few words from her? Even if Yan Ran is Shuangran, so what? Is it necessary to give her so much face? Yan Ran raised his eyebrows, that is an internal matter of your Painting Association and has nothing to do with me. In short, the Painting Association does not need to send me any invitation letters in the future. I did not participate before and will not participate in the future. Yan Ning gritted her teeth, Yan Ran, aren't you being too heartless and ungrateful? I'm your sister, is it necessary for you to do this? Yan Ran just thought this sentence was ironic. Elder sister? Qiqi couldn't help it anymore, what sister? My mother was abandoned by her parents when she was 5 years old. She grew up alone in the countryside. For more than 10 years, you and your mother never visited my mother. She was left to fend for herself. Now you say you are her sister. You are so hypocritical. Children's words. The crowd was shocked. Yan Ran grabbed Qiqi's hand, okay, we can go. After showing off, they run away, leaving the mess to be cleaned up by themselves. Everyone was pointing fingers at Yan Ning. Yan Ning couldn't hold back her anger and her chest was heaving violently. She regretted it so much.
If she had known earlier, she should not have made things difficult for Yan Ran today. She should have kicked Yan Ran out of the exhibition hall from the beginning.
She and Yan Ran are destined to clash.
Yan Ran walked out, and a group of painting masters led by Yan Yongxing respectfully escorted him out of the exhibition hall.
There should have been a luxury car parked there to show off Master Shuangran's status and position. But Yan Ran happened to hold Qiqi's hand and got on a bus. So the bus driver watched helplessly as a large group of distinguished people stood at the platform and bowed respectfully. The driver's hands were shaking with fear, and he glanced at Yan Ran and Qiqi in the rearview mirror. Looks like a gangster.
After returning to the exhibition hall, Yan Yongxing first blamed himself. I was so blind that I didn't recognize the great man.
I regret it.
Everyone advised him, President, none of us expected that Master Shuangran was just a young girl in her 20s.
This cannot be blamed on you. Yan Yongxing looked at Yan Ning, feeling a little disappointed. He said, don't call yourself my apprentice in the future. Wasn't he today's incident caused by Yan Ning? If she hadn't called out to Master Shuangran wouldn't have been humiliated in public by so many people. He won't lose his integrity in his later years. Yan Ning was a little angry. Master, why are you so afraid of her? Her status and position in the painting world is not as high as yours. You have more say than her. You shut up. Yan Yongxing was really disappointed.
Even at this point, Yan Ning still didn't repent.
Why would he accept such a child as his apprentice? You are so ignorant. Master Shuangran is famous all over the world. Her reputation in this circle is much higher than mine.
She is highly respected not only in China but also abroad. Not only has she reached the pinnacle of Chinese ink painting, but her oil painting level is also on par with the masters of medieval Europe.
She is a genius in this field. She is a godlike figure. How can you allow her to be defiled? Chapter 60. She might be the leader of the hacker organization. Yan Ning was unyielding, but didn't dare to say anything more. Okay, you can go now. There is no place for you in this circle anymore. Just stay in the entertainment industry and be a star. Yan Ning left the exhibition hall in embarrassment.
Under the scorching sun, she is as miserable now as she was when she first arrived.
And all this is thanks to Yan Ran. She is unwilling. She is just a painter.
She will definitely redeem herself in other fields.
Yan Ran returned to Yunpei Hadong with ease.
She pulled Qiqi off the bus, and the driver stood up and saluted her.
Yan Ran. What does it mean? Forget it.
She pulled Qiqi along the alley towards home. Every time they passed a neighbor's house, it was filled with all kinds of food, including watermelon, peaches, tomatoes, seasonal vegetables, and half a slaughtered hen. When Yan Ran arrived at the door of his house, his hands were full of things. Qiqi's status as the group's favorite has reached a new level. After putting the things away, Qiqi was about to go into the house when Yan Ran called her.
Come here. Qiqi was shocked. His mother was going to settle the score with him. And Qinhua, come here too. Under the grape trellis, Yan Ran sat on a bamboo chair, crossed his legs, and waved a folding fan in his hand. Qiqi, who came up with this idea? Qiqi had a righteous expression. This was all my idea, don't blame Uncle Qin. Qinhua, did you know that he came up with this idea? Qinhua felt guilty. I know. So you just let him do whatever he wants? I also don't want you to be bullied by others.
Yan Ran glared at him. I told Yan Yongxing about this and asked him not to spread it. Fortunately, there were no media at the scene today, otherwise the whole city would know about it.
I want to retire, do you understand?
Qinhua pursed his lips. I get it, boss.
I want to do it again. Okay, both of you go down, Qinhua, and prepare dinner. Yes, boss.
Yan Ran reached out and rubbed Qiqi's little head. You have to remember, no one can bully mom.
If mom doesn't react, it means that their level of attack can't cause any harm to me, do you understand?
Qiqi pursed her lips. Not a single word is allowed.
Any words that hurt my mother will make me very sad.
Yan Ran's heart suddenly softened and she hugged him. Silly boy, be strong.
The next day, Yan Ran went to Imperial Capital University. There were a few students living on campus, and today was another day of wandering around the school. She went to the library, teaching building, cafeteria, dormitory, and the school convenience store. It was already dusk, and she ran to the convenience store to buy a bottle of drink. But I saw. Rebirth is sitting at the cashier counter? Yan Ran felt a little dazed. Gubei? Mo Yunpei's personal bodyguard? Why was he sitting at the cashier's counter?
Yan Ran was holding a bottle of Coke in his hand, and his steps were fixed there.
Could you please give me a cup of Coke? Gubei's service attitude is absolutely perfect.
Yan Ran put the Coke on the cashier counter. Yes, a bottle of Coke. Gubei picked up the barcode scanner skillfully and beeped, $3.50. Yan Ran took out her phone and asked him to scan the code. She was completely confused the whole time.
ISNT at Gubei? He just looks like Gubei, right?
Then, a tall man came out from the lounge behind Gubei and sat lazily on the chair behind the cashier counter.
It's Mo Yunpei. It's really the two of them. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. How, did you know that I was at Imperial Capital University? Who leaked the news? Qiqi? Or Xinhua? Qiqi, Mom, am I wronged? Dad's tricks are too deep. I am young and inexperienced. I was deceived. Mo Yunpei held a bottle of the same Coke as Yan Ran in his slender and bony hands and took a sip nonchalantly. What do you mean? We didn't know you were at Imperial Capital University. Yan Ran.
Gubei said with a smile, our third master bought this convenience store and he is the owner of this store. The boss was just here to inspect the store and happened to meet Miss Yan.
It is really fate. Yan Ran, you made it sound so real that I almost believed it, okay?
Mr. Mo-san, one of the most powerful and famous people in Kyoto, bought a small convenience store in the Imperial Capital University.
May I ask, Mr. Mo-san, what are you looking for?
Mr. Mo-san talked nonsense in a serious tone. He wanted the opportunity to get close to the students and the relaxed atmosphere in school. It was quite tiring to be involved in intrigue and business battles all day long.
Yan Ran. I really believed your lies.
The third master of the Mahist school has assets worth trillions.
Is it true that all wealthy people like to return to a simple life?
Yan Ran paid the money, took the bottle of iced Coke, turned around and walked out, accidentally bumping into the glass door.
With a thud, my head started to hurt.
Mo Yunpei stood up instinctively, but was held back by Gubei, who whispered, Third Master, be reserved.
Mo Yunpei's eyes were gloomy, and he could only watch Yan Ran leave the convenience store.
Gubei sighed inwardly. The third master was already attracted to her without even realizing it. He was saying one thing and thinking another. He was just too arrogant. A person who was above the clouds actually condescended to come to a university to run an inconspicuous convenience store.
It's a good intention. Do you know why I came to Imperial Capital University?
Mo Yunpei put down the Coke in his hand, his narrow eyes showing an unclear emotion.
Isn't it for Miss Yan? Gubei speculated cautiously. It's indeed for her. Do you know her identity?
Gubei, Qiqi's mother, your son's mother. Mo Yunpei's dark eyes were filled with emotions. I recently received news that Anonymous S. Master Fushi is at the Imperial Capital University, and the degree of overlap between them is extremely high. Anonymous, the world's largest hacker group, is mainly distributed in Country M, followed by Europe, America, Africa, and Asia. Fushi, the master of Anonymous, once challenged terrorists and destroyed the lair of a terrorist with his own strength.
What? Could Miss Yan be Fushi? Maybe.
Gubei was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Fushi had once saved their third master, so the third master had been looking for Fushi.
But, the king of the world's most powerful hacker organization, as rumored, would be a girl who stayed in a small village all year round? He was actually looking forward to it.
Until school started in September, Yan Ran still hadn't found Q, so he had to find a kindergarten for Qiqi in Kyoto.
Yan Ran found a private bilingual kindergarten that was relatively close to Imperial Capital University. It has received high reviews online.
Since Qiqi is going to school, she must go to a better kindergarten. However, when Yan Ran took Qiqi to sign up, they saw a long line of luxury cars parked outside the kindergarten.
The lowest price is more than 2 million. Yan Ran didn't take it seriously.
The admissions director on the second floor of the office building saw her getting off a taxi from afar and snorted, "Everyone wants to apply to our kindergarten."
My colleagues mocked me, "You are overestimating your own abilities."
It's really annoying to think about having to receive so many whimsical poor people every day. So, when Yan Ran held Qiqi's hand and saw the admissions director, she felt that the other party's eyes were a little contemptuous and the expression was perfunctory.
Do you want to enroll your child in our kindergarten? Yan Ran said seriously, yes. Fill out the information form. Do you have a house in Kyoto? Do you have a car? How much is your annual salary?
All these need to be filled out clearly.
Yen Ran, isn't it enough for me to pay for my child's schooling? Why do you have to ask so clearly? The admissions director sneered, you don't have a house or a car?
Forget it, don't waste your time, don't fill out the form, our kindergarten doesn't accept everyone, let's go.
Chapter 61 She is the boss of Prince Chu. Yen Ran frowned. Real estate? How could she not have any?
She owns countless properties in Kyoto, of course, all of which are development properties. But she really doesn't have a car, she hasn't bought one. She only has a small motorcycle in her name, and she still lives in Huashi village.
I have a house but no car. So what? Without a car, can my son not go to kindergarten here?
The admissions director was a middle-aged woman in her 40s who was very snobbish. This kindergarten belongs to a well-known chain of aristocratic kindergartens in Kyoto, and all the students who come here are either rich or noble. The girl in front of me looked young and was dressed very casually, without any branded items. She looked poor at first glance, and she didn't even want to be perfunctory.
Do you own a house? Did you bring your property ownership certificate? Why is this girl pretending to be rich? She looks like an outsider working in Kyoto, and she even has a house. I would like to ask, does your kindergarten have school district housing requirements? I looked online and it seems that there is no such requirement. Having a room was one thing, but the admissions director's attitude made her uncomfortable was another. We should ask clearly what needs to be asked. The admissions director snorted, you ask a lot of questions. Yes, it is the condition of having a school district house. Since you are poor, you should be content to go to an ordinary school. Don't dream of squeezing into our school. Do you think that if you squeeze in, you will be a superior person? You think that if your son enters our school, he can get close to rich people. You are wrong, little girl, you are still young, don't learn from others and just dream all day long, understand? Yen Ran. This director is very eloquent. In comparison, she seems to be the richest person in this kindergarten. Clinging to others? That's ridiculous. Not saying that others are trying to curry favor with her is already being very polite. The director poked Qiqi's head again, little boy, don't learn from your mother. This is not a place for you to stay. Leave quickly. Yen Ran was angry. She didn't care what anyone said, but she would not agree if it came down to her son. Stop pointing. Who allowed you to point at my son's head? The admissions director snorted, showing his fawning attitude, so what if I poke you? My words are harsh, but they are also the truth. If you really don't want to hear these, then don't rush here to humiliate yourself. Don't you see the cars parked outside our kindergarten? All of them are worth millions. Let me tell you frankly, this place only accepts children from wealthy families. This is an aristocratic kindergarten. If you really don't want to hear these, then leave quickly. Each of the other staff members had a look of contempt on their faces. Yen Ran took out his cell phone and made a call. Xinhua, do something for me. Go to the Muni Mansion and get some property certificates. The admissions director sneered. The Muni Mansion is one of the best real estate projects in Kyoto. A house there costs nearly 100 million yuan. This young girl is just trying to show off. After hanging up the phone, Yen Ran called Chu Sihan again. The admissions director couldn't stand her showing off and waved his hand. Get out quickly, or I'll call security if you don't get out. Qiqi looked at those snobbish adults angrily. Yen Ran took Qiqi to the gate of the kindergarten. From time to time, the laughter from the second floor would reach their ears. Judging from how poor she looks, she probably bought all her clothes from Taobao. That is, the money on my body would not exceed 300 yuan. There isn't even a car. I just saw her getting off a taxi. How dare such a person dream of enrolling in our kindergarten? He must be trying to use his son's schooling as an excuse to build connections in upper-class society. Many people are doing this now. She has such a big face, none of those rich ladies would like her. Yes, and if you really want to go this route, you have to buy yourself some high-end clothes. Even if you rent a luxury car, it is better than taking a taxi. What do you know? This is called getting something for nothing. If you ask me, the high tuition fees have already drained her money, how can she afford anything else? Ha ha, aren't these people tired of getting slapped in the face and pretending to be strong? There were sounds of ridicule, one after another. Qiqi was furious. These people were so mean.
They even dared to look down on his mother. They were really a bunch of ignorant bad people. The weather was still a little hot. Yan turned on the kettle and let Qiqi drink some water. Are you tired? Qiqi shook her head, not tired. Sit for a while, your Uncle Qin and Uncle Chu will be here soon. After saying that, she pulled him to the steps under the shade of the trees and sat down. It is true that everyone in this kindergarten is snobby from top to bottom. As soon as I sat down, the security guard came over with a baton in his hand. Come on, come on, come on. Who told you to sit here? What a disgrace. Leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the roar of a supercar engine not far away. Chu Sihan was quick. The roar of this supercar came from more than one car. There was a long list of top-of-the-line luxury cars, and each one was worth tens of millions. The leading car was worth $500 million. The admissions director and the dean also heard the sound from the second-floor window and stuck their heads out to take a look. This lineup is full of top-of-the-line sports cars. This must be the arrival of a very important person. The leaders of the kindergarten immediately came downstairs and stood at the gate. Yan also stepped forward, but was pushed away by the director. Where is the security guard? What does a security guard do for a living? The irrelevant people quickly asked her to leave. If the big shots saw such poor parents in their kindergarten, they would misunderstand the level of their kindergarten. Yan grabbed the director's wrist and said, I advise you not to commit suicide. The director glared at her and said, Security, come quickly. Two security guards immediately held Yan's shoulders. Yan, I will endure it and not kill too many people today. After all, my son is here. The leading car stopped, Chu Sihan got out of the sports car, and the headmaster came forward. Chu Sihan raised his hand and said in a cold voice, let her go. The director was a little stunned. Sir, are you here to enroll your child in school? Chu Sihan stretched out his hand to support the luxury car beside him, his face gloomy. I came here for him. The direction the finger is pointing is Qiqi. The admissions director nearly fainted. Could it be that this woman and this child are really rich, so this man is the child's father? How is this possible? I've never seen a rich lady dressed so simply. Which of the wealthy ladies they have met doesn't hold a brand name bag worth millions? You, who are you to the child? My name is Chu Sihan, and his mother is my boss. The director's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. How could she not have heard of Chu Sihan? He was the famous prince of the Chu family in the imperial capital. This huge fleet of luxury cars also illustrates his worth. What did he say? That young girl was his boss? Chapter 62. The kindergarten got in trouble with a big shot. The director was almost frightened to death, and all the staff members who had just mocked Yan with the director were trembling with fear. How so? The two security guards who were holding Yan ran down immediately let her go. Yan stretched her muscles, walked up to the director and the dean, and sneered. Excuse me, is my son eligible to study in your school now? The dean smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, ma'am, it's my staff who didn't recognize your talent and neglected you. The director forced a smile and said, I am qualified, of course I am qualified. Yan smiled sarcastically, really? I haven't even proven that I have a house in the capital, and the director is already relieved? The director was sweating profusely. This kindergarten did not require a room in the capital. She simply disliked the girl and was deliberately making things difficult for her. As they were talking, Xinhua came hurriedly over in a taxi, holding a bag in his hand. Yan raised his hand, let us go into the office first. A group of people marched into the kindergarten's office. Behind Yan stood a group of bodyguards in suits and leather shoes, looking very imposing. Yan signaled to Xinhua, show them the property certificate. Xinhua picked up the black bag, unzipped it, and threw it on the huge desk. A bunch of property certificates fell onto the table. Xinhua picked up a book and slapped it on the face of the sycophantic director. You want a house? Look, this is my boss's house. Let's see if our Qiqi is qualified to study in your kindergarten. The director was panicked. There were so many property certificates, and they were all for the Muni mansion. She opened them and saw that the owner was written as Yan. Yan took out his ID card. Take a look, my name is indeed Yan. The director was sweating profusely. Xinhua snorted coldly. Muni Mansion is a property developed by the company under our boss's name. You are really blind to dare to neglect my boss. The The dean, the director, all the staff, and the 2 security guards were all in a panic. Because just now, almost everyone stepped on this girl and her son. No one looked up to her. But they didn't expect that they would offend a big shot this time. Yen Ran picked up a real estate book and looked at the director with a frosty face. "Excuse me, is my son qualified to study in your school?" The dean and the director nodded in unison. "Yes, you are qualified, of course you are qualified." Yen Ran smiled, "But I think people like you are not qualified to be principals and teachers. What kind of children will you teach if you are leaders who curry favor with the powerful and value money above all else?" The director was sweating profusely. "Miss Yen, I'm sorry, we were wrong. We shouldn't treat people differently." Qinhuo pushed a chair over and Yen Ran sat down in it grimly. Qinhuo and Chu Sihan stood on her left and right, like 2 guardians. Yen Ran dropped the property certificate in his hand and glanced at the woman. "You don't know you were wrong, you are just unlucky to have run into me, a person who seems to have no money but is actually quite rich. If I had no money today, you wouldn't feel that you were wrong." Qinhuo. "Boss, you are too modest. You are not just very rich, you are extremely rich." Everyone was terrified. Chu Sihan said, "In this case, all the staff of this kindergarten should resign and replace the leadership team." Yen Ran raised her eyebrows, which was exactly what she wanted. The dean was still a little dissatisfied. Even if they had money, this was not their place to speak. Why should they resign just because young Master Chu told them to? "We were wrong and apologized for Ms. Yan's neglect, but Mr. Chu was too aggressive. What right do you have to ask us to resign?" The director and other staff members also puffed out their chests. That is it, why? Even if you have money, you can't cover the sky with one hand, right? They need to unite. Chu Sihan couldn't help but laugh. These people were hateful because they only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing that his eldest son was not wearing any branded clothes, they humiliated him and even spoke rudely in front of the child. These people are unworthy of the title of educators. He made a phone call. In less than half an hour, the owner of this chain of aristocratic kindergartens arrived in person. Zhao Dongxing stood in front of Chu Sihan humbly. "Mr. Chu, I know all the problems you have raised. All the staff of this kindergarten will be fired and our company will never hire them again." The dean and director, who had originally held out hope, have completely given up hope. The person who was so arrogant just now turned to Yen Ran for help. "Miss Yen, we were wrong, we are sorry, I hope you can give us another chance, we will definitely repent and never make such a mistake again." Yen Ran snorted lightly, stood up, and walked out of the office in a cool manner. "Chu Sihan, tell your friend that the new dean and leadership team should be carefully selected, and not to choose those who curry favor with the powerful, otherwise they will lead the children astray. It's the boss." After leaving the kindergarten, Yen Ran and Qiqi bought 2 bottles of soda at the convenience store opposite the kindergarten, and then sat next to the bus stop. Yen Ran inserted the straw into the glass bottle and handed it to Qiqi. The sun shone through the shade of the sycamore tree, casting patches of light on the mother and daughter's heads. "Qiqi, don't learn from these people in the future, okay?" "I won't learn from them." "Well, we Qiqi must be good people who are kind, brave and good." The luxury car stopped in front of them, and Chu Sihan took off his sunglasses. "Boss, you are despised like this, and you still take the bus?" Yen Ran raised an eyebrow. "What do you know about environmental protection of public transportation?" Chu Sihan, "Okay, I'll buy you a bus tomorrow." Yen Ran. "The illness is serious." So, Mr. Chu and Medical Master Qin will follow the mother and daughter on the bus. Chu Sihan sat down, and his 4 bodyguards followed suit. He looks like a big boss on patrol. The bus drivers were confused. Are the rich people starting to like taking the bus these days? Yen Ran looked at the row of men sitting in the back speechlessly and held his forehead with his hand. If someone didn't know better, they would have thought that this bus had been kidnapped by gangsters. Brothers, not real. On the other hand, Yen Ning, who had been brooding over it, was very unhappy these days. She didn't dare tell her family about what happened at the exhibition. What if her mother and uncle do change their opinion of Yen Ran after she says that? When she was feeling frustrated, she received an invitation to a cruise dinner party hosted by the Mahist family. I heard that the old man of the Mo family will be present, but she is not sure whether Mr. Mo San and others will show up. Yen Ning made up her mind. She was going to find Mr. Mo and tell him about Yen Ran's desire to get close to Mr. Mo San. She also wanted to tell Mr. Mo that Yen Ran even had a child. I heard that the ancestors of the Mo family were aristocrats. The old man must have very high standards and would definitely not look down on a country girl like Yenran. And Mr. Mo-san is so filial to his grandfather. She wants to watch Yenran's dream of marrying into a wealthy family shattered. The author has something to say. Thank you for your 5-star reviews. I read all the comments. I love you. Chapter 63. Yen Ning was kicked off the cruise ship. At the beginning of the dinner, Yen Ning boarded the cruise ship in gorgeous clothes. The crystal chandeliers were shining brightly and many people greeted her. She grabbed a socialite who had a good relationship with her and asked, "Is Mr. Mo here?" "Which one is he?" The lady whispered, "The old man will definitely be the last to appear, just wait." After waiting for half an hour, I heard a commotion behind me, as if some important person was coming. Yen Ning turned her head proudly and saw from afar an old man in a light-colored tang suit walking towards her surrounded by a crowd of people. She prepared her words in her mind, but when the old man came closer and she saw his face clearly, she was stunned. Because this old man was the old man who helped Yenran last time at Yunpei Lake Resort, and she also scolded the old man at that time. Surprisingly, it was Mr. Mo. Yen Ning couldn't help but feel a little scared and regretted her recklessness at that time. Oh my god, how could she be so stupid? An old man who could come and go freely in Yunpei Lake Resort, and even though he was dressed simply at the time, the domineering aura on his body could not be faked. How could she not see that? She must have left a bad impression on the old man. This was all Yenran's fault. If Yenran hadn't appeared at Yunpei Lake at that time, she wouldn't have kindly reminded her out of concern that Yenran would be embarrassed, and she wouldn't have left a bad impression on Mr. Mo. Why don't people who have grown up in the countryside for more than 10 years just stay in the countryside forever and stick to their lot in life? Why do they stretch their necks to get close to her? Mr. Mo glanced at the girl who had given Xiaoran a cold look at the resort and had said a few words to him. Seems to be Xiaoran's sister. Ha, they really don't look like sisters at all. Their personalities are so different. This girl's eyes are not innocent at all. Her ambitions and desires are too strong. Xiaoran is better. Mr. Mo never embarrasses others. He nodded when he passed by Yen Ning. Just this nod gave Yen Ning hope again. She thought it was great that the old man didn't remember what happened last time at Yunpei Lake. The old man was socializing with a group of people. Finally, Yen Ning found some free time and took advantage of the opportunity to walk up to the old man with a glass of champagne. "Hello, Mr. Mo." Mr. Mo's eyes were slightly stern. This girl actually dared to run up to him. Did she really think he was old and confused and didn't remember what happened last time? "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" asked Uncle Qing, the housekeeper of Mr. Mo. Yen Ning smiled ingratiatingly. "I have something very important that I want to tell the old man." Mr. Mo waved his hand, signaling Uncle Qing to step aside. Yen Ning was delighted and took 2 steps forward. The old man had a blank expression on his face, but Yen Ning did not understand the deeper meaning of his expression and whispered, "In fact, these are all our family affairs, and it may be embarrassing to talk about them out loud." "Oh? What is it?" "It's my sister, Yenran. She grew up in Huaxi village. She is a country girl with little knowledge. But I don't know who taught her bad things. She actually had improper thoughts about Mr. Mo-san." Mr. Mo looked deeply at the girl who thought she was smart. Really? She actually had such an idea? Yes, Mr. Mo was a man of heaven. How could that girl be able to cling to him? The most important thing is that she. Yen Ning deliberately hesitated and looked embarrassed. What's wrong with her? She also has a child. The old man chuckled softly. It turned out that someone was waiting for him here. Children? He pretended to be suspicious. Yes, the little boy is 4 or 5 years old. I think this kind of single mother is really not worthy of Mr. Mo-san. I can't control that girl. She is too ambitious, so she always stays close to Mr. Mo-san. I am worried that Mr. Mo-san doesn't know that she has a child. If things get too awkward, it will not be good. Yen Ning carefully observed the old man's reaction. But she found that when she mentioned the fact that she had a child, the old man didn't react at all. Mr. Mo's face turned completely cold. You are spreading rumors behind your sister's back and maliciously slandering her. Does your sister know about this? Yen Ning was so frightened that her face turned pale. This was a serious crime. What gossip and malicious slander? I'm not, I didn't. I really was doing this for her own good, and for Mr. Mo-san's good. Mr. Mo no longer concealed his words. You don't have to pretend in front of me.
You are really doing this for her own good.
You won't come to me and say something irrelevant when she is not around. Yunpei knows about the matter with the child, and I know it too.
Yan Ning's face turned pale.
It felt like someone had hit me hard on the top of my head and I couldn't think normally anymore.
What? Mr. Mo-san knew about the child? The old man also knew? How so?
I never interfere in the emotional affairs of the younger generation. If Yunpei likes her, we can accept her regardless of whether they have children or not. We only value a girl's character.
Xiaoran is a kind, honest and good child.
As an old man, what I hate most is the kind of two-faced person who is fierce to me when he doesn't know my identity, but becomes servile to me once he knows my identity. These words were spoken mercilessly and directly to Yan Ning. The old man remembered what happened last time.
Yan Ning's face felt hot.
She had never suffered such blatant humiliation before. She quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mo, I was blind and didn't recognize you last time. I neglected you.
I hope you can accept my apology. The old man chuckled. Okay, I hope you really think you are wrong, so get off the boat by yourself.
This is equivalent to issuing an order to expel someone.
Yan Ning was actually kicked off the cruise ship. When Yan Ning left the crowd, her face felt as if she had been slapped twice, and it was burning.
When has she ever been so embarrassed? All of this today is thanks to Yan Ran.
What puzzled her the most was that the old man actually knew that Yan Ran had a son, and he didn't seem to care at all. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out why.
Could it be that Yan Ran is only aloof in front of them, and good at sweet talk in front of men?
This must be the case. Once a man sees a young and beautiful girl, and then hears a few soft words and acts pitiful, he is actually fooled by her.
Yan Ran is really a two-faced person. Green tea is real tea. That kind of person will never be able to enter a wealthy family. Achoo! In the courtyard of Yunchi Hadong, Yan Ran sneezed. Who is talking about me like this?
Qiqi sat on the sofa and smiled. I think it might be Dad. Yan Ran knocked on his head. You keep talking nonsense all day long.
Qiqi pouted. That's how it is. Yan Ran sat upright. By the way, I just want to ask you something. Have you visited your father recently? Qiqi's face turned pale. I don't have it.
She spread out her little hands, looking really innocent. Yan Ran narrowed her eyes at him. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Tell the truth.
Chapter 64. Boss Yan is embarrassed in the library. Qiqi thought about it.
His mother had taught him that children should not lie and those who lie are not good children. After hesitating for a while, he decided to confess his crime. I went to find my father once, but I did not tell him where my mother and I lived.
I am a tight-lipped person. Yan Ran snorted. You really didn't say that?
Qiqi looked aggrieved. I really didn't say that, Mom. Yan Ran remembered that there was a yellow car toy in his school bag, and it seemed that the toy was not bought by her.
Bring me the small school bag. Qiqi quickly brought the school bag over.
Yan Ran took out the little toy car, looked at it carefully, then unscrewed it with a screwdriver and raised his eyebrows.
The dignified Mr. Mo actually tricked a 5-year-old kid. Prospect. Qiqi looked at the toy car in confusion. Mom, what's in it? This is what Mr. Mo-san is thinking. Qiqi, you have been tricked. Qiqi. My world collapsed. The next day. It was a foggy early autumn morning at Imperial Capital University.
Gubei drove the most low-key luxury car in his uncle's garage, a car worth 3 million, and stopped in front of a small convenience store.
As soon as Yunpei got off the car, he saw a girl in a cool black motorcycle outfit sitting on the swing in front of the convenience store. There is a hint of cuteness in the bossy aura. Why are you here? Yunpei asked indifferently. Yan Ran took out the cute yellow toy car from his trouser pocket. Third master, would you like to give me an explanation? Yunpei raised his eyebrows, not showing any guilt. What do you mean? Yan Ran chuckled. Third master, are you still going to play dumb?
My son came to find you, and a tracker was found in the toy car you gave him.
Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yunpei looked at Gubei. Gubei. Take the blame? I'm so experienced. Third master, I'm sorry, Gubei said in a crying voice. Yan Ran. Yunpei's face was gloomy. What do you mean? Qiqi's toy car was bought by you. I installed a tracker in it without your permission. I am guilty.
Yen Ran, I witnessed the birth of a great actor with my own eyes.
It's a waste of your talent to be an assistant to Mo Yunpei.
You will definitely become a big star if you pursue your dream of becoming an acting star.
Mo Yunpei looked stern. Don't do this again in the future, do you hear me? Gu Beiji nodded. It's the third master. Mo Yunpei looked at Yen Ran. So, what do you mean?
If you need me to fire Gu Bei, I will fire him immediately.
Yen Ran, can you try to blackmail me morally again?
Gu Bei looked at Yen Ran pitifully, and Boss Yen gritted his teeth and promised not to do it again. Gu Bei's expression immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. Thank you, Miss Yen, for your understanding. You are really a generous person, a prime minister with a big heart.
Okay, shut up.
Yen Ran put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood up lazily, too lazy to say anything more to this dramatic master and servant pair.
Gu Beiji bowed. Thank you, thank you.
Yen Ran scratched his head and walked towards the library. There was a hint of inquiry in Mo Yunpei's narrow eyes.
How could an ordinary girl have such a strong anti-reconnaissance ability?
At first, he didn't believe that she was anonymous as Fushi, but now, he found that this girl was calm, rational, smart and strong, but because she was too low-key, never competitive and indifferent to everything, some of her abilities were concealed.
It seems that she is really amazing. There are two things he wants to know now. First, is she Fushi? Second, how did Qiqi get pregnant?
The strange thing is, the girl herself doesn't know, and neither does he, so is there someone else behind this?
What is that person's purpose?
Yen Ran went to the library, which was just open. She put on her work badge and the director of the library personally took her around. Yen Ran's job was very leisurely, so he just walked around the library every day to ensure the safety of the first floor. She wandered around for a while, and then sat at the entrance of the book registration desk. There was a bamboo lounge chair there, and she half lying lazily on it, with a lazy expression on her face, but a sharp look in her eyes, paying close attention to everyone entering and leaving the library.
School has already started, so there are many people going in and out of the library.
Her subordinate Q is a young man about 180 centimeters tall, 26 years old this year, and he used to have a tattoo on the inside of his wrist. Now that she has had plastic surgery, the tattoo must have been washed off. People were constantly registering the borrowing and returning of books at the registration desk.
Yen Ran stared at everyone's wrist. If you hand the book to the administrator, you will be able to see the inside of your wrist.
Her eyes seemed to be like scanners, not missing a single one. It was not until the evening that a boy wearing a baseball cap came to register the books. Yen Ran instinctively felt that someone was looking at her. When she looked up at the queue, the boy in the baseball cap lowered his head. And there was a movement in his hand that caught her attention. The boy moved the book that was originally in his right hand to his left hand. The boy walked to the registration desk, handed the book to the staff to scan the barcode, and then reached out to take the book. Then he adjusted his cap and hurried out.
Yen Ran stood up and followed him out.
In the afterglow of the setting sun, she grabbed the boy's left and right hands and pressed him against the wall. Mr. Mo-san, who came to give her a drink, stood still. Gu Bei was holding a cup of milk tea in one hand, neither in front nor behind.
What is Miss Yen doing?
Turning back to look at his third master, his face was ashen. Yen Ran was completely unaware that a certain big shot behind her was staring at her, and she didn't want to expose herself, in case she recognized the wrong person. In case this person was not Q, she would not alert the enemy.
She pretended to be charming and said, "Classmate, I think you are very handsome."
Master Mo's eyes were gloomy, and Gu Bei whispered, "Master Mo, hold on, hold on."
The boy said shyly, "Classmate, what do you want to do?"
Yen Ran calmly looked at the inside of his right wrist.
No tattoos.
Sure enough, not. But there is no trace of tattoo removal. Of course, if he had hired a top doctor to do a skin graft, it would definitely not be noticeable at all.
I just think you're handsome. Can you give me your WeChat?
Yen Ran asked with a playful smile and released his wrist.
Sorry, I don't have WeChat.
Yen Ran smiled slightly and let go of the boy. I was offended.
The boy ran away like a frightened bird.
Several girls passing by were petrified.
Are the girls in their school so tough now?
It felt like she had a strong aura of wanting to tie someone up as her husband.
I admire you. Yen Ran turned around and saw a certain Mr. Mo-san with a gloomy face.
She raised her hand to greet him, but was about to pass by him when someone grabbed her wrist.
There is always something that can defeat something else. Yan Ran looked at Mo Yunpei innocently. Is there something wrong? Mo Yunpei's forehead veins were throbbing, and he said nothing.
Gubei carefully handed the milk tea to the two of them. Miss Yan, our third master specially invites you to drink milk tea.
Mo Yunpei gritted his teeth and said, yes, I'll treat you to milk tea.
Yan Ran took the milk tea and said, thank you, Mr. Mo-san.
Then I entered the library.
As soon as she entered the library, she was bumped by someone. She lost her grip and the whole cup of milk tea spilled on the ground.
I haven't even had time to drink a sip yet.
Yan Ran half knelt down and was about to pick up the cup when she saw a foot wearing exquisite sandals stepping on her milk teacup.
Chapter 65, Boss Yan's anger loading.
Yan Ran looked up along the legs and saw a pretty girl with a rather good-looking face, but her expression was too domineering.
Behind her stood two equally domineering girls.
The three of them looked at her with a condescending expression.
Yan Ran thought, she didn't know these three girls, why did they come over to embarrass her? Yan Ran was still half squatting, raised her eyebrows and asked the leading girl, lift your feet? Perhaps it was accidentally stepped on, Yan Ran consoled himself. How many big guys have such a good temper as her? The girl in the lead was called Huinin, a second-generation rich girl whose family had some money. She was used to bullying her classmates. Now he said arrogantly, who do you think you are?
He started scolding her, and Yan Ran was a little confused.
I don't seem to know you. The boss's anger value is loading, 40%.
Oh, you are so blind that you don't even know Huinin, the beauty of our English department.
Yan Ran raised her eyebrows, so how did I offend the beauty queen? Huinin rolled her eyes at her, Qiqi is the one I like, do you think you are qualified to compete with me? Yan Ran finally came back to her senses.
The person she had suspected just now was named Qiqi, the boy that the school beauty Miss Huinin had a crush on.
Kind of interesting.
Rage value loaded at 70%.
Huinin added, and you are so shameless that you pushed a boy against the wall in public. Do you have any sense of morality? Rage value loaded 100%.
Yan Ran hit the milk teacup hard, but how could the beauty match Yan Ran's strength? She slipped and fell.
Yan Ran stood up calmly. Huinin pointed at her in anger and said, how dare you hit me? Yan Ran sneered, didn't you fall down by yourself? I just picked up my own things. If you didn't step on my things, you wouldn't have fallen down. Ever since Huinin entered university, she has been sought after by many people.
With her reputation as the most beautiful girl in the English department, everyone would agree to her requests.
This girl actually dared to treat her like this. She was simply courting death.
Huinin got up in a panic and raised her hand to slap Yan Ran.
For Yan Ran, this is simply a dimensionality reduction challenge.
She didn't even use 10% of her strength, and the three strong and confident girls were knocked to the ground by her. The originally glamorous Huinin was now slumped on the ground with a bruised face and disheveled hair.
Fortunately, there are not many people here, otherwise it would be really embarrassing.
Yan Ran leaned against the wall and sighed softly, you guys are courting death.
I don't really want to hit girls. The three girls were trembling with fear. Yes.
I'm sorry, I give Qiqi to you,
I won't pursue him anymore.
If Huinin wanted to live 2 more years in peace, she should just forget about such a strong rival in love.
Yan Ran waved his hand and led the three people into an empty library.
She sat lazily on the chair, and the three girls were like frightened birds, not daring to even look at her.
I have never seen such fierce women. They feel like professional killers. Beating them is like chopping cabbages. It doesn't take any effort at all. I have something to ask you.
Huinin was so arrogant just now, but now she is kneeling down, please ask me, I will tell you everything I know.
Yan Ran glanced at her. The attitude is pretty good. Sure enough, he became obedient after a beating. Tell me everything you know about Qiqi's situation.
Huinin quickly told the whole story. He just entered the Imperial Capital University this year, he is 25 years old, and is an assistant teacher in our English department, and happens to teach our class.
He is handsome and a bit shy, which is exactly my type. Oh no. That's not right, he is not my type now. If you like him, I will give him to you immediately.
Yan Ran was impatient, I don't like him. Huinin thought this was a sting operation, just now, we all saw it, you pushed him against the wall and asked for his WeChat number.
I recognized the wrong person. I am extremely nearsighted.
You can continue to pursue him in the future.
Really? Yan Ran chuckled, do you know anything else about him? Where did he come from? Where did he live before? Where does he live now? Please give me some details. Hu Yinyin was confused.
She said she didn't like the other person, but she asked so many questions.
Boss, is it fun to play tricks on people?
Hu Yinyin said carefully, I don't know where he came from, he now lives in the faculty dormitory, building 102. He is an introvert and he just came to university, he doesn't have many friends. After get off work, he goes back to his dormitory.
Yan Ran waved his hand, okay, I get it, you continue to pursue him.
Also, don't tell anyone about the things I asked you about, including Qiqi. If he knows a word about it, he will be beaten 10 times more severely than today.
Do you understand clearly? All 3 girls knelt down. 10 times heavier? Wouldn't that mean he would be a 3rd-level disabled person? Don't say it, I will definitely not say it. After sending the 3 girls away, Yan Ran thought for a while.
Hu Yinyin said that Qiqi was 25 years old, 1 year younger than her subordinate Q.
The possibility of lying about age cannot be ruled out.
In short, Qiqi is her main suspect, so she won't get close to him for the time being, so as not to alert him.
Hu Yinyin could be used as a tool for her. It's 5 o'clock, time to get off work.
Yan Ran walked out of the library and saw a luxury car parked at the door. The students passing by would take a second look at the luxury car.
The car window was half open. A stern man was sitting in the back seat. He looked at her with his narrow eyes and said, I'll take you home.
Yan Ran thought, since this man knew her home address, there was no need to hide it. It just so happens that Qiqi is always thinking about this man, so let's take him back to see Qiqi. When she opened the car door and got in, she felt the man's expression was very cold, but she didn't take it seriously.
All the way in silence. Gu Bei felt very embarrassed.
Neither of these 2 big guys were good at speaking, and it seemed as if they were competing to see who was more cold-blooded. When they reached the entrance of the alley, his 3rd uncle finally gave in and asked, I will be responsible for what happens in Yunpei Lake.
Yan Ran. There was silence for half a minute. Responsible? Responsible for what? Mo Yunpei looked sinister. As a woman, why was she so careless? Gu Bei wisely got out of the car, leaving the 2 of them some private space.
Mo Yunpei tapped his knees lightly with his slender fingers, it's just the responsibility a man should bear.
Yan Ran was confused, I don't understand what you are talking about. If anyone is responsible, it should be me. That night at Yunpei Lake, she accidentally knocked him unconscious.
She didn't have enough money on her at the time, so she only left him 138. Mr. Mo-san was so precious, so this little money was definitely not enough.
Mo Yunpei's face became even gloomier, this kind of thing should be the responsibility of the man. Yan Ran opened his lips. Okay, no need to say more about this, I will be responsible.
Chapter 66 Qiqi is looked down upon by the store clerk.
The 2 chatted tangentially for a while, neither of them knowing what the other was referring to. But Yan Ran saw that he was very determined.
I feel that this man is quite generous. Even after being knocked unconscious, he still took responsibility for it. The aroma of hot pot wafted into the room.
How could Qin Huo look like a medical master?
Ever since he followed Yan Ran to improve his medical skills, he had completely become a cook. Yan Ran thought, since Mr. Mo-san was so generous, she couldn't be stingy either, so she invited him into the house to eat hot pot.
Mo Yunpei did not refuse and took Gu Bei into the courtyard.
There was a pot on the wooden table in the yard, a double-flavored hot pot, and the side dishes were spread out on the table. The butter hot pot was bubbling with fragrance, which made people's appetites almost burst out.
Qiqi snorted loudly when he saw his father.
I hummed it on purpose for Mo Yunpei to hear.
Mo Yunpei walked over and touched his head, what's wrong? Qiqi pouted, Dad is a bad guy. What's wrong with me? Dad put a tracker in my remote control car. Gu Bei, I see. It's time for me to take the blame again. Qiqi, it was Uncle Gu who let you down.
It wasn't your father who did that.
It was your uncle who did that.
Qiqi was only 5 years old, so innocent.
He believed what Gu Bei said and taught Gu Bei with a stern face, Uncle Gu, you almost implicated my dad, do you know that? You can't do this kind of thing in the future, understand? Gu Bei, yes, I will definitely be honest and upright in the future.
Mo Yunpei glanced at him, then went back to give out bonuses, huge rewards.
Gu Bei, I think it's worth it.
The hot pot tastes great, it's almost chef level, 1 red pot and 1 Chinese medicine pot, both good for the stomach and body.
Although Chinese medicine is added, the taste is very delicious. Gubei ate without caring about his image and sweating profusely.
But Mr. Mo-san was still slow and leisurely, and his image as a well-educated young master was not affected at all.
After dinner, Gubei's phone vibrated.
He deliberately pressed the speakerphone button. The voice on the other end was panicked and urgent. "Gubei, what's wrong with you?
Did you forget to turn off the faucet when you went out this morning?"
The third master's house was flooded.
Yan ran. With such a lame excuse, he actually got a second chance to appear?
"Gubei, the excuse doesn't have to be new, as long as it works."
"Gubei, third master, I'm sorry, you probably have to stay here again tonight." Yunpei, be more careful next time."
Yes, I'll go back and deal with it first." After saying this, he ran away like a gust of wind, fearing that Yan Ran would say no. Yan Ran realized it later, and before she could think of a way to refuse, Gubei drove away. I really suffered the consequences of my slow reaction. Qiqi was very happy and took Yunpei's hand. "Dad, the new house that Uncle Chu gave me has many rooms."
"You can pick any one of them." Yunpei narrowed his eyes. "Chu Sihan's house?"
"Yes."
Yunpei looked a little gloomy. It was Chu Sihan again. Chu Sihan was very important to Yan Ran? Chu Sihan. Thank you.
I am just the chief disciple. It's not that Yunpei wants to stay here, but he has been suffering from insomnia these days after Yan Ran escaped quietly. He had no choice but to stay here. The houses here also have the faint fragrance of pine, cypress, and gardenia, which helps you have a good night's sleep and feel refreshed. This time Qiqi didn't dare to lock his parents together again, otherwise he would definitely believe that his mother would play mixed doubles alone and beat him up.
That night, everyone was at peace.
The next morning, Yan Ran took Qiqi to buy some school supplies. After all, Qiqi was about to start school and there were many things to buy. Mr. Mo-san took her to a shopping mall, which was the largest shopping mall in Kyoto.
Yunpei did not tell Yan Ran that this was his shopping mall.
In order not to reveal their identities, he let them go in on their own. This shopping mall is very large and high-end, and all of the people who come and go are upper-class people from Kyoto. Yan Ran and Qiqi never wore branded clothes, so after they entered, none of the salesgirls or guys gave them a friendly look.
This was also something Yunpei had not thought of and neglected.
Yan Ran looked at the directional map in the mall and saw that children's products were all on the 4th floor.
She took Qiqi's hand and entered the elevator. Most of the people in the elevator were wealthy ladies, dressed brightly and beautifully, and almost everyone had a crocodile leather bag. When they saw Yan Ran coming in, they all looked at him with contempt. Most people in this world respect the clothes first and then the person. It's all so superficial. Yan Ran was too lazy to talk to them, so she went to the 4th floor and got off the elevator. There was a faint sound of laughter coming from behind. People like this are crazy to come to Breeze Mall. Nothing in any counter is affordable for them, okay? Maybe they are here to work? I've never seen anyone working here dressed so poorly. It feels like they don't have anything of good brand on them. Yan Ran sighed softly. That's why she didn't like living in a big materialistic city like Kyoto. Most people were too fond of competing for material things. It doesn't make any sense. Yan Ran and Qiqi stopped in front of a counter, where there were school bags, pens, notebooks, and pencil cases. The salesgirl looked the mother and son up and down and concluded. "Civilian. He. While Yan Ran was choosing school supplies, Qiqi was attracted by the Lego toys in a Lego store next door and couldn't help but run into the store. When Qiqi saw the dazzling array of Lego toys, she couldn't move her feet. The designer of this brand of Lego is in Country M. He is a die-hard fan of her mother and sends her various limited edition toys every year. But he hasn't gotten his hands on some of the new models that were released this year, but they're all here. As expected of Kyoto, it is indeed a big city. Qiqi fell in love with a Lego toy co-branded with Iron Man at first sight. It was in life-size proportions and almost as tall as his mother. He liked it very much and ran over to touch it. A female clerk saw it, ran over immediately, pulled Qiqi away, and scolded her with gritted teeth. "Who allowed you to touch me?" Qiqi staggered when she pulled him and fell on the Iron Man Lego. With a thud, the Iron Man Lego fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The clerk was immediately furious and slapped Qiqi on the head. "Whose naughty child is this? He actually broke our treasure. Where are your parents? Call them over quickly. You are so poor, can your parents afford to pay for it?"
Qiqi's knee hurt from the fall and she looked at the clerk angrily. I didn't touch it, it was clearly you who pushed me, and I didn't stand properly, so I bumped into it. The clerk was furious. You were so young, and you still dared to quibble? Hurry up and ask your parents to come over and compensate me. If they can't pay, I will call the police and have both your parents arrested and put in jail. Chapter 67 Throwing out Ranya's black gold card. Qiqi wanted to argue. Why do you say that? It was you who pushed me, so the Lego was broken. You should be the one to pay for it. The clerk was furious and raised his hand to hit the man. But someone grabbed his wrist and said, How dare you hit my son? The force in the hand was so great that the clerk was startled. He turned around and saw that the girl in front of him was very young and the clothes she was wearing were definitely not expensive. People like them always treat people differently based on their status, and rich ladies with crocodile leather bags must not be offended. Girls who wear clothes that cost a few $100s, just let them ravage you. It's true that the upper beam is crooked and the lower beams are crooked. I was wondering why this child was so naughty. It turns out there is a bare adult. Are you his mother? Yan Ran grabbed Qiqi with an indifferent expression. I am his mother. You came just in time. Your son broke the treasure of our Lego store, this Iron Man, which costs 120,000. You decide how to compensate him. I definitely can't afford it. Yan Ran half squatted down, looking at Qiqi's aggrieved and angry expression. His heart ached. Tell mom what's going on. Qiqi pointed at the Lego that fell to the ground with her little hand. I saw this Lego and didn't even touch it. This auntie came over and pulled me hard, not allowing me to look at it. I didn't stand firmly and bumped into it, and Iron Man fell to the ground. Yan Ran touched his face and said, Don't be afraid, since we did nothing wrong, we should stand up straight, and mom will solve the problem. Qiqi nodded heavily. Yan Ran stood up and looked at the clerk indifferently. My son said that you pulled him and he couldn't stand firmly. What? As a customer, my son can't even look at the things in your store? Why did you pull him? This Iron Man is broken, and the responsibility is all on you. You have to compensate yourself. In addition, you have to apologize to my son. My son's legal rights as a customer have not been guaranteed. The clerk was stunned. He never expected that this girl could be so organized. How could she possibly recognize it? This kid is full of lies. When did I push him? He was just too naughty and bumped into this Iron Man. If you don't believe me, you can ask my colleagues to testify for me. There are 3 clerks in this store, and the other 2 are naturally very snobbish. This girl doesn't look like a rich person at first glance, so of course they have to protect their colleague. Yes, sisterly, where did she push the child? It was the child who ran around as soon as he entered the store. He was so ignorant. Now he broke something and doesn't want to pay for it. What kind of character is that? Everyone pointed fingers at Yan Ran and Qiqi. Qiqi held Yan Ran's hand tightly, and Yan Ran touched his head. It's okay, mom is here. Yan Ran looked at the clerk named Sisterly, and then at the other people, with a scrutinizing and sharp look in her eyes. Are you sure you didn't push my son? That Sisterly said arrogantly. How could I push your son? If you can't afford to pay, then use your valuables as collateral. If you are a bully at home, this society will teach your son a lesson. Yan Ran said indifferently, then let's take a look at the surveillance. We will know from the surveillance whether the clerk pushed my son or not. If the clerk pushed my son and wanted to frame my son, then it would not be as simple as just paying compensation for the Lego. Sisterly originally thought that this girl and child were not very knowledgeable, but she didn't expect that she actually knew to watch the surveillance video. Yen. Hacker boss. Ran. I feel inexplicably insulted. Our country's national defense firewall is repaired by me every year, okay? Sisterly felt a little panicked. Their Lego store had a total of 4 surveillance cameras, which could capture everything clearly no matter where they were. Once the surveillance cameras were seen, she would be implicated. Her monthly salary is only 8,000 yuan, and this Lego set costs 100,000 yuan. She will have to work for more than a year to pay back the money. She gnashed her teeth and said, What surveillance are you looking at? You broke something and you want to deny it. Do you have any shame? She said this and winked at one of her colleagues. That colleague Xiaoting immediately understood what Sisterly meant, and while Yan Ran wasn't paying attention, she ran out of the store and headed straight for the mall's monitoring room. They will definitely cover up for their colleagues, after all, they have worked together for so many years. There is no need to let Sister Lee take this responsibility for a poor person whose origins are unknown. In the store, after Sister Lee ordered someone to delete the surveillance records, she immediately became confident again and said arrogantly, "In my opinion, if people are poor, they should know their own limitations. This kind of store, or should I say this kind of high-standard shopping mall, is not something that poor people like you can set foot in. You are like country bumpkins coming to the city, touching things everywhere, and now you have broken something and are starting to throw a tantrum.
Do you have any shame?" Yen ran. "I can't bear it anymore."
She reached out and unzipped her backpack, pulled out a black wallet, and took out a few cards from the wallet. Then he slammed it heavily on the clerk's face. "Don't tell me you're poor for no reason.
I have more than enough money to buy out your shopping mall."
Several black and gold cards fell to the ground. Sister Lee was shocked. As a clerk in a luxury goods mall, they knew best what this card represented.
"This is a black gold card with no upper limit that only the richest people can have.
People who take out this card will be rewarded with an aircraft carrier without a second thought, because the owner of this card has the financial strength to do so. This girl is dressed so ordinary, how could she possibly afford a black and gold card of this level?" She picked up a few black and gold cards on the ground and sneered, "Can you get $100 from these?"
"It's fake, definitely fake. She's just trying to show off."
If she meets someone who doesn't understand the market, they might really be fooled by her. But she has worked in this mall for 10 years and has met countless wealthy people.
How could she be cheated by a young girl? Yen Ran chuckled, "Why don't you try it?"
When Sister Lee saw the girl's superior aura, she suddenly began to doubt herself.
"That's impossible. It's impossible that she would really run into him with such a low probability. Is this girl really rich?"
With the intention of slapping someone in the face, Sister Lee went to swipe those black gold cards.
"After brushing, my face turned pale.
There are 5 cards in total, each of which is a top-level black gold card with no upper limit, and the maximum amount that can be spent in a single transaction is 100 million.
100 million. She couldn't even imagine it.
She had seen no more than one person with this card, and one of them was their boss, Mr. Emo-san.
How is this possible?
This girl looks ordinary except for her pretty face. How could she have such a card? But the facts were before her and she couldn't help but believe it. The several shop assistants who had just supported Sister Lee and given false testimony began to get scared.
Could this girl really be a rich person? Chapter 68. If someone offends me, I will offend him. Will she keep harping on their act of perjury?
Yen Ran was shrouded in coldness, and his voice was as if frost-hardened. "Are you done?" The store manager was just enjoying the show, but now he started to get scared. He quickly held a few cards and handed them to Yen Ran. "Sorry, we have been very slow."
Yen Ran chuckled, "Can you take me to see the surveillance video now?"
The store manager said respectfully, "Of course." After saying that, he led a group of people and walked towards the monitoring center. Sister Lee's forehead was covered in sweat, but she thought Xiaoting had already destroyed the record in advance. Even if this girl is rich, you can't do anything to her. When they arrived at the monitoring center, Xiaoting gave Sister Lee a wink, indicating that everything was settled. Sister Lee finally felt relieved.
Rich people cannot accuse someone without evidence.
As long as she doesn't admit it, it means that the child broke the Lego herself. It's better to have money. Rich people are quick to pay compensation, and 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for her. She can probably take it out easily.
Yen Ran asked the security guard to check the surveillance video.
The security guard and the shop assistant here must be in cahoots. He said in a neutral tone, "I'm sorry, there was a problem with the surveillance system just now and it was temporarily out of control for 10 minutes.
Which time period do you want?" Yen Ran reported the time period.
The security guard laughed and said, "I'm sorry, it happened that the surveillance cameras on that floor were broken during that period, so we can't watch it."
Yen Ran snorted softly. This simple method of deleting surveillance records was actually enough to stump a hacker like her.
"Sorry, you've hit a hard steel plate."
"Really? Let me see."
The security guard gave her the mouse and thought, "Just take a look, the video has been deleted anyway, what else can you do?" But I saw the girl's fingers flying on the keyboard, and the computer screen suddenly turned green, with codes flying all over it, making people dizzy. All the staff members who were involved in shielding Sister Lee were a little panicked.
Is it possible that this girl can restore the deleted video? Everyone was hoping for the best, hoping Yen Ran wouldn't be able to restore the video.
But suddenly, the computer page returned to normal and a video popped up. The video clearly showed Sister Lee pulling Qiqi, pushing and pulling at the same time.
Qiqi lost his balance and fell on the Iron Man Lego. Very clear. The truth is out.
The monitoring center was dead silent.
Qiqi glared at the clerk. What else do you have to say?
Yanran stood up and looked at Sisterly fiercely. My son asked you a question, answer.
Sisterly clenched her hands in fear. You saw it too. It was your son who threw himself on the Iron Man, so the Iron Man was broken.
Slap. A slap hit Sisterly's face.
The evidence is irrefutable, and you still want to wrongly accuse my son? As a customer, does my son have the right to look at any product in the store? As a clerk, what right do you have to push my son so rudely?
You pushed my son and damaged the product, and you still want to put the blame on my son and delete the surveillance video.
Do you think there is no evidence now? Sister Leah's face was burning. This girl was so amazing. Well, then what do you want to do? Yanran looked at her coldly. How?
Of course I'll use legal means to put you in jail.
After all, you just forced my son to pay compensation, and said that if we couldn't pay, you would call the police and put us in jail. Treat others in their own way. This is Yanran's style of doing things.
I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will offend him.
Sister Lee was almost frightened. Yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize to you for my behavior just now.
Yanran sat lazily on the chair. There happened to be a microphone here. Let me inform the whole mall first and admit my mistake to my son.
I will call the police later.
Sister Lee, go to jail and reflect on yourself. See if you will bully others again in the future. Sister Lee wanted to beg for mercy, but Yanran said indifferently, if you keep procrastinating, believe me, you may only have to go to jail for 1 year, but I have a way to make you go to jail for 5 years.
The girl looked cold-blooded and heartless, as if she were a high-ranking boss who had the power of life and death in her hands.
If you make her angry, it would only take her a moment to take her life.
The other shop assistants also realized that this girl was no ordinary person. They were afraid that they would be implicated, so they all began to persuade Sister Lee, apologize first.
After all, you were really wrong.
Apologize to the child quickly. Sister Lee had no choice but to apologize into the microphone of the mall.
I am a clerk at the Lego store in Breeze Mall. My name is Yuan Lee.
Just now, because of me, a little boy named Qiqi accidentally bumped into an Iron Man Lego.
The fault is all mine.
After I made the mistake, I did not repent and even wanted the little boy to take the blame for me.
I am sorry for him. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I am sorry.
After speaking into the microphone, the apology statement was played on a loop throughout the mall.
Yuan Li deliberately shed tears and looked at Yanran. Madam, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I am willing to compensate for the Lego. Please don't call the police, okay?
Yanran curled his lips. You don't know you are wrong, you just don't want to take responsibility for your actions. If I had no money, if I didn't have computer skills, my son would have been wrongly accused by you today. A 5-year-old child is being punished with such a trumped-up charge.
How much damage must it do to his young mind? You have never thought about it. You are really guilty of a heinous crime.
All the shop assistants and security guards looked at each other in bewilderment. They have committed such evil deeds before, but today they really ran into a tough opponent. The store manager knew that she must have some responsibility as well. After all, she had ignored the matter and let it go.
If the matter is really investigated, she might be implicated.
There are several other people who have all kinds of ulterior motives in their minds. They all protected Sister Lee. If this matter gets out of hand, it will not be good for them at all. The store manager said in a peacemaker manner, Ma'am, I'm really sorry, but there's no need to report this matter to the police, right?
After all, you haven't suffered any loss, and Sister Lee knows she was wrong, so it's better to have less trouble than more, don't you think? Yanran sneered. Oh?
Just now, Sister Lee threatened my son that if his parents couldn't pay the money, they would arrest us and put us in jail. She threatened and framed him.
Which crime is not worthy of her being taught a lesson by the police?
Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The shop assistants saw their mall's big boss, Mr. Mo-san, descending like a god.
Everyone was in a state of panic. But Sister Lee had an inexplicable confidence, thinking that maybe Mr. Mo-san was here to settle the matter. Family disgrace should not be made public.
A clerk at Breeze Shopping Mall was arrested, and the third master was also embarrassed. With the power of the third master, it would be effortless for him to suppress such a small matter. Maybe the girl and the child would even be punished.
That would be really great. Chapter 69 Mr. Mo is my father.
Sister Lee thought that her savior had arrived, and she immediately began to describe what had just happened in a monologue. Of course, she only spoke in a way that was beneficial to herself. After all, she thought that the third master definitely didn't know the mother and son, and he definitely cared more about the reputation of the mall. I just accidentally touched the little boy, but the child broke the Lego. I am willing to bear the responsibility for compensation, but they are still aggressive and relentless. Uncle San, it doesn't matter if I get caught, but I am worried about the reputation of our mall.
It won't be good if it gets out. Yen Ran just shook his head slightly.
It is really impossible for such a person to truly realize his mistakes. The evil of human nature is truly revealed. Sister Lee originally thought that the third master would give an order to drive the mother and son away.
Qiqi cried out aggrievedly, "Dad." Sister Lee sneered, "Kid, who are you calling daddy?"
They actually came to claim to be related to their third master.
Are this mother and son crazy? Unexpectedly, the god Emosani, who had always been high and mighty and otherworldly, slowly half-squatted down, and even touched the little boy's head, and said in an extremely doting tone, "Qiqi, tell me what this matter is like, and Dad will make the decision for you." Just one sentence almost scared everyone in the room to faint. Dad will make the decision for you. Dad. What? Is Mr. Mo-san really the father of this little boy? Oh my god? How is this possible?
All the store clerks, including the security guards, began to feel a wave of fear. This was beyond their understanding. The seemingly ordinary mother and son first showed off their black gold card, then displayed their superb computer skills, and now they also revealed that Mr. Mo-san is the child's father.
Wave after wave of attacks, it's amazing. Everyone in the room was so frightened that they almost knelt down before Yen Ran and Qiqi. Qiqi looked at his father aggrievedly. "That auntie pushed me and broke an Iron Man Lego, but she insisted that she didn't push me and asked my parents to pay for it. She also said that if they couldn't pay, my parents would go to jail. Then the other shop assistants clearly saw her pushing me, but lied and said she didn't push me, and secretly deleted a surveillance video. Dad, they are all bad people, all bad people." Qiqi is well organized and clearly stated, and there is no decline in the paragraph. Yunpei glanced sinisterly at all the culprits and accomplices who aided the evil. Everyone in the room was trembling.
Yunpei picked up Qiqi and said in a low voice, "Apologize to my son and his mother first." As soon as Yunpei said this, all those people just now bowed 90 degrees respectfully with an extremely pious attitude. I'm
sorry.
This is not the end yet." Yunpei's voice became colder. "All the people involved will be fired, and all the industries under my control will never be allowed to hire them again."
Everyone was shocked. Yunpei added, "The culprit will be handed over to the judicial authorities and sentenced accordingly." Sister Lee's eyes went dark and she almost fainted. How could she have imagined that this child was actually Mr. Mo-san's son?
I have never heard that the third master got married and had children.
How could this be possible? She regretted it deeply, but it was too late. Soon, the security guard dragged Yuan Li away, who was so scared that she didn't say a word.
Yunpei carried Qiqi out of the monitoring room.
Yen Ran could only follow him out. "Okay, give me my son."
Yen Ran stretched out his hand. Yunpei said, "I see Qiqi seems to be frightened, go to my office and have a rest first." What he said made sense. Yen Ran saw that Qiqi's face was pale and she really needed to calm down.
Yunpei took her to the elevator reserved for the president. "This mall is actually yours," Yen Ran said indifferently. Yunpei, it's mine. I have a lot of industries under my control." Today he had wanted to let the mother and son go shopping in his mall, and have all the orders be put in his name. He didn't expect that something like this would happen before he had the chance to give instructions. They are really a bunch of useless people who are good at making trouble but not good at doing anything. Yen Ran chuckled, "There are quite a few mixed people under you." Mr. Mo-san was at a loss for words. This time it was his fault for not thinking things through and causing injustice to the mother and son. She will go to jail. The charges of frame-up, false accusation and intimidation are enough to make her suffer. After getting out of the elevator, you will arrive at Yunpei's office, which has floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, a high ceiling, and a small bar. It is very high-end. Yunpei personally brought drinks to Qiqi and Yen Ran. I hope that the HR department under Mr. Mo-san will be stricter when recruiting people in the future, and not treat people differently based on their abilities. Yeah, okay. Mr. Mo was in a really good mood today, and he responded to every request of Yen Ran. His attitude was so good that Yen Ran couldn't hold on any longer. After comforting Qiqi with a few words, fortunately Qiqi didn't take anything to heart. Although he was wrongly accused today and the matter became such a big deal, after his mother coaxed him for a while, he forgot about the matter. Mo Yunpei stood up and said, "Come with me."
Qiqi,
Dad, where are we going? Dad takes you shopping.
Yen Ran witnessed the huge force of Mr. Mo-san. He held Qiqi's hand, and she followed him, followed by 8 bodyguards, and went to the stationery store just now. Whatever Qiqi liked, the clerk would immediately and respectfully pack it for him and then hand it respectfully to the bodyguard. Then we went to the Lego store. The previous group of clerks were all fired, and soon a new group of clerks came in, treating Qiqi like a god. The store was cleared and Qiqi was allowed to choose whatever she wanted. She immediately packed up the items she had picked and had the bodyguard carry them. Yen Ran couldn't help but say, "There's no need to buy so much, Qiqi can't use so much."
Mo Yunpei raised his hand, "Not much. Yen Ran. Let me swipe the card. She is not short of money."
Mo Yunpei, "No need to swipe the card, these are all mine, and I'm giving them to Qiqi."
Soon, each of the 8 bodyguards was holding 2 shopping bags.
When they passed by all the stores in the mall, the employees inside would stand at the door, bow respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Qiqi had never seen such a scene before and was stunned. All the customers would cast a glance at them with envy and surprise in their eyes, and they were all guessing who this child and this beauty were. Finally, Master Mo-san took Qiqi around for a long circle, and he stopped when the bodyguard's hands were full of food. He just wanted everyone in the mall to know. This is his son, no one can offend this child. Yen Ran's mood was a little complicated for a moment. A large group of bodyguards escorted the 2 bosses and a child to the entrance of the mall. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce is so small that it can't even hold all the things Qiqi bought.
Mo Yunpei looked at Yen Ran, "Go up and choose again?" "Yen Ran, what else do you want to choose?"
"Your things, clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, etc." Yen Ran chuckled, "Thank you for your kindness, but that is okay."
Chapter 70. He can choose anything from the entire mall.
The exquisite dresses here are not her style. She is used to wearing cool motorcycle outfits. Her best friend Song In often says that she looks like a killer, or like a big boss who has the power of life and death over others. In short, she doesn't look like a delicate woman. I feel especially sorry for such an exquisite face of hers. But she just felt that she was not suitable for that kind of little dress, and she probably would never have the chance to wear it in her life.
Mo Yunpei did not force her and carried Qiqi into the car.
Qiqi had already gotten in the car, and Yen Ran couldn't just take another taxi, so he had to get in his Rolls-Royce as well. The car window was half open, and they saw the clerk who had been arrogant and tried to frame Qiqi being handcuffed and taken away by the police. The people around were pointing and talking in low voices. Yen Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Mo-san, aren't you afraid that if the matter gets out of hand, it will be bad for your business reputation?" "The reputation of the mall is not as important as my son," he replied nonchalantly. Yen Ran looked at his handsome profile and was speechless for a moment. He added, "It's just a small matter and it won't affect my career."
"You don't have to worry about me. Yen Ran, you think too much. I'm not worried about you." Mo Yunpei raised his eyebrows and said nothing.
Gubei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, laughed in his heart.
Both bosses liked to say one thing and mean another. Never mind. He didn't want to guess what the bosses were thinking.
The car slowly left the mall.
Sister Lee was stuffed into the police car with her legs weak.
She regretted it so much, but it was too late. The car stopped at Yunchi Hadong. Gubei carried all of Qiqi's shopping bags into the yard, and Xinhua also followed to carry them one by one.
"Qiqi, did you bring the street back? Why did you buy so many things?"
Qiqi said excitedly, "They were all given to me by my father.
My father owns such a big shopping mall. My father is very powerful."
His mother Yen Ran's things were all rather abstract. He knew that his mother was very powerful and had money, but she was nothing like his father, who owned a huge shopping mall that had everything. In the eyes of a child, this was the most powerful thing.
Yen Ran. Why do I feel like I am outdone by Mo Yunpei? Qiqi used to admire me the most, but now, a growing sense of crisis. Only by buying an amusement park tomorrow can I regain 10% of Qiqi's favor. Just like that, Mo Yunpei stayed at Yen Ran's place for another night.
After all, he bought so many things for Qiqi. Qiqi was excited and forced Mo Yunpei to stay with her.
Yan Ran couldn't bring himself to drive him away.
The next morning, Mo Yunpei felt refreshed. If possible, he really wanted to stay there shamelessly. But now was not the time, he knew. During breakfast, Song Ainen came over, and Mo Yunpei felt that the way Yan Ran, his best friend, looked at him was a little strange. But he has never been a good talker, so after breakfast, he left the courtyard.
Song Ainen pulled Yan Ran aside. Didn't everyone say that he treated Pei and I badly? How dare you contact him?
Yan Ran held his head and said, "It's hard to explain it to you in a few words." Song Ainen shook her head and sighed. "Don't think you are so powerful and go head to head with him. At least both of you will suffer losses.
He is also very strong."
Yan Ran, "Well, I know what I am doing, don't worry." As she was speaking, Jiaoman sent her a message, inviting her to have dinner at the Du family in the evening.
Yan Ran snorted softly. Why haven't they given up yet? Song Ainen raised her eyebrows. Come on, I'll go with you. What are you going to do? Let's wait and see. Yan Ran took Song Ainen to the Du family. When Jiaoman saw Song Ainen, her expression of disgust almost overflowed. I asked you to come to dinner alone, why did you bring someone else?
She saw the car Song Ainen was driving, a yellow Beetle, the highest configuration of which cost only a few 100,000 yuan. This girl really has no ambitions, and the friends she makes are all so poor. Ningning's friends are all socialites who drive luxury cars worth millions. Birds of a feather flock together.
Song Ainen took Yan Ran's hand and said with a fake smile, I am Xiao Ran's friend. If Auntie doesn't welcome me, then she doesn't welcome Xiao Ran.
Zhao Man gritted her teeth. This girl was very eloquent and she was really speechless.
How could that be? It was just a little unexpected. Her Uncle Du was also at home, but she didn't inform me in advance. I was afraid that her Uncle Du would have an opinion. Song Ainen smiled and said, I thought you were the hostess here and could make the decision. Why are you so afraid of Uncle Du?
Zhao Man was so angry that her face turned red.
How could I be afraid of him? I just respected him enough. You kids don't understand.
There was no choice but to lead Yan Ran and Song Ainen into the Du family mansion. Yan Ning had learned her lesson after being seriously injured at the art exhibition last time.
She would not confront Yan Ran openly in the future.
This important task could be handed over to her younger brother.
Sure enough, when De Yanba saw Yan Ran, he immediately showed a disdainful expression. Why are you here again? Yan Ran put one hand in his trouser pocket. You can ask your mother why she invited me over again.
Du Boyan glared at her. You are really good at flattering yourself.
Yan Ran has always been a bit taciturn, but Song Ainen will not let her best friend be taken advantage of by others. The quality of the people in the Du family is really poor. After all, Yan Ran is your sister. What's your attitude?
Du Boyan gritted his teeth. I don't have such a sister, I only have Yan Ning as my sister.
Song Ainen chuckled, don't regret it later.
He ignored the real big sister who was excellent in every aspect, and instead only recognized the green tea sister. This student Du probably has a bad brain and bad vision.
Du Boyan glanced at Yan Ran with disdain, then looked at Song Ainen. It's really not presentable to bring a burden with you to dinner. Song Ainen almost got into a fight with Du Boyan, but was stopped by Yan Ran. At the dinner table, Du Jiarong couldn't help but frown when he saw Yan Ran. This girl always wore black every time she came. People who didn't know would think that their Du family was holding a funeral. It was really unlucky.
He never had a good impression of this wild country girl. At the dinner table, Yan Ran was bullied by the people of the Du family because she brought Song Ainen with her. Yan Ran glanced at Yan Ning, who had learned her lesson and remained silent.
But before coming, Yan Ning must have provoked Du Boyan.
Du Boyan was particularly aggressive and kept bullying her. She disliked her clothes, her words and actions, and in short, she didn't like anything about Yan Ran. Yan Ning was very proud in her heart. This brother was really a good brother.
Even if he attacked Yan Ran, Uncle Du and Mother would not say anything.
After the meal, Yan Ning even pretended to be nice and took a photo with Yan Ran.
This was her intention, to post another ugly photo of Yan Ran to deepen netizens' impression that Yan Ran was an ugly girl.
Even if her mother abandoned Yan Ran in the countryside, netizens would not sympathize with Yan Ran. After all, everyone is obsessed with looks, and who would sympathize with an ugly girl? What Yan Ning didn't know was that when she and Yan Ran were taking a photo together, Song Ainen secretly took a photo of them both.
Song Ainen knows green tea bitches like Yan Ning too well. Do you want to slander her beautiful Yan as an ugly girl again? No way.
Let's see how she slaps her face later.
Chapter 71, The Beauty's Identity Revealed.
Yan Ning secretly edited the picture, of course, just like last time, making Yan Ran look uglier, darker, and fatter. As soon as the photo was posted, her fans immediately started to flatter her. Why did Lady Ning post this ugly little sister of yours again?
Yes, it is really eye-catching.
I apologize for feeling sorry for her before, she looked pretty fierce. That's right, Miss Ning, please stop posting photos of ugly girls. We only want to see your beautiful photos. If anyone says that Lady Ning treats her country sister badly, I will get angry with them. She is so ugly yet she often brings him to the Du family. Lady Ning doesn't think she is embarrassing.
How could they do that if they are not real sisters? Ningmei, everyone is beautiful and kind.
Soon, the photo of Yan Ning and her sister became a hot topic, and almost the entire internet was laughing at Yan Ran's ugly photo.
Then, suddenly there was a photo on the internet.
It is still Yan Ran and Yan Ning, but from a different angle, a frontal angle, and it is not a selfie, but a photo taken by him. The same scene, the same clothes, the same hairstyle, but Yan Ran in that photo was completely different from the one posted by Yan Ning. She is not fat, dark, or ugly.
On the contrary, she is so beautiful that she looks like a fairy from Earth.
Her skin was as white as milk, and her facial features seemed to be favored by God, with every part carefully carved. Her peach blossom eyes were sparkling and affectionate, her nose was small and straight, and her lips were rosy. She was wearing a black t-shirt, which made her skin look even whiter and more radiant. She had a sexy and slender swan neck, right-angled shoulders, and a light and aloof temperament.
Fairy. Fairies that people can only watch from afar but not play with.
In this photo with her in it, everyone's eyes couldn't help but linger on her face, and Yan Ning's presence could not be seen at all.
So beautiful. Song Anan added a sentence, she photoshops others ugly and makes herself beautiful. I have never seen such sisters. Yan Ran is the most beautiful beauty I have ever seen. The photo quickly went viral on the internet.
Netizens all over the internet were just mocking Yan Ning's sister for being ugly, and just after that hot search came out, they saw a new hot search.
My eyes popped out of my eyes. What's going on? Why is there such a huge difference between the two photos? Who is lying? Is Yan Ran a beauty or an ugly woman?
When Yan Ning saw the trending search, her face turned pale. It turned out that Yan Ran brought Song Anan here with a purpose.
Why is she so scheming?
She had just finished posting on Weibo when Song Anan posted this one right after.
What is your intention? How could she have edited it so exaggeratedly?
She just adjusted the color. Song Anan, on the other hand, posted this photo with great care, and the angle and lighting were all chosen to be favorable to Yan Ran.
Moreover, this photo was definitely photoshopped, making Yan Ran look good and her look ugly. Netizens' comments spread online. Wow, is Yan Ning's sister really that beautiful? Even if she enters the entertainment industry, she will definitely be ranked among the top 3 beauties. She is so beautiful.
Not only are her facial features beautiful, her hairline, neck, shoulders, and fingers are also perfect, and her temperament is also very extraordinary. Oh my god, she looks like the fairy sister in my dreams. To be honest, Yan Ning is not on the same level as her, and her temperament is far inferior to hers.
Yes, Yan Ning has bad intentions.
She must be jealous of her sister and deliberately photoshopped her sister to look ugly. Not only did she photoshop her sister to look ugly, she also photoshopped herself to look beautiful. Yan Ning is really disgusting. This online war of words was so intense that Yan Ning felt guilty, so she quickly deleted the photo and then posted a Weibo saying that everything was peaceful.
What I mean is, they are sisters, how could she harm her sister?
I hope netizens will not engage in cyber violence, as this is a bad behavior. As soon as she deleted the Weibo post, netizens realized that Yan Ran is indeed a great beauty, and that in the two photos together, it was her sister Yan Ning who was deliberately blackening her.
It's so miserable.
She was abandoned by her parents and sister when she was a child. When she grew up, they still slandered her as an ugly girl and led netizens to attack her appearance.
My heart is completely dark.
When Yan Ning saw her brother Du Boyan coming down from the second floor, she looked at Song Anan with a face full of grievance. Why did you lead netizens to scold me?
Yan Ran chuckled.
Her sister was really dramatic. Du Boyan was quite protective of his sister and couldn't help himself when he heard it.
Pointing at Song Anan's nose, what did you do? Who do you think you are? How dare you bully my sister in my Du family?
Yan Ran stood in front of Song Anan, looking at her half-brother with a sinister look.
I advise you to understand the truth before speaking.
Anan was framed by Yan Ning because she helped her. As her best friend, she must protect Anan.
Yan Ning looked at Du Boyan with tears in her eyes. I just posted a photo with Xiao Ran. When I was adjusting the filter, I forgot to add a filter to Xiao Ran.
Then Song Anan thought I was deliberately blackening Xiao Ran and reposted a Weibo to deliberately stir up trouble.
Xiao Ran is my sister, your sister, Boyan. How could I deliberately blacken Xiao Ran? Boyan, you know best what kind of person I am. Yan Ning must be a good sister with true feelings in front of Du Boyan.
No matter what the truth of the matter is, Du Boyan will definitely stand on the side of his sister, with whom he has lived for many years, without hesitation.
Even if my sister didn't use a filter on her, is this a big deal? Do you have to guide netizens to expose her online? Why is it so vicious? Song Anan, wow, I really saw what it means to be the villain who complains first and what it means to put the blame on others. I finally understand why Miss Yan Ning is such a green tea.
It turns out she is really a bad bunch.
Du Boyan raised his hand to hit someone. What nonsense are you talking about? Yan Ran grabbed Du Boyan's wrist and flipped it hard.
The young master of the Du family was thrown to the ground by Yan Ran.
He cried out in pain.
Du Jiarong and Zhao Man, who were in the living room, heard the noise and rushed over immediately.
When Zhao Man saw her precious son lying on the ground and crying, she glared at Yan Ran. Is there any time this girl comes here without causing trouble?
She and Du Jiarong hurriedly went up to help Du Boyan up. Du Boyan pointed at Yan Ran angrily and said, "Mom, she is a bandit and a hooligan. Don't let her enter the Du family again.
It's too embarrassing." Du Jiarong was so angry that his face turned blue. How did you discipline her?
You cultivated her wild character.
Yan Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Because she was abandoned at the age of 5, isn't it just that there is no one to teach her? However, you can't accuse me of being uneducated today. The ones who are truly uneducated are Mr. Du and Ms. Zhao, the daughter and son you raised by your side.
Zhao Man gritted her teeth. Shut up.
Yan Ran's eyes were filled with anger. Shut up? Why do you order me around? Zhao Man was so angry that she almost fainted. Look at you, do you look like a girl at all?
You have no shame, but I still have some. Yan Ran was still calm and collected. Your daughter Yan Ning is both a powerful person and a powerful woman. She also wants others to think that we have a deep sisterly love, and she edited me to look fat, dark, and ugly. And then posted her real photo, and she got aggrieved first.
Aha, she incited her good brother to beat Anan. So this is the Du family in the upper class? Unreasonable? The thief crying thief?
Then I am very glad that you abandoned me back then, otherwise I would have become such a person who can't tell right from wrong.
Chapter 72 Sister Ran teaches you how to be a good person.
Zhao Man raised her hand to slap Yan Ran, but Yan Ran grabbed her hand.
Want to hit me? First check if you have the qualifications to hit me. Zhao Man's chest was heaving with anger. Why am I not qualified to hit you? I'm your mother. Yan Ran sneered. Mom? The mom who abandoned me and never fulfilled her obligation to raise me? How dare you call yourself my mom?
Zhao Man was almost fainted with anger.
Yan Ran shook her hand away heavily and looked at the family coldly. Anan, let's go. Song Anan took her arm and swaggered out of the Du family's door.
Du Boyan's screams behind him never stopped.
Is he seriously injured? At least a comminuted fracture. Wow, Xiao Ran, are you so fierce? Who made him act so unruly and want to hit you?
In the darkness of night, the two got into the car and left the Du family mansion leisurely. Inside the Du family mansion, there was chaos and confusion. Du Boyan's face turned pale with pain and he was sweating profusely. Dad, Mom, it hurts.
The whole family hurriedly helped Du Boyan out of the door. Du Jiarong was furious. Why is your daughter so barbaric? Zhao Man felt a little guilty. It's like that when you grow up in the countryside, isn't that the case? Let's send Boyan to the hospital first. Don't let her come over for dinner in the future. The house will be in unrest when she comes.
And every time it is the people in their family who suffer the loss.
That girl is so fierce and domineering that it is really infuriating. Zhao Man replied absent-mindedly. I know. It's all for Ningning's career. Now, this girl's appearance has been exposed on the internet. With that face, I wonder how many fans she will attract. Ningning's future will be even more difficult, and she probably still has to rely on that girl. It's so annoying.
Of course, the one who is more troubled than Zhao Man is Yan Ning. Although the company has been suppressing the trending searches, people still come to scold her from time to time under her Weibo, saying that she is a scheming bitch, a green tea bitch, pretentious, and blackening her own sister. Every word stabbed at her heart. What she feared most was that netizens would think she was not as pretty as Yan Ran. How could a wild girl who grew up in the countryside compare with her? She had been training in a wealthy family for more than 10 years. Her makeup, hairstyle, and clothes were so carefully dressed, but she couldn't compare to Yan Ran's casual look. Yan Ran hadn't had her hair done, didn't wear any makeup, and was wearing a very ordinary black t-shirt. She was actually outshined by Yan Ran. How could she be willing? In Yunpei Hadong, Song Anan looked at the comments online and couldn't help laughing out loud. Your White Lotus sister was scolded badly by netizens. Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. Song Anan said, she really deserves it. If she hadn't photoshopped you to make you so ugly, honestly I wouldn't have posted the real picture online. It's all her own fault. Yan Ran touched her head. Well, thank you. Why are you saying thank you to me? I am an absolute expert at identifying bitches. Yan Ran smiled softly. Although she doesn't have the love of her parents and sister, she is very content to have such a good best friend. As soon as she entered the house, Qiqi waved her mobile phone and said, Mom, you are on the hot search. Xinhua, you let him play with his phone again. While collecting Chinese medicinal herbs, Xinhua said, I wasn't prepared and this kid secretly looked at his phone. Boss, I was wrong. Qiqi, don't look at your phone all the time, it's bad for your eyes. If you wear glasses, you can't take them off. Song Anan threatened him. I controlled the distance and didn't look too close to the camera. I also check my eyesight regularly. Antonin, don't worry about me. Having said that, what else does Song Anan have to say? Forget it, he is a kid with an IQ of over 200 and he knows his limits. There is no need for an ordinary person like her who has only half of his IQ to worry about him. Neither of them had a good meal at the Du family. After all, no one in the family treated them well. How could they eat? Fortunately, Xinhua prepared dinner, and the delicious dishes were served on the table. Mr. Mo is here again. Song Anan glanced at the big boss. Are all rich people like this? I've had enough of abalone, shark's fin, and ginseng, so I want to try some vegetable porridge. Yan Ran is holding a Swiss Army knife in his hand. I am Qingkai Xiaozhou? Song Anan quickly raised her hands in surrender. That's impossible? With your looks, how can you call it a simple meal? You are definitely Buddha jumps over the wall, a full banquet. Mo Yunpei was sitting at the table. His handsome appearance made Song Anan a little dazed. She whispered to Yan Ran, this third master Mo is really stunningly handsome. Yan Ran raised his eyelids, it's okay. Sister, you have too high expectations. Is this okay? After saying this, she started to stand up for her best friend. You've already done that with Pei and I from the Pei family, why are you still looking for our Xiao Ran? After saying that, I felt a little scared. Is she crazy? She actually dared to speak to Master Mo-san in a questioning tone. If Master Mo-san got unhappy, he would crush her to death as easily as crushing an ant. Mo Yunpei put down the chopsticks in his hand. How are Pei and I? Yan Ran winked at Xinhua and asked him to take Qiqi away. After all, the following topic might not be suitable for children. Song Anan snorted, what? He slept with her, so the third master wouldn't deny her after sleeping with her. Mo Yunpei looked at Yan Ran. Yan Ran looked distant and seemed to have no idea about this matter. His face turned pale and he gritted his teeth. Yan Ran, aren't you going to say something? Yan Ran, who was called, said, huh? What do you want her to say? Mo Yunpei looked gloomy. You know best who I slept with that night. Yan Ran. What is this person saying? I don't understand. Song Anan was also confused. What do you mean? You didn't sleep with Pei and I? The veins on Mo Yunpei's forehead jumped. I'm not so hungry that I would do anything to get what I want. So, what are those rumors out there? So the Pei family went bankrupt. Song Anan clapped her hands violently. Oh, I understand, it's because Pei and I spread rumors and destroyed your reputation, third master, that you made the Pei family bankrupt, right? Mo Yunpei, what else? Song Anan laughed and said, we all thought that you didn't want to take responsibility after sleeping with her, so you made her suffer so badly. Mr. Mo. Bring up my 8x scope om. Song Anan suddenly accepted this celebrity Mr. Mo-san as her best friend's boyfriend. After all, it's hard to find someone like Mr. Mo-san even with a lantern. After dinner, Mo Yunpei, with a gloomy face, pulled Yan Ran into the guest bedroom. Qiqi jumped 3 feet high. Uncle Qin, look, my parents came into the room on their own initiative without my help.
Are they getting married soon?
Shinhua touched his chin. It's hard to say, I dare not guess what your mother is thinking.
Qiqi snorted, Uncle Qin, you are too cowardly. There was no light in the room, only the afterglow of the street lamp outside cast a faint shadow.
Yan Ran was pressed against the wall by the tall man, and the strong and surging male hormones enveloped her senses.
Hot breath rushed into her ears. Let me be responsible for you, or you can be responsible for me, choose one. Yan Ran, what do you mean? Do you think that just because you slept with me, leaving me 138 is enough? Chapter 73 I didn't sleep with you, I beat you. Yan Ran was filled with questions. What? Didn't you keep that 138? Yan Ran nodded in confusion. Is it 138?
I didn't count carefully, I left some money for you.
That's right, you have to be responsible for me. Mo Yunpei has figured out this woman's personality. If you rush to take responsibility for her, she will rebel. If you ask her to be responsible for you, she might be confused and unable to react.
Yan Ran frowned. I kept the money not because I slept with you, but because
I beat you. Mr. Mo.
A flock of crows flew by, and Master Mo-san was unable to recover for a long time.
What did you say?
Yan Ran's eyes were clear as he spoke word by word. I didn't sleep with you, I beat you. 100 or so is indeed a little too little. I'll transfer the money to you later. Mo Yunpei grabbed her wrist and said, you don't need to be embarrassed.
Yan Ran. What? She gives people the impression that she is someone who was embarrassed? That's not possible? I'm really not sorry. Mo Yunpei looked deep and leaned close. I remember everything.
He remembered that he seemed to have blocked her at the bathroom door that night, he remembered that he bent over to kiss her, he remembered that every inch of blood in his body was clamoring for her. Although they don't remember what happened afterwards, something must have happened between them.
Yan Ran raised an eyebrow. What do you remember? I remember we slept.
He was also unsure. But at this moment, he kept one thing in mind, that is, it's a broken jar. As long as he was sure that they had slept, she would not be able to explain it.
Yan Ran.
Even if she had 100 mouths, she still couldn't explain it clearly. If she didn't sleep, she didn't sleep.
Is she the kind of person who won't admitted even after sleeping with her? Sleep in your dream, Mr. Mo is so short of women? Do you sleep with people by imagining sex?
The man who had always been calm and rational was provoked by her mouth and lost his mind. Yan Ran.
How?
Mo Yunpei looked at her rosy lips, which were glowing with an alluring luster. He felt a fire burning in his body for no apparent reason, but he forced himself to suppress it. He had experienced how strong this woman was.
What if he uses force again today and she escapes overnight? Will he still have a chance to find her in this life? He didn't dare to gamble anymore.
He just pinched her face. Although her face was small, it was very elastic.
Mo Yunpei seemed to be addicted to pinching it.
He said coldly, in short, you have to be responsible for me.
A rogue. Yan Ran raised his hand to hit someone.
How could she bear it when the boss's face was pinched like a little doll? Mo Yunpei seemed to have guessed her intention and grabbed her other arm tightly. The light was shrouded in the profile of his face.
Yan Ran saw a hint of enchanting charm.
Although she is a girl, her aesthetic sense is comparable to that of a straight man. But looking at it from this angle, the flickering light makes his profile look even deeper, like a silhouette, with a high nose bridge and narrow tails of his phoenix eyes. At this moment, she understood what Song Ainen meant by the word stunning.
I can be responsible for you and give you money. Her way of taking charge is very domineering, all she does is transfer the money. Money won't work, you have to marry me. Mo Yunpei raised his eyebrows.
Yan Ran chuckled, you must be dreaming.
I just knocked you out, not crippled you. Mo Yunpei opened his mouth and said, it's disabled. Yan Ran, can you be a little more shameless? Where is the damage? Just make it up on the spot? Are all CEOs these days so shameless?
Mo Yunpei made up a story on the spot. My right hand has no strength.
Yan Ran, I hit you on the head, but how come your hand was injured? This isn't how you do fraud, right?
Mo Yunpei, the doctor said it was a sequelae that had spread from the head to the hands.
Just kidding? Yen Ran, do you think you can fool me with such a childish trick? She is a world-famous doctor. How could a medical dispute be brought to the attention of such a powerful figure like her? Do you have any evidence that I'm lying? Yen Ran raised her legs vigorously. Why was she still talking nonsense to such a person? He was not beaten enough. He would behave himself after another beating. The man let go of her hands and grabbed her ankles. This posture is ambiguous and intimate. At this moment, Qiqi opened the door and said, "Mom, the watermelon that Aunt Shui brought is so sweet." At a glance, he saw his mother being pressed against the wall by his father, with his father still holding his mother's ankles. Qiqi's big eyes blinked. "Dad, you can't bully Mom." Song Anan picked up Qiqi and said, "Your father didn't bully your mother." After saying that, he considerately closed the door for the two of them. Qiqi looked distressed. "It looks to me like they are fighting." Song Anan smiled meaningfully. "Children don't understand. Anyway, your father is not beating your mother." There was a bang in the room, and Mo Yunpei was pressed onto the bed by Yen Ran. Qiqi was nervous. Why is the noise so loud? Will my mother be hurt? Song Anan pulled her to sit on the steps at the door. Your mother can't afford to suffer any loss. Inside the room, as expected, Yen Ran pressed on Mo Yunpei and grabbed his right hand. Is this hand disabled? It's useless. You are obviously left-handed. Why are you pretending to be a disabled person in front of me? Mo Yunpei chuckled. Don't be mean, my right hand is indeed disabled because of you. Yen Ran, if it is really because of me that you are disabled, I will support you for the rest of your life. The man raised his left hand and touched her face, which was so delicate that he couldn't take his eyes off it. Do you know what kind of relationship is needed to support someone for a lifetime? Yen Ran curled her lips and smiled. If you recognize me as your mother, I will definitely be willing to support you for the rest of your life. Mo Yunpei gritted his teeth. Yen Ran. Yen Ran smiled. What? I am Qiqi's father. If you do this, won't things be a mess? Yen Ran tilted his head. No one knows anyway. Raising one son is the same as raising two sons. Mr. Mo-san, don't you agree? Mo Yunpei turned over and pressed her down, staring at her intently. Yen Ran lay there lazily, neither panicked nor embarrassed. Mo Yunpei's eyes moved inch by inch. This woman was too special. The longer the time passed, the more he was attracted to her and indulged in her. This woman will definitely belong to him. This was the first time in his life that Mo Yunpei fell in love with someone, and he would make her willingly become Mrs. Mo no matter what. For me, the only option that is responsible for me is to marry me. Yen Ran said indifferently, then I won't be responsible. What can you do to me? Arrest me? Mo Yunpei's eyes narrowed but he said nothing. Yen Ran pushed him away while he wasn't paying attention and left the room. Song Anan and Qiqi were sitting on the steps, looking at her with a smile. Yen Ran returned to her room with an expressionless face. Qiqi entered the room carrying a plate of watermelon. Dad, did you have a fight with Mom? Mo Yunpei touched his head. There was no fight. If you treat your mother well, I will treat you to watermelon. What kind of man does your mother like? Chapter 74. Everyone says Yen Ran is paying attention to others. Qiqi looked confused. What kind of man do you like? I don't know. My mother is indifferent to everyone, including Uncle Qin, Uncle Chu, Uncle Gu, and other uncles. Mo Yunpei took a bite of the watermelon and put it down. He was not in the mood to eat anymore. Why are there so many uncles? Why does your mother know Qinhua, Xu Sihan, and who is Uncle Gu? Qiqi pursed her lips. I can't say. These are all my mother's secrets. She said she wants to retire and doesn't want others to know some of her identities. But is Dad considered someone else? He was a little distressed. Mo Yunpei didn't ask any further questions. Since your mother doesn't allow you to say it, then don't say it. But who is Uncle Gu? He only knew Qin Huo and Xu Sihan. His name is Gu Jinghe. Mo Yunpei's face darkened. He also knew Gu Jinghe, who was also a well-known figure in Kyoto. She does know quite a few powerful people. Mr. Mo-san's sense of crisis became even stronger. That night, although Mr. Mo-san lived in Yen Ran's house and there was a familiar smell that made him sleep, he still couldn't sleep. The third master of the Mo family actually began to worry about gains and losses for a woman. The next morning, I saw Xu Sihan. Xu Sihan drove a bright yellow Lamborghini sports car. The roar of the engine shook the entire alley, and the ants from the surrounding areas all came to watch the fun.
Yan Ran pressed his temple and issued a clear order: "You are not allowed to drive such a flashy car in the future."
Chu Si-han, boss, I only spend within my financial means, how can this be considered ostentatious?
As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that Mo Yunpei was looking at him with some unfriendly eyes.
Mr. Mo-san, what is that look in your eyes?
Mo Yunpei picked up the silver chopsticks slowly, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes subsided. He currently has no status and is not qualified to comment on her circle of friends. When she becomes his Mo Tai, the first thing she will do is to order Chu Si-han not to come to her house.
This casino prince is a playboy, who has unclear relationships with many female stars in the entertainment industry and keeps him by Yan Ran's side. The danger is too great. Seeing that Mr. Mo-san ignored him, Chu Si-han said to Yan Ran, "Boss, I just opened a French restaurant. Today is the first day of business. Please help me try the dishes and check them." His eldest sister not only has outstanding cooking skills, but also has a divine tongue. No matter what kind of food or dish it is, she can tell what seasonings are used and how it is cooked after taking a bite. In his eyes, his boss is omnipotent and is God in his eyes. Mo Yunpei narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Ran. Yan Ran said readily, "Okay, in the evening, right?" Chu Si-han said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes, it's at night, I'll take you there." He can rest assured that the boss is in charge. Mo Yunpei felt unhappy and dropped his chopsticks and said, "I'll leave first." Qiqi asked enthusiastically, "Dad, you've only eaten 2 bites, are you full?" Mo Yunpei only left him with his back, looking very unhappy. Yan Ran was busy eating breakfast and chatting with Chu Si-han, and had no idea why the man was unhappy again. Her apprentice is still the best, no one dares to treat her coldly like this. That Mr. Mo is too difficult to serve. That night, in the most expensive area of Kyoto, the entrance of Chu Si-han's restaurant was star-studded. This is a high-end restaurant opened by the prince of the royal casino. Who in the political, business and entertainment circles would not give it some face? 2 black Rolls Royces stopped at the entrance of the restaurant. Chu Si-han got out of the car and opened the door himself. Yan Ran got out of the car and did not notice that someone was hiding in the bushes not far away and taking pictures of them. Chu Si-han bent his arm and motioned for his eldest brother to hold his arm, but Yan Ran rolled her eyes at him. Does she not know how to walk? Chu Si-han. Forget it. To some extent, his boss is even more straight than him and doesn't understand any of this. The interaction between the two was secretly filmed by people in the bushes. Moreover, this set of photos was quickly posted online. The title is very sensational: "The prince of the Chu family is suspected of having a new lover, whose beauty crushes all his previous girlfriends." As the prince of Casino Royale, Chu Si-han has countless girlfriends and wives fans online. Although Prince Chu had unclear relationships with various female celebrities in the past, it seemed that he had never brought a woman to attend the opening ceremony of his restaurant so openly. Is this woman going to be promoted? How could those girlfriend fans and wife fans let it go? In their eyes, no matter who the other person is, he is not worthy of their prince. Moreover, someone soon revealed that this girl was Yan Ning's sister, who grew up in the countryside, and her name was Yan Ran. Of course, the whistleblower is Yan Ning herself. And these photos were also taken by someone she hired. Doesn't Yan Ran like to outshine her? Just let Chu Si-han's girlfriend fans and wife fans tear her apart. It's enough for her to drink a pot. Sure enough, after Chu Si-han's fans learned of Yan Ran's identity, they all started mocking her. A wild girl who grew up in the countryside wants to pretend to be our prince's girlfriend? So, you hired someone to take the photos, and then secretly exposed them, right? She thought that she could rise to the top after being exposed? What kind of dream is she having? How could the prince possibly be interested in her? Women these days will do anything to get ahead. This woman is playing too big. Just wait, she will be dumped soon. When our prince marries a wife, he must consider the marriage status of the two families. Is she worthy of a country girl? The same situation happened in the restaurant. The female celebrities and socialites who came to support the restaurant were all guessing about Yan Ran's identity. Could it be that Chu Si-han is serious about this? I have never seen him try to please his female companion like this before. Isn't it? In the past, He Jiao had been so devoted to him. Even when she was so popular, Chu Si-han never gave her a good face. He Jiao is Chu Si-han's ex-girlfriend and the most popular young actress in the circle. That's impossible. How could he be serious about a playboy like Master Chu who loves women so much? I also heard that this woman is Yan Ning's sister, a scheming woman. You can tell at a glance that he is very good at playing hard to get. Isn't that what all the rich and powerful young men like? Sisters, you have to learn from him. When you meet a rich and powerful young man, don't pounce on him recklessly. Be reserved. But forget it, it's fine to date her, but with that status, which wealthy family would want to marry her? Would they marry her and make her a laughing stock? That's true.
Yen Ran tried appetizers, seafood dishes, meat dishes, and desserts, and she ate each one very carefully. Xu Sihan, who was sitting opposite her, stared at her the whole time.
Yen Ran sighed, "Can you stop staring at me? I'm a little nervous."
Yen Ran put down his knife and fork. "Don't be nervous, your restaurant will definitely be rated 3 Michelin stars within 2 years.
Xu Sihan clenched his fist and said yeah.
With his boss's guarantee, he felt relieved. Just as he took out his phone to post a Weibo, he saw that his eldest son was on the trending search list. When he clicked on it, he saw that everyone was mocking his boss for throwing money at him.
Prince Chu was so angry that his face was twisted. If anyone dares to insult his boss, he will immediately post on Weibo. Chapter 75 Mr. Mo is jealous. Xu Sihan immediately posted a Weibo.
Xu Sihan, this beautiful lady is my most respected boss.
Marketing accounts and netizens, watch your mouths.
If you dare to insult my boss again, you will receive a lawyer's letter. Young Master Chu has had many scandals, and many female celebrities and socialites have been scolded by his fans for being ostentatious. Especially the popular young actress Yi Jiao, who was scolded the most because she was the most popular. But this was the first time that young Master Chu spoke up for the woman, and his words were so harsh. It can be seen that the comments online saying that Yen Ran was paying for his love really irritated him.
Netizens had to speculate what Yen Ran's identity was.
Even young Master Chu was so respectful to her.
This woman is so mysterious.
The netizens and marketing accounts who had just mocked her online immediately deleted their Weibo posts in a cowardly manner.
No one dares to go against young Master Chu. It seems that Yen Ran is not ordinary, at least she is different from those female celebrities and socialites in the past. It shouldn't be love. I can sense that Mr. Chu has a feeling of respect for her. She is actually respected by Master Chu. I am so curious about her identity. Young Master Chu has always been unruly.
In Kyoto, apart from Master Mo-san, it seems that no one has ever seen him submit to anyone.
Awesome, this is not some mysterious boss, is he?
This shouldn't be the case.
She looks very young and she is a girl. How can she be that powerful?
The female stars and socialites who came to support Xu Sihan at the scene all looked a little embarrassed. As soon as young Master Chu posted on Weibo, they all saw it.
He really protects me.
After being attacked by netizens, Mr. Chu personally posted on Weibo to defend himself.
Even if no one says anything on the surface, who wouldn't feel jealous in their heart? Yen Ning waited, and finally received the praises from the whole network for Yen Ran.
There were all kinds of compliments, praising her beauty and her ability. She originally thought that if she took the photos of Yen Ran and Xu Sihan and made a big fuss on the internet, at least third Master Mo would see them, and he would know what a fickle person Yen Ran was. But Xu Sihan made such a righteous statement, which helped Yen Ran resolve the crisis. Even she was a little puzzled. Why did Xu Sihan seem to be so respectful to Yen Ran?
Even if Yen Ran had some fame in the painting world, she wouldn't let a big shot like Xu Sihan be so servile to her, right? After dinner, Xu Sihan personally drove Yen Ran back home.
He personally opened the car door for Yen Ran, and the female celebrities and socialites in the restaurant all stood at the French window on the second floor to witness the scene.
So envious. It's sour.
When the car stopped at the entrance of the alley, we saw a bright red Bugatti Veyron.
Limited to one car worldwide.
Mr. Mo-san doesn't show off his wealth, so others really don't know how amazing his wealth is. Yen Ran got out of the car and saw Mr. Mo leaning against a top-of-the-line luxury car. The street lights were dim, and he was leaning lazily, with a cigarette between his long, bony fingers. Lazy, casual, indifferent, and distant. His temperament is indeed very special. Seeing her coming, Mo Yunpei extinguished the cigarette in his hand.
Xu Sihan didn't see him off, he got in the car and sped away.
Yen Ran held the key in his hand, gently shaking it on his fingers, and walked towards his home.
When passing by Mo Yunpei, the man grabbed her wrist.
The light flickered, casting mottled shadows on his handsome face.
Did you enjoy your dinner?
Yen Ran said truthfully, yes, the chef Xu Sihan hired is very good and every dish is exquisite. Mr. Mo was furious, many people on the internet say that you are Qiqi Han's girlfriend.
Yen Ran, they say there's.
Mr. Mo-san was very jealous, so in the future, avoid attending public occasions like that with him, as it will cause others to misunderstand you.
It's just a misunderstanding, I don't care.
Anyway, she is walking upright and sitting upright, so she is not in vain.
Mo Yunpei held her wrist even tighter. You don't care? Yes.
Mo Yunpei's thin lips were tightly closed, his eyes were turbulent and complicated. Next weekend, come with me to a red wine dinner.
Yen Ran, no.
Qiqi Han is her apprentice, and in her heart, Mo Yunpei is nothing.
Moreover, she could sense that Mo Yunpei was much more dangerous than Qiqi Han.
If anyone had anything to do with Mo Yunpei, all the socialites and female celebrities in Kyoto would probably go even crazier. She doesn't invite such unnecessary trouble.
Mo Yunpei pulled hard and pulled the person to his chest. Why can Qiqi Han do it but I can't?
Mr. Mo-san's tone actually sounded a little aggrieved. Even the ruthless Master Mo-san, who was above the clouds, could have such a moment, and he himself did not even realize it. Yen Ran shrugged. I heard that in Kyoto, if you throw a brick randomly, you can hit Mr. Mo's admirer.
I'm not looking for death. Mo Yunpei could only grit his teeth in anger.
Yen Ran took advantage of his unpreparedness, broke free from him with a backhand, and then left in style. Mo Yunpei smoked another cigarette and sent a message to Qiqi. Soon, he received a reply from Qiqi saying, Dad, don't worry.
I will ensure that the task is completed.
The little guy sent a voice message in a baby voice that melted people's hearts.
Mo Yunpei curled the corners of his mouth and got into the car.
The next day, the deputy director of the Kyoto Education Bureau came to inspect the school because the school had just started. It was a grand scene, with people surrounding him from front to back. Yen Ran was still lazily sitting on the recliner in the library, her eyes wandering over every person who passed by her. Suddenly, a colleague next to her poked her and said, The leaders are coming, please sit down. Yen Ran slowly sat up straight, and saw the deputy director of the Education Bureau walking towards her under the spotlight.
Deputy Director Zhao Yingming is 56 years old this year. He has gray hair, is slightly fat, and looks quite pot-bellied. He was followed by senior leaders from the Education Bureau and a group of leaders from the Imperial Capital University. Following Zhao Yingming is a famous socialite in Kyoto who is a violinist herself. Yen Ran was right. In Kyoto, anyone who threw a brick could hit Mr. Mo-san's admirer. This Miss Han Qingran is Mo Yunpei's admirer.
Her status and position are much higher than Pei's, and she can be considered a good match for the Mo family.
Moreover, she is a good friend of Mo Yunpei's younger sister Mo Yunqing.
Therefore, she never doubted that she could marry Mr. Mo-san. She was the only one worthy of standing next to Mo Yunpei. When Han Qingran saw Yen Ran, a defensive look flashed in his eyes.
There is such a stunning staff member hidden in the library of Taito University.
It's a pity that with such beauty, she is only an ordinary staff member.
But I guess she has no identity or background, and no education or ability.
Oh, the world is always like this, people are born into different classes. For a woman like this, no matter how beautiful she is, it is impossible for her to cross the levels. Suddenly, Deputy Director Zhao of the Education Bureau put his hand on his heart, his face turned pale, sweat dripped down, and his body collapsed. Seeing this, Yen Ran knew that the man had a heart attack and hurried forward.
Let me see. Han Qingran frowned and stopped Yen Ran. Why are you joining in the fun? Yen Ran, I can cure diseases. Chapter 76, Miracle Dr. Vest, Explosion. Han Qingran sneered, Go away, do you know who this big shot is?
The bodyguards around Deputy Director Zhao were also very rude to Yen Ran, and they pushed her aside. What kind of thing actually wants to make its presence felt at this critical moment? Deputy Director Zhao did not faint, but just covered his chest. Han Qingran quickly took out a bottle of medicine, poured out a few pills, and asked Deputy Director Zhao to take them.
Deputy Director Zhao was gasping for breath and unable to speak.
Yen Ran said coldly, If he is not rescued, his life will be in danger.
The bodyguard pushed him away. Go away. In the darkness on the second floor, Mo Yunpei leaned lazily against the pillar. Gubei gritted his teeth and said, How dare these people neglect Miss Yen like this? They really don't know a great person. Miss Yan's medical skills are still very impressive. After all, I saved the old man last time. Mo Yunpei's gaze lingered carelessly on Yen Ran's face. Being despised like this, Yen Ran did not get angry.
He sat lazily on the chair, crossed his legs, and said indifferently, "If you really die, don't blame me." Han Xingran gritted his teeth. "I advise you to be sensible and get out of the way.
If you dare to curse Deputy Director Zhao again, you're done." Yan Ran raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Han Xingran glared at Yan Ran and walked to Deputy Director Zhao. Deputy Director Zhao asked his personal bodyguard to call Qin Hua, the genius doctor in Kyoto. "Ask him if he's nearby and if he can come over." Yan Ran chuckled and let them do whatever they want.
She had already tried her best. Even if they looked down on her, she couldn't just force her way in. She crossed her legs lazily, picking up a Rubik's Cube and spinning it. Fortunately, the courtyard where Qinhua lived was very close to the Imperial Capital University. Qinhua hurried over in about 15 minutes. He looked down on Yan Ran in every way, but was very respectful to Qinhua. At the entrance of the library, a group of people greeted Qinhua respectfully.
"He is a famous doctor in Kyoto. Even people like the deputy director of the Education Bureau cannot get a number."
The reason why Qinhua was willing to come here today was because their eldest brother was also here.
He thought, in such an emergency, why didn't the boss go into battle when he was so close?
After arriving, he understood the situation. 2 tall and strong bodyguards were standing in front of his boss, looking at him fiercely. It must be because the boss said she could save people and she was looked down upon.
A bunch of idiots.
Han Xingran, several senior officials from the Education Bureau, and school leaders all said respectfully, "Dr. Qin, please help our deputy director take a look."
However, Qinhua did not walk towards Deputy Director Zhao first, but walked towards Yan Ran.
Han Xingran grabbed him and thought, how come this Dr. Qin is just like an ordinary man, unable to move when he sees a beautiful woman?
At this critical moment, is it the time to look at beautiful women? His disgust towards Yan Ran increased a bit.
But Qinhua bowed 90 degrees, "Master."
Everyone was stunned. What did Dr. Qin call this girl? Master? Is that what they understood? Han Xingran couldn't believe it. "Dr. Qin, did you recognize the wrong person?"
Qinhua's eyes were sharp. "My medical skills can have such an outstanding status in Kyoto, all thanks to my master."
"Are you treating my master harshly?" Everyone was shocked. How could it be possible that Qin Shini learned his medical skills from this young girl? This girl looked to be only about 20 years old. How could she have such outstanding medical skills at such a young age? Imo Yunpei, who was standing behind the pillar on the second floor, laughed softly. "Gubei, do you still remember what Yan Ran said in Huaxi village?"
She said that Qinhua learned hunting and meat cutting from her, but she didn't expect that Qinhua's medical skills were taught by Yan Ran. There was a hint of intriguing smile in Imo Yunpei's eyes.
She's really interesting and really mysterious.
He became more and more interested in her. Those high-ranking officials who looked down on Yan Ran just now were all scared now, and they all bowed to Yan Ran at a 90-degree angle. "Sorry, godly doctor, we were blind to his talent."
Only Han Xingran stood there motionless.
This woman turned out to be a miracle doctor. He turned out to be a miracle doctor that even Qinhua admired.
Of course, Yan Ran didn't need this woman's bow.
Deputy Director Zhao's personal secretary had just spoken harshly to Yan Ran, but now he was kneeling down and saying, "Divine Doctor, please help our Deputy Director Zhao with his treatment." Yan Ran said coldly, "I just hope you won't be so snobbish in the future, otherwise you won't even know how you died."
Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, yes, yes, the miracle doctor is right."
When Qinhua came, he brought the tool his eldest brother used to practice medicine and save lives, acupuncture.
Deputy Director Zhao is already dying. Yan Ran snorted lightly.
Originally, he didn't have to endure all this suffering, but he and his men looked down on others. He deserves to suffer.
Everyone, spread out, don't crowd around him. At Yan Ran's command, Deputy Director Zhao's secretary immediately ordered everyone to disperse.
Everyone craned their necks to stare at Yan Ran. Yan Ran unbuttoned the deputy director's shirt and inserted 2 needles into the Fengqi, Fingfu, and Dazui points respectively. Soon, blood was seen oozing from the corner of the deputy director's mouth.
Han Xingran said coldly, "Do you know how to treat illness?" Yan Ran remained indifferent. Qinhua glanced at Han Xingran with a gloomy look. "How about you come?" Han Xingran gritted his teeth.
Except for her, no one else dared to speak.
Yan Ran then injected 3 needles into the Renzhong point and Bai Hui point respectively.
In just 20 minutes, Deputy Director Zhao, who was on the verge of fainting, suddenly opened his eyes.
Yan Ran said coldly, "Don't move."
Although Director Zhao was drowsy just now, he still heard the general idea and knew that this girl was a real person who did not reveal her identity, so he quickly said, "Thank you."
Yan Ran gave another shot. "Shut up." Han Qingran gritted her teeth.
Even if she had superb medical skills, there was no need for her to be so arrogant. This woman was indeed not worthy of her attention.
Director Zhao didn't dare to speak.
20 minutes later, Yan Ran put away his needle and said, "Okay, everything is fine." Director Zhao got down from the sofa, stretched his arms and legs, his eyes lit up. "I feel relaxed all over, and my heart no longer feels burdened."
Yan Ran handed the needle to Qin Hua.
Such a great doctor was so skilled at doing this kind of menial work that everyone was dumbfounded. It seems that this girl is really Dr. Qin's master.
Yan Ran raised his hand. "Okay, now that you feel relaxed, you can go."
Even a senior official like Director Zhao couldn't help but speak cautiously when he saw her distant attitude.
"I wonder what this miracle doctor's name is. My last name is Yen. Dr. Yen, I wonder if you can be my family doctor."
"As for the salary, I will definitely not treat you unfairly."
Yan Ran chuckled.
Qin Hua shook his head. Director Zhao was overestimating his abilities. He pulled Director Zhao aside and said with a chuckle, "Last year, the King of Morocco wanted my master to be his royal doctor, but my master refused. The Minister of Defense of Country M also had this idea, but my master rejected it all."
Director Zhao felt as if he had been slapped in the face, and his face was burning. He is so arrogant. With his status, why should he be someone else's family doctor? Oh, how shameful. Yan Ran's phone vibrated. It was a call from her neighbor's aunt. She answered the call and the aunt's voice was extremely anxious. "Xiaoran, Qiqi was taken away by someone.
Thank you for your support, please move your fingers, give a 5-star praise, and urge for more updates."
Thank you, my little cuties. Chapter 77, Green Lights for the Hummer Convoy. Yan Ran was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?"
Qiqi was playing with several other children in the alley when suddenly several tall and strong men came, all wearing masks, and took Qiqi away.
We were all scared to death. "Xiaoran, please come back soon."
Yan Ran's face immediately turned cold. "I'll be there soon, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, she walked out immediately, and Qin Hua followed closely behind her.
Mo Yunpei on the second floor felt the solemn atmosphere and left the library through the back door. In the car, Qin Hua asked worriedly, "Boss, what happened?" Qiqi didn't know who kidnapped her. What? Dare to kidnap Qiqi? Do the kidnappers want to die?
Yan Ran called Chu Sihan and said, "Send me more people and rush to Yunqi Hadong immediately."
"Yes, boss." Yan Ran took out his cell phone and hacked into Kyoto's entire road administration system.
The surveillance camera outside Yunqi Hadong was locked on and saw Qiqi being forced into a black Porsche Cayenne. The license plate of the Porsche Cayenne was blocked, which was obviously intentional. The two men were both about 180 centimeters tall and strong. They were both wearing masks and could not be identified. Although the license plate was obscured, there was only one car with such an obscured license plate. She set the parameters and started tracking it. As a hacker, she was able to penetrate every corner of Kyoto's road administration system. It took the staff of the road administration system a while to discover that their system had been hacked. Therefore, the top engineers in the road administration system immediately took full preparedness. We don't know what the other party's intentions are. If he wants to hack into our system, the traffic in the entire city will be paralyzed and the losses will be unpredictable. We must find this person. However, despite mobilizing the best technical engineers, none of them was able to track down and intercept the hacker. He is a master, a top master. What should I do then? The other party did not seem to have any intention of attacking our system, and seemed to be looking for someone. A senior official from the Highway Administration Bureau said nervously, Is that so? We will continue to monitor. What if he showed signs of attacking? We don't seem to have any way." In Yunqi Hadong, before the car came to a complete stop, Yan Ran opened the door and jumped out. Qin Hua was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out. Ansu came up to me with red eyes. "Xiaoran, you are finally back. Don't be afraid, I will bring Qiqi back. It's all my fault. I couldn't stop those two men." "Don't blame yourself, this has nothing to do with you." As they were talking, the sound of car engines was heard outside the alley, and there was not just one but many. Chu Sihan arrived with his fleet of Ferraris. There was also a huge convoy of black Hummers. Yan Ran saw that the leader was actually Mo Yunpei.
He didn't know how Mo Yunpei knew that Qiqi was kidnapped.
Anyway, he came with his Hummer convoy. There were more than a dozen cars in the group, attracting the attention of pedestrians on the road. Mo Yunpei waved at Yan Ran, "Get in the car."
Yan Ran didn't care about anything else and immediately got into Mo Yunpei's car. He said to Chu Sihan behind him, "Let your people follow our car." Chu Sihan touched his nose. Oh shit. Feeling out of favor.
But the situation was urgent and there was no other way. It was also not the time to compete for favor, so he could only order his men to follow Mr. Mo San's Hummer convoy.
A line of more than a dozen cars drove into the main road.
Yan Ran originally planned to make all the traffic lights along the way show green so that he could travel smoothly. But there was a big Buddhist sitting next to him, and his every move was under his surveillance. She could only send a message to her apprentice William, from Yunchi Hadong to the old Dedong warehouse on Pingxi Road in the suburbs, "Please regulate the route for me.
I want smooth traffic and green lights all the way. There is an emergency."
Got it, boss. The engineers of the road system were shocked.
Another hacker came in. The senior officials were in a state of panic. What? Another hacker? Can we catch him?
They are on the same level as the one just now, both are top masters, and it is impossible to locate them.
The ones left are all fake LPs. So what were his intentions? Was it offensive?
It seems not. I just changed the traffic lights, there should be no problem. Along the way, more than a dozen cars sped forward in a mighty procession, creating an unprecedented scene.
People who didn't know would have thought that some foreign leader was visiting. Who took Qiqi away? Mo Yunpei asked solemnly.
Yan Ran shook his head, "We won't know until we get to the scene.
It's not clear who did it." "Don't worry."
Yan Ran clenched her fists. If there was anyone she cared about in this world, it was only Qiqi. Qiqi was her most important relative in the world, and she could not allow anything to happen to Qiqi. Even though he was usually calm and rational, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After speeding for half an hour, the Hummer and Ferrari stopped near an old warehouse.
"Just stop here and don't alert the enemy."
Yan Ran led everyone through the weeds and reeds and headed straight for the old warehouse. It was already dark now, and a dim light was on in the warehouse not far away. Yan Ran took the Browning that Mo Yunpei handed to her, crouched down, and walked to the wall of the old warehouse with a group of people. And Mo Yunpei stayed by her side throughout the whole process. The man was very tall, at least 1.88 meters tall. Having such a tall man around made me feel inexplicably safe. Yan Ran was not used to it, because she was the one who gave others a sense of security in the past. Suddenly, I heard a child shouting from the second floor of the old warehouse, "Ah!
Mom, save me!"
It was Qiqi's voice.
With a bang, a heavy object hit the ground, and Yan Ran's heart was gripped.
As soon as she raised her hand, Chu Sihan immediately handed her a palm-sized drone.
The tacit understanding between them made Mo Yunpei envious.
Yan Ran pressed the switch in her hand, and the drone slowly rose. From her mobile phone, she could see that in a room on the second floor of the warehouse, Qiqi fell to the ground and a man stepped on Qiqi's chest. Qiqi was so young, yet she suffered such torture.
These people are beasts. Yan Ran suppressed the rage in his heart and controlled the drone into the warehouse.
He flew over the entire layout and found that there were only 10 of them in total, so he figured out the entire layout.
She said in a sinister voice, "Rush in."
As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Ran jumped up. Her jumping ability was amazing. She reached out and grabbed the windowsill on the second floor. Her speed was as fast as lightning. Before the 4 kidnappers inside could react, gunshots rang out. Yan Ran's shooting skills were very accurate, and every shot hit their kneecaps.
Screams rang out one after another. Chapter 78. Ran Yi forcibly takes the kidnapper away.
When the people in the corridor and on the first floor heard the noise, they immediately rushed upstairs, but they didn't expect that Chu Sihan and Gu Bei had already rushed in with their men. Those people didn't even have time to run to the second floor and were quickly subdued.
Mo Yunpei also climbed to the second floor.
Although he was a powerful young man who had learned Taekwondo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he had never participated in such a wilderness combat operation. When he went up, the 4 kidnappers had already been subdued by Yan Ran.
Yan Ran rushed to Qiqi's side. Qiqi had many bruises on her body. She nervously took Qiqi's pulse.
Fortunately, there were no internal injuries, only some superficial wounds, and he will be fine after some rest. Qiqi had blood on the corner of his mouth. Mom, you are here.
Mom, I'm sorry I'm late.
Qiqi hugged her and said, I thought I would never see my mother again. That bad guy was too strong and I couldn't beat him. When I grow up, I will be able to fight against such bad guys. When Yunpei saw the bruises on Qiqi's little face, his heart ached. This was the blood connection between father and son. Although the child did not grow up with him, he could not bear to see him get hurt in any way. Ran suppressed his heartache and said, Mr. Mo-san, please help me look after Qiqi.
Yunpei, okay.
The man works outside and the woman works inside. It seems like something is reversed between them. The 4 men, each shot in the leg, were terrified and lay on the ground, backing away. Boss, you, please spare us.
Ran stepped on the man's knee that was shot.
Ah, the man's scream almost resounded through the sky.
It hurts.
Ran stepped hard on the wound and turned it around, and the man almost fainted from the pain.
Tell me, who ordered you to do this?
The man was sweating profusely. I.
Ran pulled out the Browning on his waist, slowly squatted down, pointed at his temple, and said coldly, You only have 3 seconds to think. Bang, the muzzle is so close to your head, if I shoot, your brains will be blown out, and you won't be dead at that time. You may even see the scene of your brains flying.
Ah, I said. The man was so frightened that he immediately confessed, it was the eldest daughter of the Pei family, Pei and I. Ran's eyes narrowed, and she turned around to look at Yunpei with a meaningful look in her eyes.
Yunpei's eyes were sinister. It was actually that woman.
This time, it was he who caused the child Qiqi to suffer. Ran stood up and said in a cold voice, Third Master, these kidnappers are left to you.
I am going to catch the culprit.
Yunpei held Qiqi and followed her. I'll go with you.
Ran said indifferently, Are you suitable to be here? Yunpei looked gloomy. I said, I have nothing to do with her. Downstairs, Zhu Sihan had already subdued everyone and stepped forward. Qiqi, are you okay?
Suffered a lot of injuries. There were bruises all over his body, including his face. These beasts were so cruel to a child.
She won't let Penny go.
Zhu Sihan gritted his teeth. What a bunch of crazy people. If I don't beat them to death today, I'm not worthy of the surname Chu.
Ran asked Yunpei to hand Qiqi over to Zhu Sihan. These kidnappers will be handed over to the police.
You take Qiqi back.
Xinhui is at home.
Let Xinhui check Qiqi again.
Boss, what about you? I went to find the culprit.
Who is the culprit?
Penny. Damn, it was that bitch.
After saying that, he looked at Yunpei, whose face turned ashen.
Ran got into the Hummer, and Yunpei naturally got in as well.
Gubei felt that the aura between the big guys had become tense again. He didn't dare to say more, stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to Pei's house. The Pei family went bankrupt at Yunpei's command, and they went from being a wealthy family in Kyoto to becoming ordinary people.
They now live in an ordinary courtyard house in the suburbs. A lean camel is bigger than a horse.
The Pei family still has some money, otherwise Pei and I would not have the money to hire these desperate criminals as kidnappers. She hated Ran so much. She felt that it was because of Ran that Third Master Mo looked down on her. It must be because Ran whispered something in Third Master Mo's ear that Third Master Mo gave the order to bankrupt their Pei family.
What right does a country girl have to do that? She was unwilling to give up. She wanted to make Ran regret it.
The only person who could hurt Ran was her son, so she had the boy kidnapped. These kidnappers were all desperate criminals who had been in jail and had killed people before. They had no scruples even if it meant taking the boy's life. She said that it doesn't matter what you do, even if you die. She hated Ran to the core, and Ran would only be sad if that boy died. With a bang, there was a sudden sound of someone kicking the door. Penny was startled and rushed out. Her parents had just finished dinner and were cleaning up the dishes. When they heard the sound of kicking the door, they couldn't help but get furious.
Who is this? So rude? Can't you knock on the door?
You just kicked the door.
What kind of bandit is this?
In just a few kicks, the wooden door was kicked down, and following closely behind were two big guys who looked extremely difficult to deal with, one man and one woman. The auras were equally matched, so of course Pei's father recognized Master Mo-san. Although this man caused their family to go bankrupt with just one order, he still had to put on a smile.
Where is Pei and I? Ran asked in a gloomy voice. Pei's mother didn't like this pretty girl. She was too ferocious, just like a god of death. She didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. What do you want from our Penny? Yanran said word by word, let her go to jail. Pei's mother was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? Your daughter kidnapped my son, and I'm taking her to jail. Pei's father and mother immediately stood in front of Yanran. Who are you? Why do you come to our house and give us orders? I'm warning you, this is called trespassing. I can sue you. Pei's father and mother have always doted on Pei Ni, which is why Pei Ni has developed a character that is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Yanran's face turned pale. Let her out immediately, otherwise you will suffer as well. You dare. Yanran pulled out his gun. Do you think I dare? Qiqi is her bottom line. Anyone who dares to touch Qiqi must pay the price. Pei's mother was like a shrew, facing the muzzle of the gun and shouting, shoot, if you have the guts, then shoot. Yanran fired a shot at the ground, right at Pei's mother's feet. If your daughter doesn't come out, the next shot will be aimed at your head. Mother Pei turned pale with fright. Pei's father rushed forward and said, you are lawless. Who do you think you are? How dare you shoot in my house? What evidence do you have to prove that my daughter is a kidnapper? You are making false accusations against a good person without any evidence. I can sue you. The author has something to say. Ha, you all wronged Qiqi and Sani. Qiqi was indeed kidnapped. I felt pity for Qiqi for a second, but then he was kidnapped again, and you guys said he was a trickster. Chapter 79 Secretly helping her clear all obstacles. Mo Yunpei was furious and grabbed the unreasonable Pei father with a pair of tongs. The gloomy look in his eyes frightened Pei's parents. Yanran fired a shot, and the bullet went straight through the window glass, grazed over Penny's head, and embedded itself firmly into the wall. Penny was so scared that her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Yanran in the yard ignored the two unreasonable parents of the Pei family, angrily kicked one away and went into the house. Pei and I stood up again and glared at Yanran with gritted teeth. Why did you come to my house? Snap. The slap made Penny almost have tinnitus. You dare to hit me, Penny glared at her. Yanran put the gun heavily on the table, sat on the chair, his face gloomy and his body shrouded in coldness. It was you who kidnapped my son. An affirmative sentence, not a question. Pei and I looked at this woman. Master Mo-san was standing behind her, like a god guarding her, without saying a word, as if he would order her to be sent to prison as long as this woman gave the order. Mr. Mo-san, the banished immortal-like figure in Kyoto, why would he protect this woman like this? Pei and I covered her face and glared at Yanran. I don't know what you are talking about. Yanran raised his gun and another bullet grazed Pei's ear. It was equipped with a silencer, so the sound of the gunshot did not attract attention. But it scared Penny out of her wits. Yanran's voice was as cold as a hellish azura. You still have one chance, tell the truth, otherwise, the next bullet will go through your forehead. Do you want to try it? Penny trembled. You dare not. You are killing someone, and you must pay with your life for killing someone. You dare not. Yanran looked nonchalant. Then you can try with your life to see if I dare or not. Penny was still in shock. I. Yanran picked up the silver glowing Browning, pointed it at Penny's brow, and pulled the trigger. The room was quiet and the sound of pulling the trigger seemed harsh. Pei and I seemed to see the god of death coming. That god of death was named Yanran. I say. Under tremendous pressure, Penny didn't dare to take the risk. If the madman really shot, she would die. She would rather go to jail than fall into the hands of this devil. It was indeed me who had your son kidnapped. Yanran's face turned pale. Since he had confessed, it would be easy to deal with him. She hung up the recording, stood up, and handed the gun to Mo Yunpei. Pei and I looked at Yanran approaching step by step, and was so scared that she lost her soul. What are you going to do? Yanran picked her up and said, I'll take you to the police station. Penny was relieved to hear this. Yanran dragged Pei and I out like a chicken. Her parents had already been controlled by Gubei and his men. Pei's father gnashed his teeth and cursed helplessly, but Yanran ignored it all and took Pei and I out of the Pei family directly. If you want to deal with someone, you can't do it at her house. She would definitely make her son pay back 100-fold for the injuries he suffered. She had the heart to do such a cruel thing to a 5-year-old child. If she didn't teach her a lesson before handing her over to the police, people on the street would think that Yanran was someone who was easy to mess with. Penny was thrown on the passenger seat with her hands and feet tied, and the car drove to the old warehouse where she kidnapped Qiqi. Pei and I panicked. Aren't you going to hand me over to the police? Why did you bring me here? There was blood on the ground in the warehouse on the second floor. It was Qiqi's blood.
Yanran didn't know how badly Qiqi had been beaten before she arrived, but just from the bruises all over his body, she could tell that these bastards had shown absolutely no mercy.
Pei and I gritted her teeth and said, "Third Master, are you going to let this crazy woman hurt me? I did it all for you."
You must have been deceived by her.
Did this woman say anything in front of you that caused our Pei family to go bankrupt? This woman is insidious and cunning.
She has a son and still wants to cling to the rich and powerful. You must not be fooled by her. With a slap, Penny fell to the ground.
Yanran shook his hands. Is there anything else to say?
Pei and I covered her face and said, "Third Master, look at this woman, she doesn't look like a woman at all.
She is so cruel."
She finally showed her true face. Yunpei said indifferently, "Her son is also my son. You kidnapped and beat my son.
Tell me, should I settle the score with you?" Penny covered her swollen face in disbelief. What are you talking about?
Yunpei looked cold. Yan is the son of Yanran and me, Yunpei.
Ran, you can hit me as much as you want. Tell me if your hands hurt.
The tender tone in Mr. Mo's second half of the sentence gave Yanran goosebumps all over her body.
Slowly? Who allowed him to call her Ran?
But she didn't have time to argue with him about this right now. Pei and I was shocked and was punched by Yanran again. She spat out a mouthful of blood and begged for mercy. "I was wrong, Third Master, I was wrong, please forgive me." Yanran grabbed her hair and pointed at the blood on the ground. "You kidnapped my 5-year-old son. You called so many adult men to beat a 5-year-old child. If I had come a step later, he might not even have saved his life.
Do you think I should have spared you?"
Pei and I was beaten up by Yanran. Her body was covered with wounds. She said with her dying breath, "I'm in jail, don't even think about escaping, I'm going to make you pay the price."
Yanran finally let her go.
Yunpei handed a tissue to Yanran. She took it and wiped the blood off her slender fingers.
Gu Bei, get her into the car. Yes. Gu Bei obeyed the order so naturally.
Yunpei sent a message and soon received a reply, "Yes, Third Master." He didn't know how capable Yanran was, so he had to secretly help her clear all obstacles. The fact that Pei and I was beaten and Yanran fired a gun at Pei's house would not affect her at all.
Boss Missouri did good things secretly, but he didn't announce it out loud. He just did it silently, keeping his merit and fame to himself. Penny was like a stray dog. She was thrown outside the police station late at night. Looking at the arrogant car that was driving away, she gritted her teeth and said, "Yanran, just wait, I will go to jail, and you can't run away. There is a camera at the entrance of the police station, so it can definitely capture this car." It was true that she kidnapped someone, but Yanran beat someone up, so she definitely couldn't get away with it. In the Hummer, Yanran moved to the side and sent a message to William, "Erase all the camera records of the route I appeared on today." "Yes, boss. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
If anyone dares to hurt Qiqi, she must make that woman pay back 100 or 1,000 times.
Pei and I was taken back to the police station by the police.
She first turned herself in timidly, and then said indignantly, "Yanran, I want to sue her.
She beat me so badly that I was seriously injured."
The police checked the surveillance video overnight but found no evidence at all. However, Penny was sentenced to a heavy sentence for kidnapping and intimidation.
When Yanran returned home, Qiqi was already asleep. Chapter 80, The Third Master Has Another Child?
Xinhua comforted her. She was seriously injured, but fortunately they are only superficial wounds and she will be fine after some rest.
As for that bitch, did you deal with her, boss? Cleaned up.
I should have punched her twice on the spot.
She was so cruel that she didn't even spare the child. It's getting late, let us all go to bed.
She sat by the bed, holding the little one's small, soft hand, and her heart also became incredibly soft. She was very grateful to God for giving her Qiqi, which gave her a little more hope in her lonely and lone life. In the next room, Mr. Mo-san naturally stayed overnight again. A phone call came in and the person on the other end said respectfully, "Mr. San, the police checked the surveillance footage overnight and did not find any evidence related to Miss Yen. She has nothing to do with this matter, so don't worry."
Yunpei raised his eyebrows. "I understand."
After hanging up the phone, he lay on the bed and chuckled. It seemed that he was worrying too much.
She was not like other women.
She was fully capable of protecting herself. Although she seemed impulsive in doing anything, she had actually arranged a way out for herself.
It's getting more and more interesting.
In the morning, Qiqi woke up in his mother's arms. He hadn't slept with his mother for a long time. After he was about 3 years old, he slept in his own room. His mother was different from other children's mothers. She was very cold and never treated him as a child. When Yanran opened his eyes, he saw Qiqi looking distressed.
What's wrong?
Where does it hurt? She was a little worried.
Qiqi pouted, I feel very embarrassed. Yanran raised an eyebrow. Why are you embarrassed?
As my mother's son, I was actually taken away by such an idiot. I brought shame to my mother.
Yanran rubbed his little head, then you should learn from your mistakes, okay?
Qiqi nodded heavily. Yes, Mom, don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. Uncle Qin said that he inherited his mother's IQ of over 200, which is twice that of an average person, and he cannot embarrass his mother. It was raining when Mo Yunpei returned to his villa halfway up the mountain. As the car drove around the winding mountain road and circled toward the mountainside, he saw a child squatting under a camphor tree. The child was about the same age as Qiqi, with a sky-high braid, wearing a goose-yellow denim skirt and sandals of the same color. She hugged her knees with her hands, and raindrops dripped onto her head through the gaps.
It looks like an abandoned stray cat. Parking.
The car stopped in front of the little girl. Hearing the noise, the girl slowly raised her head. When Mo Yunpei saw her face, his heart began to beat violently. The little girl's eyes looked a bit like Yanran's, with peach blossom eyes that turned at the corners.
Who are you? Mo Yunpei asked in a deep voice.
The little girl's eyes were bright and she timidly called out, Dad.
Gu Bei almost exploded. Is there a sign of human-to-human transmission of the virus? How many species did their third master leave outside? Mo Yunpei thought the little girl's eyes looked like Yanran's, but Gu Bei couldn't see anything.
After all, he had never stared at Boss Yan's eyes so carefully. He got out of the car and said disdainfully, Little girl, where are you from?
You can't yell at me randomly, do you know?
The little girl was holding a rabbit doll in her hand and stared at Gu Bei pitifully. Uncle, are you going to chase me away? The little girl is pretty and delicate, like a doll in a window, and anyone who sees her will be filled with fatherly love. Gu Bei didn't have the heart to say anything harsh to her. No, Uncle isn't going to chase you away. I'm just telling you that you can't just call a man dad when you see him. I didn't call a man dad when I saw him, so I didn't call you dad.
I only called him dad. The little finger pointed at Mo Yunpei. Gu Bei. What you said makes so much sense, I can't even refute it.
Mo Yunpei got out of the car, Gu Bei quickly opened an umbrella, and Mo Yunpei half knelt in front of the little girl. The little girl's eyes were bright, and he inexplicably thought that maybe Yanran looked like this when she was little, which was very cute.
Dad! The little girl shouted again.
Mo Yunpei touched her head. Get in the car first.
Gu Bei hesitated to speak. Third master, we haven't figured out who the kid is yet.
The third master's temper has been too good recently.
He is willing to take home a little girl who came to him for no apparent reason and claimed to be her father? Moreover, this what if Miss Yen misunderstood? Mo Yunpei's eyes were gloomy. You are becoming more and more capable. Now you want to be my master, right?
I'm just afraid that if your mother finds out, and then your wife comes to settle the score with me, I'll be courting death.
You are seeking death now. Gu Bei. Feeling wronged. The little girl took Mo Yunpei's hand and got into the luxury car.
Mo Yunpei took a tissue and helped her wipe her wet hair and face. His movements were more gentle than ever before.
May I have your name? September. The little girl has a babyish voice. What's your name? I don't know, I only know that I was born in September.
September's big eyes are like black grapes, smart and pitiful.
Who did you live with before? Why did you come to me? Why did you call me dad? I used to be in an orphanage.
Later, an uncle called me and told me that my father was in Kyoto and his name was Mo Yunpei, so I came to find you.
Gu Bei glanced at the little girl in the rearview mirror. What kind of new scam was this?
How dare she trick his third master?
Third master, you are a big shot who can influence the situation in Kyoto. You can't be fooled by a little girl of 4 or 5 years old.
But the third master's gentleness and patience towards the little girl frightened him. After returning to the villa, Mo Yunpei asked the maid to take Zhou Yue to take a bath, and then he received a call from Qiqi. Dad, it's my birthday tomorrow, you must come to my birthday party.
Mo Yunpei's eyes were deep. Is it your birthday tomorrow? September 12th?
Yeah, what's the problem, Dad?
No problem.
After Jiu finished taking a bath, Aunt Rome wrapped her in a small bathrobe. The little girl was like a glutinous rice dumpling, pretty and cute. There was no servant in the house who didn't like her. They had never seen such a pretty and cute little girl.
Mo Yunpei waved to her. Jiu, come here.
September walked up to him barefoot. Dad.
You said you were born in September. Do you know what day of September your birthday is?
September shook her head. I don't know about that. Mo Yunpei touched her head and said, you will live here from now on.
Gu Bei.
Third master.
Mo Yunpei looked cold. What? What do you think?
I'll prepare a bedroom for Miss September right away.
The next day, Mo Yunpei went to Yunchi Hadong.
He had someone repair the broken Iron Man Lego set and brought it to Qiqi as a birthday present.
Qiqi was extremely excited. Dad is so nice.
His little face was still swollen, and when he spoke like that, he looked pitiful, cute, and a little funny.
Mo Yunpei rubbed his head. No need to say thank you to Dad. The cell phone vibrated.
It was Jiu calling. Mo Yunpei picked up the phone and heard the crisp voice of Dad.
Yan Ran walked in from outside and clearly heard the word Dad from the other end of the phone. He raised his eyebrow. Oh? Mr. Mo has another child?